What's going on, y'all? We are back at it. It looks like Trump went and spoke at the White House, so we're going to go ahead and get that briefing out of the way. Got a couple other things we didn't get to yesterday. Don Lemon committed to journalism at a church. We want to finish that Nick Shirley interview with Channel 5. That would be pretty cool. And then some of y'all sent me some interesting memes that we're probably going to go over. And then whatever other shenanigans we get into. So I'm going to get some stuff set up here in the background while I put on some mood music for you guys. And yeah, we're about to get started. So appreciate y'all for hanging out at the black hole, the blackest hole in all the universe, really. Acid dust. XR, what's going on? Ayo! We're getting settled in, guys. The music I'm playing on stream does not match my vibe, all right? But the music I'm playing in the background here definitely does.
Against that lurking foe.
Dan DeMan in the house. Tony B, let's go. Oh, I'm gonna check your DM, bro. Y-Files? If it's not too fresh, we'll definitely check it out. Oh, we're still here, guys. We're still here. I'm just trying not to get copyright struck right off the bat. Bro's in here getting me hyped up on some music. Get him hype. Get him hype. It's provocative, guys. All right, guys, sorry. So, as some of you know that are in the Discord, I found a raccoon. Like, we went to the store really quick, and on our way back, there was a raccoon in the road. And I'm not going to say we were trying to catch the raccoon, but he was limping around and acting, kind of weird and whatnot. Oh, thanks. Appreciate you. So some of y'all in the Discord were saying get cat food. So I'm going to have to go get some cat food and carry it around with me because it was really close to my house. And I wanted to make a new friend today. Ugh. Oh, Lord. But alas, that was not the case. It limped away before I could give it a French fry. I do need a raccoon in my life. I really do. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of glad. Dude, if I would have got that raccoon, I don't know if I would have been live tonight. First off, I might have been in the hospital, to be honest with you guys. So I'm kind of glad. I guess I'm a little bit glad I didn't mess with it. Anyway. So, yeah, we're going to do this Trump stuff. Y'all sent me something about some waifus that are blowing up. We're going to look that up. Tony, you sent something on Y-Files. We might be able to check that out. 3 days might be a bit too fresh for his channel for me to react to.
Wow, that's a big crowd.
But let's get the news out the way, I guess.
So, these are accomplishments. We have a lot of accomplishments, and as you know, this is the anniversary, first anniversary, January 20th, and it's been an amazing period of time. We have a book that I'm not going to read to you, but these are the accomplishments of what we've produced. All page after page after page, individual things. I could stand here and read it for a week and we wouldn't be finished. But we've done more than any other administration has done by far in terms of military, in terms of ending wars, in terms of completing wars. Nobody's really seen very much like it. I think it's appropriate that because Minnesota is so much in the fray, and I say to my people all the time, and they're so busy doing other things, they don't say it like they should. They're apprehending murderers and drug dealers and a lot of bad people, and these are just some of the more recent ones that we have, and I can show you some of the people, vicious, many of them murderers. These are all out of Minnesota, just Minnesota. I say, why don't you talk about that more? Because people don't know. Do you want to live with these people? International murder. These are people that are they're apprehended and either put in jails in their country from where they came, or the countries respect us, and so they actually put them there. In the old days, they didn't respect our country. Biden wouldn't do this because he let them all in. If you didn't have open border policies of Biden, none of this, all of the time that we spend talking about Minnesota and everything else, most of them are coming from out of the country. And it's been caused by a previous administration. Look at this, one after one. Boy, these are rough characters. These are all criminal, illegal aliens that In many cases, they're murderers, they're drug lords, drug dealers. They're the mentally insane. There's some of them who are brutal killers, they're mentally insane. They're killers, but they're insane. These are just in Minnesota. California, it's worse. In other states, it's worse. No, Minnesota, the crime is incredible. The financial crimes are incredible. And the problem is because of the agitators and insurrectionists, whatever you want, troublemakers, but they're paid agitators and insurrectionists. Nobody talks about the fact that $19 billion at a minimum is missing in Minnesota, given to a large degree by Somalians. They've taken it. Somalians, can you imagine? And they don't do it. A lot of very low IQ people, they don't do it. Other people work it out, and they get them money, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes, and they come from here, they have no money. They never had money. They never had a life. They never had a government. They never had a country, because there's basically no country. Somalia is not even a country. They don't have anything that resembles a country. And if it is a country, it's considered just about the worst in the world. They come here and they become rich and they don't have a job. I was told that Ilhan Omar is worth $30 million. She never had a job. She's a crooked congressman. So here's another one. And I have, oh, by the way, we just took out, these are all what ICE is doing. And it's a dangerous job. These are rough people. Weapons. This one here is very bad. I'm going through this because I think we have plenty of time. I'm going to beautiful place in Switzerland where we'll be, I'm sure I'm very happily awaited for. In Switzerland, they don't know about this. They don't have this problem. They have other problems, but they don't have this problem. Look, killed somebody. Look, and these are rough people. These are not, this was all allowed into our country through open borders. The dumbest policies, you know, men and women's sports is dumb. But to me, having an open border for the world to come in, drug dealers and prisoners. Venezuela, as an example, opened their prisons into the United States. That's why one of the reasons I felt so strongly against Venezuela. Now I'm loving Venezuela. They've been working with us so well. It's been so nice. And an unbelievably nice woman also did a very incredible thing, as you know, a few days ago. We're talking to her, and maybe we can get her involved in some way. I'd love to be able to do that. Maria, maybe we can do that. But we're dealing with the people and the president.
Hey guys, what should our first poll be in chat? What are your suggestions?
And all of the people in Venezuela, and we've been doing great. The oil companies are getting ready to make massive investments there. They have more oil than even Saudi Arabia. There you go. These are real. These are rough. This is all Minnesota, every one of them. This is one state out of many. And these people are, let's see, yeah, these are all, so far, people that came from outside of the country. They were allowed in by Sleepy Joe Biden, Crooked Joe Biden, whichever you like. You can call him whatever you like. They're both right. He's sleepy and he's crooked. He was the worst president we've ever had. And we've had some bad ones, too. I can tell you, all you have to do is look at trade. You're not getting bored with this, right? I hope you don't. But these are people that you have to see. Strong-arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and many other crimes. Gang member, known as one of the toughest people around. These are tough people. So this is what the people are trying to protect, because all ICE wants to do is get them out of our country, bring them to prisons and jails and mental institutions from where they came. That's all they want to do. They're patriots, and they have to be abused by guys like Don Lemon, who's a loser, lightweight. I saw him the way he walked in that church. It was terrible. I have such respect for that pastor. He was so calm. He was so nice. He was just accosted. What they did in that church was horrible yesterday. Look at it. 24 convictions. 24 times convicted. They're not charges. These are convictions. So he comes from outside the country. Do you think he's going to be good here? He's convicted 24 times. He's going to be good here, right? It doesn't work that way. It's a man murder. It's one of many. One of many. All they want to do is get him out. They want to take him out of our country. And we're met with paid agitators and insurrectionists, troublemakers. They're paid. You know, when the woman was shot, and I felt terribly about that. And I understand both sides of it. But when she was shot, there was another woman that was screaming shame, 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 right? You saw it. So loud. It was like a professional opera singer. She was so loud and so professional. She wasn't a woman that was hurt, like, oh, my heart's injured. She was a professional. She's shame, shame. She's screaming shame, shame. I said, that's not a normal person. That's a professional. These are professional agitators and professional people that want to see our country do badly. But that's not happening because we have the hottest country anywhere in the world, despite this stuff. Look at this. All top of the line criminals. They're not going to be good. They're not going to be well behaved here. I could do thousands. We had over 3,000 in the last fairly short while. Just in Minnesota. What's the number, Carol? 10,000.
10,000 criminals arrested in Minnesota alone.
10,000 criminals. And these are serious criminals. Now, how can a...
Yeah, today you guys are running the polls. So make your poll suggestions. Right now we've got the Fallout poll. Somebody suggested, do you like ice in your coffee? That one seems like a pretty powerful question. Oh, somebody said they like cream in their coffee. We might have to dive into that. But yes, please, please, no spam, guys. We're all about open conversation and the freedom of speech here. All I ask is you don't spam. That's it.
Place with 10,000 criminals, how can you have a state? And yet they're fighting us. Yeah, I like that guy. He keeps nodding to me. You agree with me, I guess. I like him. I don't know who he is, but I like him. He keeps nodding. He says, you're right. He's obviously a little on the right side, maybe. Look.
Look, I'm writing down your guys' poll suggestions, so keep them coming.
These are rough ones. So we just took this off a stack. We have many stacks like this. Like, I could go 30 times what I'm showing you now. Relations with Hezbollah, that's nice. Why do we allow them in our country? I'm just looking at these charges. It's just pretty incredible. Many murderers, many, many murderers. People that murdered. So what ICE does, and Border Patrol is incredible, too. I mean, Paul Perez and that group is incredible. Mostly Hispanic, by the way. They're like 60% Hispanic. You know, they talk about Hispanic. They're mostly Hispanic, right? And they're unbelievable people. And then they say, oh, we discriminate against. I love Hispanic. They are unbelievable. Entrepreneurial. They have everything. I did great. I did the highest. Nobody ever got numbers like I got from the standpoint of being a Republican. But even if you look at Texas, I won the entire border along Texas, between Texas and Mexico. It never happened before. Nobody's ever done that before. I did it. As a Republican, I did it. I love the Hispanic. And they accuse us of all sorts of things. 60% of the people we're talking about, they're the best people we have, and they're Hispanic. The Border Patrol is largely Hispanic. ICE is largely Hispanic. They're unbelievable people. I don't know how they can take the abuse. They're taking rough people like this, like all of them. We have 10,000 at least. I could have done 10,000 of them. You're lucky I only did like 100. And this isn't even the worst of the group. They have murderers. They have some people we can't use their picture for legal reasons, but they're up for murder in their own country. And we jeopardize their case. When we send them back and we coordinate with other countries. A tremendous amount of work. All allowed in here by an open border policy of the worst president in the history of our country. A man that didn't win the election, by the way, it was a rigged election. Everybody knows that now. And by the way, numbers are coming out that show it even more plainly. We caught him. So I just want you to know that it's a terrible thing. Here's the book on accomplishments. And this is something, ooh, I'm glad my finger wasn't in that sucker. That could have done some damage, but you know what? I wouldn't have shown the pain. I would have gone back. Boy, did you hear that? That was nasty. But I would not have shown the pain. I would have acted like nothing happened as my finger fell off. That was a nasty, I think somebody did that. It was him. It was my man. How were you? You didn't do it. I know you did. I know you didn't. So, but here's the book. These are all things we have. I'm going to read a few of the samples, but look at this. These are all, each line is something that we did. Nobody did that before. And it's big stuff, too. Look, we have the hottest country in the world. So, I will read you a few. We ended Biden's stagflation. We were in stagflation. That's a disaster. That's far worse than inflation. As you know, he had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years. Pick your choice. But they had the biggest inflation in the history of our country. We have it right down to a normal number now. We're going to get it even a little bit lower. Created super high. What we've done with growth is incredible. We created super high economic growth, and America is booming. It's booming. There are thousands of businesses right now that are being built. Many of the biggest factories in the world are being built right in our country. They're not going to other countries. They're leaving other countries. Fourth quarter GDP is on track to pass perhaps much more than 5% growth, and that's despite the fact that we had a Democrat shutdown. They shut down our country, and we had 5%. Nobody in this room has ever heard about 5%. I think it could be 20% if we do it right. If we don't, every time we have good numbers, they raise interest rates. You shouldn't do it. In the old days, if you had good numbers, they'd lower interest rates, or they wouldn't do anything. Here, they try and kill it. They always try and kill success. Over the last 20, 25 years, that's the way. In the old days, if you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. Today, if you have good numbers, the market goes down. But by the way, we've had the best stock market in history, the best 401ks in history, and we inherited a mess. The numbers that we inherited were way up, and now we brought them, almost all of them, way down. We brought them way down. I mean, I'm not getting. Maybe I have the bad public relations people, but we're not getting it across. We inherited high numbers and we brought them way down. And look at gasoline. They have places in the country now $1.99 a gallon, $1.99, $2.30, $2.50. I guess the average now they're saying is $2.31. I mean, he was at $4.50 and $5 for periods of time. And he went back to the Trump formula, but he didn't do it properly, and he really went back to parts of it because you would have had $8 gasoline if they didn't, but he didn't do it properly. He had people that didn't know what they were doing. Core inflation for the last 3 months is 1.6%. 1.6. Their core inflation was so high that nobody could even calculate it. Under Biden, real incomes declined $3,000. Think of that, $3,000. That's a year. In 12 months, Trump real incomes went up by $2,000 and $3,000 and even in some cases $5,000. It's a tremendous difference. Stock market has set 52 all-time record highs during the course of the 11 months, because this was done on 11 months. Now we are actually officially 12 months as of today. 52 all-time record highs. That means 401ks did great. I have people see me all the time, policemen that guard us really well, and got to know them a little bit. And they said, "Sir, you're making me look so good. My 401k is through the roof. My wife thinks I'm the greatest genius, that I'm a financial genius, like Warren Buffett." He told me that. He said, I think they have better returns than Warren Buffett right now. But he said, all my life my wife has been criticizing me for not being smart financially. Now all of a sudden she loves me more. But we added $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, saving many people. I mean, they were going out of business. Think of it. We added $9 trillion of value to retirement accounts, savings accounts, and 401ks. That's during the course of 12 months. And I think it's probably 11 months, because I don't think they have it for the 12. They have it for the 11. Added $9 trillion of value. Lifted more than 1.2 million Americans off food stamps in 1 year. They would have had another 1.2 million. We would have had, welfare would have gone up. And instead of investing $18 trillion in our country, now it's probably more than that, but $18 trillion, and having thousands of plants being built all over the country, you would have had thousands of plants closing all over the country, and you would have had disinvestment, and you would have had welfare going way up. You know, if you look at SNAP, take a look at SNAP, what happened with that? It was at $7 billion, and it came out to over $51 billion. Nobody has ever seen anything like it. The past administration, they had no clue. Or they were really bad, but they basically had no clue. But they did have a concept. I mean, they're still trying to sell the idea of men playing in women's sports. You saw that in the Supreme Court. I mean, some of those justices were fighting for them, too. They were fighting for them. But you saw that just the other day in the Supreme Court. Men playing in women's sports doesn't work. Secured a record-breaking $18 trillion in commitments for new investments. Apple, NVIDIA, SoftBank, Oracle, TSMC, Johnson & Johnson, Eli Lilly and Company, Micron, AstraZeneca, General Motors, Hyundai, Ford, Honda, GE Aerospace, many, many others. I left a Ford plant a week ago in Michigan that they were going to close 2 years ago, and now they just announced that they're going 24 hours around the clock making cars. Tariffs did it. I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. I think to me it reads so plainly. Couldn't be plainer. You're allowed to do a license. Tariff is probably less severe than what a license could be. But think of it. You're allowed to do a license, and then they have a clause at the end, something to the effect, or what is necessary, something to that effect. And what is necessary was tariffs. I don't know where there's a case even there, but we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, and if we lose that case, it's possible we're going to have to do the best we can in paying it back. I don't know how that's going to be done very easily without hurting a lot of people. But we're waiting for that case anxiously, and we have tremendous national security because of tariffs and tremendous income. You know, we have, and by the way, no inflation. So everyone said, oh, tariffs will cause inflation. We have no inflation. We have very little inflation. Biden had inflation, and he didn't do tariffs. We had a huge problem. We have a 62% reduction in our trade deficit. So if you had a 1% reduction, a normal president would have a 1%, 2% reduction. Everybody would be high-fiving. Had a 62% reduction. Next year we won't have a trade deficit. We secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much. To me, I think this might be the biggest thing of all. We get zero talk about it. The New York Times had a story way in the back of the paper, a little story about it. think it's the biggest thing there is. When you talk about healthcare, drug prices will go down more than ever before for any country, because we were priced at such a level that we were subsidizing the entire world, big place of the world. We were paying 10, 12, 13 times more than other countries. 13 times more, not 13%, 13 times more. A pill that was selling in London for $10 would sell in New York for $130. That's 13 times. More than that even. But we secured most favored nations agreements to slash drug prices by as much as 300, 400, 500, and even 600%, including with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Nova Nordisk, Gilead Sciences, EMD, Serenio, and many others. If you look at some of the prices that are coming down, where a price would come down $1,300 coming down to $87. Think of it. So something that was costing $1,300 is now costing $87. And the fake news doesn't want to write about it. That's why I do this. I don't like to do this, to be honest with you. But I do it because got to get the word out. We signed one big, beautiful bill. I call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering the largest tax cuts in history. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. We made interest on car loans tax deductible for U.S.-built automobiles only. So if you buy an automobile built in the United States, we're not doing it for Germany and Canada and different places. We're doing it only if it's built here. We want them to be built here. A lot of the Canadian auto plants are closing and they're moving into the United States. Same thing with Mexico, same thing with Germany, and same thing with Japan and other countries. They're moving into the United States because of tariffs, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. It's too much. They can't pay the tariffs. So they're coming here. Nothing different than what other smart countries did, but it works better for us. Under my leadership, it's not done properly, but it's done properly. We have, again, more plants being built than at any time in the history of our country. Passed the largest spending cuts in American history, and that was true in my first. We had a tremendous first term also. We rebuilt our military. We had one of the best. We had the best economy in the history of our country, but we're blowing it away now. When this stuff starts opening up, you're not going to see anything like it probably ever again. We slashed the federal budget deficit by 27% in a single year. Think of that, 27. You could do it 2%, 1%, 0.5%, 27%. And that's with all of the things we have to do, all of the people we have to put on the payroll to get rid of people that are murderers. Again, when you see people in Minnesota that are murderers, these people are fighting to keep them there. And I say to Christie and to Tom Homan, the great people, they're working so hard. Look at the border. The border is now secure. First time, Biden said you couldn't do it. You need legislation. I had no legislation. I said close the border. Within 1 month, we had almost nobody coming in. Now for the last 8 months, nobody came into our country illegally. And I find that hard to believe, because you'd think somebody, because it used to be millions of people just poured into our country. And the people that do that are Democrat sort of aligned. So, they're not doing me any favors. We had nobody come in. We have a very strong border. We have very few people coming up. They're not going to make the trek because they know they probably won't be coming in. So it's not as hard as you think. But I didn't have to go back. Remember, they said, we need legislation to close the border. They had millions of people coming in a month. We have nobody coming in, and we're getting the murderers out. Murderers, people from prisons and jails. Many countries opened up their prisons and dropped them into the United States. Those are the people we're getting out. And we have a lot of heart. And I said, you got to lighten up on this. We have a lot of heart for people. They came in illegally, but they're good people, and they're working now on farms, and they're working in luncheonettes and hotels and all. And we're looking to get the criminals out right now, the criminals. And I think it's very important. I mean, every once in a while you see a story, we take somebody. He should be out because they came in illegally. So in theory, they should be. But we're focused on the murderers, the drug dealers, the mentally insane. We have a lot of mentally insane killers. I mean, you can't even talk to them. It'd be nice if you could have a little reason, but you can't even reason. These are seriously ill people. You have a couple of countries where they were loaded up. Their mental institutions and insane asylums were loaded to the gills. They couldn't get. They're empty now. But they're filling up because we're bringing them all back. We know where they came from. And every country accepts them. You know, under Biden, they wouldn't take, they had so little respect that they'd bring them there and they wouldn't take them. They said, get the hell out of here. They would be bringing a plane in to land in a country and they'd put 5 planes on the runway so you couldn't land the plane. So they'd come back with the people that they were bringing back. They don't do that with me. They do that with me. They have problems. They don't do it. They accept them back. They're not happy about it, but they accept them back. Cut a record number of regulations. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every one new regulation. Instead, we cut 129 old regulations for each one added. Think of that. I wanted to do 10. In my first 4 years, I did. When we put on a new regulation, you had to cut 8. This year, I said you have to cut 10. Instead, we cut 129. So every time, so far, can't remain like that, I don't imagine. I hope I can, because we have so much wasted regulation, stupid regulations. Regulations where they go by California, which is a disaster state, with a governor that truly is doing a bad job. He's killing that state. If he ever ran the country, this country would be Venezuela very quickly. Using tariffs slash the U.S. trade deficit by an incredible 77%. The trade deficit is down, and that doesn't include the last month where we had our best month. We slashed the trade deficit by an incredible 77% in 1 year with no inflation, something that everyone said could not be done. So we had essentially no inflation. In fact, the last month we had almost no inflation. But we slashed the trade deficit by 77%. If you slashed it by 1%, that was good. Again, we did that with tariffs and intelligence. We did that with November 5th, great election. We secured historic trade deals to reduce barriers on U.S. exports with countries covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Think of that. American exports are up by more than $150 billion this year. People said, oh, we're not in exporting. All we do is buy. If you keep buying, you're not going to have a country for very long. So we increased exports by more than $150 billion. Investment in American factories is up 41%. That's a record. Nobody goes 41% up. You go 2% up, 1% up. You go down by 3%. If Kamala got elected, the 41% up would be 41% down. We removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payroll. That's another thing. So we have, we announce our unemployment numbers, call it unemployment or employment. And they were very good, but we could make them great. But we've slashed tremendous numbers of people off the federal payroll. Because ultimately, if you're on the federal payroll, I mean, we have jobs where they had 10 people for every job. So we cut. Now, if you want to see some good numbers, I'll hire 1 million people. We cut millions of people off the federal payroll. I don't like doing that, but the good news, I don't feel badly because they're getting private sector jobs and they're getting sometimes twice as much money, 3 times as much money. They're getting factory jobs. They're getting much better jobs and much higher pay. But all I have to do is say, like, what the Democrats do all the time. They hire 1 million people, and then they hire another million. They load it up, and it says, oh, they only have a 3% unemployment rate. It's a fake rate. So with us, we're proud of the fact that we cut so many because, again, I don't want to cut people. But when you cut them and they go out and get a better job, I like to cut them. And sometimes they have to be forced to do that because, it's like they want to stay where they are. They don't know. And then all of a sudden they end up, we have many cases, Caroline, where people were devastated. They hated Trump. I got caught from my very boring federal job where they had, again, sometimes 10 people to do one job. And they were very upset. And now they ended up with a job where they get paid 3 times more money. They're ending up buying houses. It's like crazy. So they went from not liking me to liking me a lot because it's hard to get. We need people. We need people. It's one of the reasons. I mean, I want to, when you have good people in the farm or good people in hotels and everything else, we want to work with them as much as we can. Under Biden, 1 out of 4 jobs added was a government job. Think of that. So 25% of the jobs added. That's when you know that, that's 25% of the jobs aren't real jobs. But again, I could do that. I could add 2 million jobs right now, would have an unemployed. I could say just hire some more people. I do the opposite. I say get rid of everybody that's unnecessary because that's the way you make America great again. When you have, all these jobs where people are sitting around doing nothing and they get a lot of money by the government, it's no good. But that's what the Democrats do. They show, we were at 4% unemployment. That's a good number. But they just add jobs, or they wouldn't cut. They would never cut jobs. Under Trump, 100% of all new jobs created have been in the private sector. Think of that. Not 1% has gone to federal. So under Biden, 1 out of 4 was a government job. Under Trump, 100% of the new jobs created, 100% came from the private sector. That's how you make your country wealthy and strong and good. We inherited the worst border in history and turned it into the strongest border in history. Illegal crossings have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded, down 99.999%. That means down 100%. 99.99. Now, I want to find out who that one person is. For 8 months in a row, 0, and these are government numbers, these are not my numbers. For 8 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens were admitted to our country. 0. Nobody came in, unless they came in legally. We have a big process for having people come in legally, by the way. A lot of people are coming in legally. They have to prove they love our country. They have to prove that they're not going to need welfare. A lot of things they have to prove. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration, where because we're getting all of these illegal people out. People that came in illegally, in many cases they're criminals, in many, many cases. Remember when they used to say that the people that come into our country as immigrants are very nice people, they're wonderful people, they don't commit crime. No, they make our criminals look like babies. They make our Hell's Angels look like the sweetest people on earth. The Hell's Angels are now considered a nice, high-quality person. I like the Hell's Angels. They voted for me. They protected me, actually, believe it or not. But they make our criminals look like babies. These are some of the most vicious people anywhere in the world. They came from the Congo. The prisons, I know the Congo because I ended the war with the Congo and Rwanda. Tough group, very tough group. They came from prisons in the Congo. Some of the toughest, meanest people you'll ever meet. Thank you very much. They allowed them to come into America. These are tough people. Before my election, 100% of net job creation was going to foreign migrants. Since my inauguration, 100% of the net jobs created have gone to American-born citizens. That's a big thing. In other words, we're now taking care of our people. 100% of net jobs created have gone to the American-born people. Before that, we didn't care. Designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and we've hit them hard. You've seen what we've done on the water. We're starting to do that on land. The land is much easier, actually. Water is incredible. We did that on the water so that when you do it on the land, they don't go to the water. Nobody's going into the boat business right now, I can tell you. 97% down drugs coming in by water. 97%. Nobody ever heard of that before. They heard 2%, 1%. It went up 2%. 97, and we're looking for the 3%. Who the hell are the 3%? They're crazy. But we've taken out almost 100% of the drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to be very shortly starting drugs coming in by land. We know exactly where they're coming from. Removed tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, savage criminals, and others. We removed them from our country. They're out. They're gone. In some cases, they're so dangerous that we put them in jail because we don't want to give them to their country. Their country doesn't do anything, and they end up coming back. We have some that they're so bad that we don't want to really release them. We want to put them in a jail where we know they're properly ensconced. Think of that. Remove tens of thousands of illegal alien gang members, drug dealers, murderers, child predators, human traffickers, fraudsters, and savage criminals. Why wouldn't you want them removed? The reason is because these are insurrectionists that are doing this work. And, you know, they're going to make mistakes sometimes. ICE is going to be too rough with somebody, or, you know, they're dealing with rough people. They're going to make a mistake sometimes. It can happen. We feel terribly. I felt horribly when I was told that the young woman who was had the tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. Everybody would say, ICE would say the same thing. But when I learned her parents and her father in particular I hope he still is, but I don't know, was a tremendous Trump fan. He was all for Trump, loved Trump. And, you know, it's terrible. I was told that by a lot of people. They said, oh, he loves you. He was I hope he still feels that way. I don't know. It's a hard situation. But her father was a tremendous, and parents were tremendous Trump fans. It's so sad. It just happens. It's terrible. Halted all refugee admissions to the United States, including from Somalia, which is a terrible, terrible place, and other dangerous places. And we also stopped the pirates because they get the same treatment as the drug boats. So in Somalia, the Somalians, you know what they're good at? That's about the only thing they're good at is they're good at pirating ships at sea, big ships. So you have a huge oil tanker with millions of gallons, millions of barrels of oil. And if it gets hit by a big weapon, the whole thing blows up. And they don't want to fight, because if they do, they're told by their insurance companies, do not hand over the ship. And they're not allowed to have any guns on the ship. They're literally, you have these massive ships being taken over by a Somalian small boat with a big weapon. Because if they hit the side of the ship can blow up I mean, you talk about a blow up. Bad, we've seen some bad things happen. And the insurance companies, some of these ships cost more than $1 billion to build. And the insurance companies say, look, we'd rather give them money than take a chance on $1 billion insurance policy. But they don't have to worry about it, because we hit them the same way we hit the people with the drugs in their boat. They don't know what the hell happened. But all of a sudden, there are no pirates at sea. Do you notice? We haven't had a boat taken in a little while. Came out of Somalia, really corrupt place. It's not a country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. I always hate to see this. Ilhan Omar, she comes from Somalia, a backward country, probably the worst country. They say it's the worst country in the world, if it's a country. I don't even think it's a country. There's no organization, no anything. They don't have police. They don't have military. They don't have anything. They just have people running around killing each other and trying to pirate ships. But she'll come here, comes, and then she wants to tell us how to run our country. The Constitution says that I am entitled to this. I can't stand her. Terminated all taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens and kicked 275,000 illegals off of Social Security. They were illegally getting Social Security. 275,000 people. I'm telling you, it's not that this is pleasurable, but if I were an elected president, this country was going to be destroyed quickly, very quickly. I think within a year, if you had Kamala or a Joe type. I mean, Joe was a disaster, but if you had Kamala, he was the replacement. I was up by like 25 points on Joe, and they said, hey, let's get somebody else. This never happened. Well, I had so many firsts. You're leading somebody by a lot, and they say, oh, let's take him out, let's put somebody. That's like I said to Dana White the other night. I said, you know, Dana, it's like you have a fighter, two fighters, one guy is winning by a lot. And they say, oh, let's take this guy out, let's put a new fighter in the ring with him. That's what happened to me. I was doing great with Biden. The whole campaign was against Biden. All the money was spent against Biden, and all of a sudden I got Kamala. Everyone said, who the hell is she? But that didn't work out too well for them, but never happened before. We are about lots of firsts. Designated English as the official language of the United States of America. We did that very powerfully. And while we're at it, we also took the Gulf of Mexico, and now it's the Gulf of America. Because we have 92% of the shoreline. It always bothered me. I'd say, you know, we have most of the shoreline. Mexico has a small percentage, talks about 8%. We have 92%. And I said, why is it the Gulf of Mexico? It should be the Gulf of America. I was going to call it the Gulf of Trump, but I thought that I would be killed if I did that. I wanted to do it. I wanted to. My people work so hard. Sir, I don't think it'll look too good. I'm telling you, it's a good thing. And it'll be hotter than ever, I said. No, but I decided not to do that. I'm joking, you know, when I say that. I was not going to call it the Gulf of Trump. Because tomorrow it'll be, Trump wanted to call it the Gulf of Trump, but he was rebuffed by his people. My people don't rebuff me too much. The Gulf of Trump, that does have a good ring, though. Maybe we could do that. It's not too late. No, we have the Gulf of America now. It's great. Our country is proud for the attack on Venezuela, the attack on the Iran nuclear capability, wiped it out. I mean, first administration, Soleimani, the father of the roadside bomb, al-Baghdadi, the father of ISIS, who was rebuilding ISIS. We wiped them out. Done a great job. Signed an order that will end birthright citizenship for children of illegal migrants. You know, that case is in court right now. That case was meant for the children of slaves. All you have to do is look at the years. Look at the years where the cases were filed and where the decisions were made. They were right at the end of the Civil War. They're trying to say that, you know, in China's making a big business out of that. They come to the country, they have a child, the American citizen, they get all the benefits. It has nothing to do with that. That was for the children of slaves. And I hope the Supreme Court so rules. Designated fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. It is. We lost, I believe, 300,000 people this year. 300,000 people. That's like filling up one of those big football stadiums 5 times. It's not even believable. I mean, you could be in a war and you wouldn't lose that many people. So we designated fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. Conducted numerous successful military strikes against narco-terrorists operating in our hemisphere, including the water strikes. Drugs brought in by ocean. So I told you that we're down by, I mean, close to 100%. It's hard to get somebody to pilot those boats. Very hard. They have to be people that don't watch television, don't read the news. And we just blew up their facility. They had a docking facility where the drugs were stored. And now we have a great relationship with Venezuela. We're getting along fantastically with the leadership in Venezuela, so we wouldn't have to do that. This was done before the attack. But we captured and brought to justice the outlaw dictator of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who, through drugs, killed millions of people in our country. Tremendous drug dealer. Also sent millions of people into our country, including Tren de Aragua, the worst gang. They say it's the worst gang in the world. They took over parts of Colorado. They just take the apartment building. They just took it away. Just took it away like we're here. They cut the hand off one man because he called the police. Who called the police? I did. You took my apartment from me. Boom, no hand. This is what they sent us. Restoring law and order, new category. D.C. and Memphis, federal task forces deployed massive numbers of federal law enforcement officers and National Guard to restore safety. Crime down in D.C. is almost down to nothing. D.C. was a very, very dangerous place, and I think you probably know better than I do. I have a lot of people in the media thanked me for that, but some of them found it hard to thank me. But, you know, D.C. is now, look how beautiful. D.C. is now, you can walk right from here to a restaurant, right through the center of town. You can be with your child, with your loved one, with your lover. Your lover's not going to be killed anymore, so you can act like a real lover. But you can walk right through the middle of the town, and D.C. is beautiful again too. You notice we took all the fences down, almost all. The rest are coming down. We got the graffiti all off. National Guard's been amazing. You know, we didn't tell them to do that. That's not their job description. But they were picking up garbage and everything. They were great. And I don't know. To me, a town, it looks better when you have military people. These are big, strong guys, are bad guys. Look at them and they say, we're not going to mess around. But what they don't know is that we took over 2,000 people out, permanently out of D.C. These were career criminals. But I feel much better seeing those people there. I went in a couple of times and had dinner in D.C. I walked right down the middle of the street. I felt very safe. A year ago, I couldn't have done that. I would have been crazy to have done that. And Secret Service wouldn't let me do it. They weren't thrilled anyway, I will tell you. It wasn't like they were thrilled, but we did it, and it was great. But D.C. is a great thing. And we have virtually no crime in D.C. anymore. And before we did this move, and we could do the same thing with Chicago. You know, we brought Chicago down 25%, even though we just had a minimal crew there. We brought Wisconsin down. We brought Minnesota down, way down, even though everything's a fight, you know, because they want to keep those people that are lying on the floor. They want to keep those people in Minnesota, but they really don't. I don't think the real people of Minnesota, it's a very corrupt place, and the elections are totally corrupt. I feel I won it all 3 times. Nobody's won that state since Richard Nixon. It's a rigged state. And the Somalians vote as one group, even if they're not citizens, and they vote as one group, and, you know, you get 600,000 votes against you. They all ought to get the hell out of here. They're bad for our country. Nationwide achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record. So this just came out. Nationwide, over the last 11 months, achieved the largest reduction in violent crime on record, including the largest one-year drop in murders ever recorded. Almost 2,000 lives were saved. That's despite the fact that we took in criminals under the leadership of the Democrats and Joe Biden. More motor vehicle theft is down by 100,000 vehicles nationwide. That's another. Nationwide, the motor vehicle theft was out of control, and now it's very much in control. It was down by more than 100,000 vehicles to a record low. Began the process of eliminating cashless bail policies across the nation. You got to get rid of your sanctuary cities, and I hope our people know that we're not going to pay sanctuary cities. We're not going to pay them anymore. They are sanctuary for criminals. They hold criminals. We're not going to pay. They can sue us, and maybe they'll win. But we're not giving money to sanctuary cities anymore as of the beginning of the month. We began the process of eliminating the cashless bail. Well, cashless bail is where it all started. It's a disaster. And then other places. I don't know if it started in New York. I remember it starting in New York. So somebody comes in, murders somebody, and they let them out. No bail, no nothing. Basically, cashless bail means you just get the hell out. And they go outside. We have one case where a guy murders somebody, gets released, and goes out and murders somebody. 2 people in one day. No, we got to get rid of cashless bail. They got to pay, got to have bail. There's a reason for bail. Long tested. Signed an executive order to bring back mental institutions and insane asylums. We're going to have to bring them back. Hate to build those suckers, but but you got to get the people off the streets. You know, we used to have, when I was growing up, we had in my area in Queens, I grew up in Queens, we had a place called Creedmoor. Creedmoor, did anybody know that? Creedmoor. It was a big, I said, Mom, why are those bars on the building? I used to play Little League Baseball there, a place called Cunningham Park. He was quite the baseball player, you wouldn't believe. But I said to my mother, Mom, she would be there, always there for me. She said, son, you could be a professional baseball player. I said, thanks, Mom. I said, why are those bars on the windows? Big building, big, powerful building. It loomed over the park, actually. She said, well, people that are very sick are in that building. I said, boy, I used to always look at that building and I'd see this big building, big, tall building. It loomed over the park. It was sort of, now that I think, it was a pretty unfriendly sight. But I'll never forget, I don't know if it's still there, because they got rid of most of them, you know, the Democrats in New York, they took them down, and the people live on the streets now. That's why you have a lot of the people in California and other places, they live in the streets. They took the mental institutions down. They're expensive. But I'd say, why does that building have those bars? Boy, it wasn't normal. You know, you're used to looking at like a window. But this one, you look at it, all this steel, vicious steel, tiny windows, bars all over the place. Nobody was getting out. It's called a mental institution. That was an insane asylum. Designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, and many others. It is. America is respected again on the world stage. That's another topic. Obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capability, and Operation Midnight Hammer was one of the most successful anyone's ever seen. CNN fake news. I don't know where they are. CNN. Anybody from CNN here? Fake news. Nobody wants to raise their hand anymore. They used to argue here. Now, if you're with CNN, you don't raise your hand. But they said, well, maybe it wasn't that successful, which I really was angry because these pilots took their life in their hands. 2 o'clock in the morning with no moon, dead dark, guns shooting at them. They went in with those beautiful B-2s, and every single bomb went down an air shaft and obliterated it. And CNN came out and said, well, maybe it wasn't, by a scam writer who wrote, you know, fake stories, a lot of fake stories on other topics, right? Because when we did it, we said, that's a terrible thing. You know, the pilots came back and they said, we hit everything. They did a great job. Then on top of that, we launched from a submarine about 30 Tomahawks on top of everything else. The place was obliterated. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't that bad. Turned out it was worse than it was. You know who could tell you that? The Iranians would tell you that. Because if they do anything, they're going to have to start a brand new place. But they did an amazing job. That was like what we did with Venezuela. I mean, nobody's ever seen a military operation like that. Ended 8 unendable wars in 10 months. These were unendable wars. Cambodia and Thailand fighting for years. Kosovo and Serbia. The Congo and Rwanda. Pakistan and India, they were really going at it. 8 planes shot down. They were going to go nuclear, in my opinion. The Prime Minister of Pakistan was here, and he said President Trump saved 10 million people and maybe much more than that. They're both nuclear countries. Israel and Iran. Egypt and Ethiopia were going to fight over a dam, and I got them to stop. I still got to work it out, because they put a dam up in Ethiopia that stops the flow from a little river called the Nile. I always think of the Nile being in Egypt, you know, beautiful Nile with the pyramids, but they put a dam up. You know who paid for the dam? The United States of America. It's the biggest dam, I think, in the world. They put a dam up. I said, how did you let that happen? Why would we have done that? We financed it. This country would. I don't know. Maybe it was a Republican president, but I don't think it was. I think it was a Democrat. But what a terrible thing. So Egypt basically is, you know, they don't have enough water in the Nile. And they use that for a lot of things, including entertainment and travel and tourism and everything. I mean, I don't know. They got a big dam. I got to work that one out now, too. Armenia and Azerbaijan. President Putin told me, I cannot believe you settled that war. I've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. Armenia and Azerbaijan. They were fighting it for many, many years. And I ended up getting the heads of the both countries in my office. The beautiful Oval Office, much more beautiful now than it ever was. And one sat on one side, one sat on the other. He said, you know, I've been the head of Azerbaijan for 22 years, and for 22 years I've been killing his people. And the other gentleman, and both very good guys, said, I've been here for 7 years, and for 7 years I've been killing his people. And they started over there, and within an hour they were next to each other, and by the time we ended, they were hugging each other, and it's been a great peace, you know? Should have gotten the Nobel Prize for each war, but I don't say that. I say millions and millions of people. And don't let anyone tell you that Norway doesn't control the shots, okay? It's in Norway. Norway controls the shots. They'll say, we have nothing to do with it. It's a joke. They've lost such prestige. That's why I have such respect for Maria doing what she did. She said, I don't deserve the Nobel Prize. He does. When she got it, they said, wow, that's amazing. I thought President Trump would get it. President Trump deserves it. He ended up 8 wars. How nice, right? It's a good woman. Got all 20 living hostages returned to their families, and the remains, they all came out. We got the 20 living hostages. We got the 28 hostages. They have 1 left that we think we know where it is. Amazing. Looked like we weren't going to get anywhere near that. Now they've gotten almost. And more importantly, we got many more, hundreds. We got them all. If we didn't do it, you wouldn't have had, most of those people would have been dead. I don't know if that's covered properly, but you know, the 20 is great. They were the last ones. I always said the last 20 are going to be hard, but we got them. We got the last 20, and we got close to 28 of the bodies of the dead. And to those parents, that was just as important as getting their son back alive. They were almost even more intent on they knew their son was dead. They wanted to get the body. I got him back. We just created the Board of Peace, which I think is going to be amazing. I wish the United Nations could do more. I wish we didn't need a Board of Peace, but the United Nations, and you know, with all the wars I settled, the United Nations never helped me on one war. I mean, I guess I'm not blaming them. I didn't call them to help, but I got, you know, the presidents and prime ministers together. We knocked heads. We got along, and they liked me. I liked them. Every single one of them nominated me for a Nobel Prize. Every one of the wars, among many other people, nominated me for a Nobel Prize. But Putin told me, I cannot believe you got this war settled. I've worked on it for 10 years because it's his territory. Rescued 83 American hostages and citizens detained from abroad without paying a lot of money. Paid no money. Apprehended terrorists responsible for the Abbey Gate bombing that claimed the lives of 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan, the lowest point in the history of our country. That was a Biden disaster. I was getting out, but I was getting out with dignity and strength. We were the boss. Oh, we were the boss. They wouldn't do a thing against us. And this very stupid person got in, and what a shame. They should have left from Bagram, which is the big military base, which has hundreds of acres around it. Should have left from Bagram. Terminated visas of Hamas sympathizers and deported pro-jihad foreign nationals. Got NATO members to agree to raise defense spending to 5% of GDP from 2%, and they pay the 5%, and they didn't pay the 2%. And by the way, I did more for NATO than any other person alive or dead. Nobody's done for NATO. And I think for the most part, they'll tell you that. I think you could ask the Secretary General about that, but he said it a lot. I've done more for NATO than anybody, and I see all this stuff, but NATO has to treat us fairly, too. The big fear I have with NATO is we spend tremendous amounts of money with NATO, and I know we'll come to their rescue, but I just really do question whether or not they'll come to ours. You know, I'm just asking. Just saying, right? You remember during the debate? Just saying. Signed $1 trillion investment in U.S. military. And next year, we hopefully will go to 1.5 trillion. We're building battleships that are 100 times more powerful than the battleships of World War II, which are the big, beautiful things with the guns. I said, what about bringing them out of dry dock? They said, sir, what we're building will blow them away. Think of it. These ships are 100 times more powerful than the battleships that you see on Victory at Sea. Do you ever see Victory at Sea? What a great thing that is to watch. Renamed the Department of Defense into the Department of War, which everyone loves, by the way. Signed landmark critical minerals deals with Australia, Malaysia, Thailand, Ukraine, Japan, and many others. We're going to have so much rare earth. It's actually not that rare. Getting it processed is rare, but there's a lot of rare earth. There's a lot of earth around, I can tell you. Withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization, where we were paying hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So we were paying $500 million a year, and China was paying $37 million a year. I said, why aren't we paying the same as China? They said, well, nobody asked. I said, China's got 1.4 billion people. We have 350 million, probably, with all the illegals, you know. China probably knows more accurately. But we have much smaller in terms of the number of people. We have a much more powerful military, but we have much smaller. I rebuilt the military during my first term, by the way. And while they gave away a lot to Afghanistan, the Taliban, which was just horrible seeing them, every year seeing them do that military down some dirty street is a disgrace. But while Biden gave a lot of it away, it's a tiny fraction compared to what we did. I rebuilt the military, and now we're continuing to build it. And bigger and better, we need it, peace through strength. But we withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. So I remember we were paying $500 million, they were paying 37 or 39 million. And I said, how come? So I withdrew, and they called, we'll give you the same deal that they had. I said, well, it should be less than that, because if they're at 37 and you have 3 times, 4 times the number of people, even maybe 5 times, I don't know. So it should be less, but I didn't want to chisel around. And I thought about it. So I could have taken 500 million to 37, and everybody knew it. I chose not to do it because it was actually very popular when I got out, because they were terrible. And so I chose not to take that deal. First thing Biden did is go back into it. You know what he paid? More than 500 million. So I actually called them. I said, you know, you can buy it for less. You can make a deal at 37. There's no reason to pay 500. They didn't care. They paid more than 500. Did you know that? They paid more than 500 million. I made a deal at 37. I could have had 37. They were public about it. We'll give you the same deal that China has for 37. And they paid $500 million. That's the way you ruin a country. And it's the same attitude that, you know, you have on everything else with these people. They were terrible. The anti-American UN Human Rights Council we ended. The UN Relief and Works Agency we ended. And the fake Paris Climate Accord, which was a ripoff of America, where we had to pay $1 trillion and they were paying nothing. China didn't kick in until 2035. We kicked in immediately. We were supposed to pay $1 trillion. Russia went to a standard of 1991, which was a dirtier standard. But we had to pay top dollar. So I terminated that. Another wreck. We ended the woke lunacy and restored common sense, abolished all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI policies throughout the federal government and the private sector. They're gone, everybody. They're gone. Terrible. Terminated the Green New Scam and ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. I love electric vehicles. That caused me a little problem with a man named Elon. But he understands, and he's a good guy. We get along, but I said, Elon, we can't have all electric cars. We just can't do it. I like the electric cars. I like his car. But in particular, I like his car. But we can't do that because some people don't want an electric car by 2030. And to build the power stations all over the country would have cost $4 trillion. $4 trillion. That's more than any country has. If you got China, the United States, and everyone, you couldn't do it. And it would have taken years, and yet they were supposed to be switching over electric vehicle mandate. Some people don't like electric cars. Some people want hybrids. Some people want regular gasoline-powered cars. We have more gasoline than anybody. And now with Venezuela, we have 62% of the market when you include Venezuela. So I ended the Green New Scam, and I ended the insane electric vehicle mandate. Now you can buy a gasoline-powered car, a hybrid, and you can buy a electric vehicle. I mean, if you want electric, you can buy it. Make a good deal on them right now because they made a lot of them. Permanently stop Joe Biden's ridiculous cafe standards. That's having to do with the environment. So ridiculous. Cancel the EPA's absurd, totally absurd tailpipe emission standard, which made you spend hundreds of thousands. It made for hundreds of thousands of cars. The cost numbers were incredible that the consumer has to pay. Imposed 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles and 100% tariff on Chinese cars, which don't come into the country because of tariffs. Only because of tariffs. We didn't have tariffs, you wouldn't have any car. We have now more car factories being built in the United States than ever before because of tariffs. If they take those tariffs away, China will eat our lunch. They'll take all of our car business. Now, there's another way of doing it, but it's more cumbersome, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to scare you, but it's much more cumbersome, not as good for national security as this. We have a perfect system right now. We're making a fortune. We've never been stronger, and I hope the Supreme Court does the right thing for our country, because if they don't, it's such a problem. It's just so, it would be so sad. We're doing so well because of tariffs. And the people that are heading up the lawsuit, like there's a guy named Leonard Leo, who's bad guy, and people that are very China-oriented and foreign car-oriented and foreign business-oriented, but in particular China, they're suing to get rid of tariffs because they don't want tariffs, like Coke. Coke has businesses outside of the United States. If you have them outside, you don't want tariffs. But because of tariffs, they treat us well. Without tariffs, they would treat us very badly, as you saw for many years. They respect us more now than they ever have respected us, by a lot. And revoked the California emissions waiver to stop San Francisco communists from regulating the automobile industry and destroying automobiles and the industry in the nation. I was with Bill Ford of Ford Motors. I was with all the people at General Motors the other day, and they are making more money and building more cars than they are doing so good. All because of tariffs and what I've done. And they're building their plants all in the United States. Reopened Anwar for drilling. That's a big deal. Launched a massive Alaskan pipeline project to export natural gas to Asia. We made a deal with South Korea and with Japan that gives us money, the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. Signed executive orders to end Biden's war on coal and I say clean, beautiful coal. I never say the word coal. This has to be preceded by the words clean, beautiful coal. And put miners back to work. The miners love Trump. I think I got 100% of their vote. We banned transgenders from the military. We don't want transgender in the military. Ordered reinstatement of patriots expelled from our military with full back pay. So we had some people that were terminated, and they're coming back into our military. Fired the woke boards of visitors at our military service academies. The boards of visitors were run by radical left, maybe communists, maybe not, but they were still heavily radical left, and they were bad for us. Signed an executive order to remove anti-American propaganda from federal museums and national parks. Required the federal employees to return to work in person or be fired. We don't want them sitting in their home or in their bed working. We want them in an office that we're paying for in Washington, D.C. or wherever it may be. And we've largely taken care of that mess. That was crazy. I guarantee you they're out on the ball fields. I guarantee you they're out playing golf. And you can't run a country or a company that way. I think it's happening even so with countries and companies. But we had so many of our federal workers, they wouldn't come into work. Signed an order banning all government censorship and restoring free speech. Made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders. This was not a tough one. Two genders. Can anybody guess what they are? Male and female. I think the Democrats know that too, but they refuse to admit it. Ban the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of children. Can you imagine saying this 15 years ago? That we banned the use of puberty blockers, hormone injections, and other chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. You know, when I say it, I say, do I have to say that? I actually ask my people today, yes, sir, because people, that's where the country went. Banned men from playing in women's sports. Big Supreme Court case on that. I mean, I can't believe it. Some of the justices were fighting hard for men to be able to play in women's sports, a couple of them. I can't imagine it, but I think anybody that rules that way should lose a lot of credibility. But we banned men from playing in women's sports. All you have to do is look at the records, look at weightlifting records, look at swimming records, look at track and field. It's not fair. It's very demeaning to women. Banned transgender ideology and critical race theory from our schools. Secured unprecedented settlements with Brown University, Columbia University, and many other colleges, including the University of Pennsylvania, where I went, the great old Wharton School of Finance, to restore fairness and merit. We're working with Harvard right now. They've been very anti-Semitic. Terrible what they've done. And we'll see what happens. I hear we have a deal, but who the hell knows with them? They have a lawyer that wants to show how hot he is. Ended taxpayer-funded student loan forgiveness for radical left and anti-American activists. Can you believe it? Began the process of abolishing the Federal Department of Education and returning education back to the states. And Linda McMahon is doing a fantastic job. Ended Joe Biden's weaponization of our government and removed his hand-picked radical left Marxist prosecutors from the Department of Justice, like deranged Jack Smith. He's a sick son of a bitch. They gave me the worst of the worst. And here I am. How did that happen? How did that happen? He's a sick guy, and Letitia James is sick, and Alvin Bragg is sick. They're sick people. And others. Fani, you can't call Fanny. She doesn't like it. She wants to be called Fani. Fani Willis. I won. Can you imagine putting somebody through that? And then if I suggest that somebody may be guilty of a terrible crime, oh, he's weaponizing government. Trump is weaponizing government. It's terrible. Can you imagine? They say to me about weaponize, I don't weaponize anything. But what they did to me, nobody ever went through what I went through. And here I am in a place called the White House. It's a beautiful place. Who would have thought, right? Signed legislation to cut all taxpayer funding to woke and biased NPR and PBS. And they're sort of gone now, I guess. I heard they closed up. They were terrible. They were so unfair. They were so terrible. Officially reinstated Columbus Day. I like the name Columbus Day. The Italian people are very happy about it. Remember, when you go to the voting booths, I reinstated Columbus Day. That was an easy one. Christopher Columbus. Cut Social Security wait times by 50%, serve 65% more Social Security recipients by phone, and are on track to doubling the service and performance compared to the Biden administration. We're 2.5 to 3 times better and faster. Slash VA claims backlog to the lowest number ever recorded. Created Trump accounts starting with $1,000 for every newborn baby. This is something that's become so popular. And I give Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell Computer, who put in 6,250 million, started with nothing, and he actually invested all that money to give to kids so that when they grow up, they have an account that might be worth a lot of money. It'll be riding with the markets, and they can, at 20 years old, 21 years old, they could have $100,000. They could have a lot of money. That's going to be amazing. But I give a lot of credit to Mr. and Mrs. Michael Dell. Signed an AI executive order to ensure the United States dominates the future of artificial intelligence. So we're leading China. We're leading the whole world. We're producing more electricity than we ever have because I'm allowing every one of those plants to build their own electric facility. We're giving them very, very fast approvals, unlike Los Angeles with the fire. So the federal government, I want to give a lot of credit to Lee Zeldin. The hardest approval for the 20,000 houses or more that burned down in Los Angeles because they didn't have the water. They didn't allow the water to come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed the water into the Pacific Ocean. So we had no water there. No, he had. I would say open up the water. Open it up to the governor, to the mayor. They didn't want to do it. They wanted to protect a tiny little fish that's, I said, how can you have a fish when you don't have any water? It was just an excuse, I guess. But it's amazing. We took 20,000 houses, and Lee Zeldin, the toughest permit is from the federal government. Within 2 weeks, every single permit was given to the people to build their houses. Then you have the incompetent mayor of Los Angeles. He's neutral, who decided to go to Africa during the fire. So you have this incompetent mayor, and I had it out with her the night when I got, right after the fire, I went there. She said, we're working on it so that we can have everybody starting to build within 2 or 3 years. Remember that? I said, you mean 2 or 3 days? No, I mean 2 or 3 years. And the place went crazy. Well, they still haven't gotten their permits. But every federal permit, every single one has been given a year ago. And Lee Zeldin has done a great job. And he's done a great job in the approval of all these big plants and factories and all of the electricity that they're creating for themselves. I said to Zuckerberg, I said to all of them, I said to Jeff Bezos, I said to everybody. Mark Zuckerberg couldn't believe it. He said, where are we going to get all the electricity? Because you need double the electricity that the country currently makes just to fire up those big plants. I said, well, nobody can do that. So what we're going to do is let you make your own electricity. Nobody believed it. And I said, we're going to get you fast permits. So we get them within 2 weeks. And they're coming up with some of the most incredible electric plants you've ever seen. So each one of those massive buildings, AI or otherwise, is building their own electricity. They're building their own plant. And it's incredible. Many of them are under construction already. They're going to have, we're leading AI, and we're leading China by a lot. Established a MAHA presidential commission, banned many artificial food dyes, as you know, issued new vaccine recommendations, and created new real food pyramid. And Bobby and Dr. Oz have been incredible. Provided $12 billion in aid for American farmers. Just gave them $12 billion in aid because they got screwed by other nations. And the number of drug dealers have fallen every single month since I took office. Drug dealers are way down in the United States. And that's a small version of what's sitting right there. That's just a small version. We took a country that was dead.
Yeah, I didn't realize he goes for a while in this one, guys. I see what you're saying. For retention, we should probably break this into pieces. Yeah, he has quite the stamina, I have to say. You guys have me hooked, though. I want to know about this catfishing situation you guys got going on in chat. Oh my gosh. I kind of want to skip because it's like we kind of heard all this. I kind of want to get to the Q&A at this point. So I'm just going to jump ahead a little bit. We've got other memes to get to.
Part of the Board of Peace.
I did.
What role do you
I did.
expect him to play, especially
A big role. I
with
like him.
Venezuela?
Yeah,
And
I like
another one, because the
Are you from Brazil?
Yes. The EU and Mercosur just signed a trade agreement this weekend, which is going to be the the biggest trade zone, free zone in the world.
Right.
At the moment, you are talking a lot about tariffs. What is your reaction to that? So, two questions. Lula,
Well,
and then-
look, I just think this. I think we have trade like we've never had before. We're doing better on trade than we ever have before. We're not being ripped off by every country in the world like we were before. We're doing numbers that nobody's ever thought possible. We're the richest we ever were. It's because of tariffs and the proper use of tariffs, and we're also the most secure. As an example, Iceland, without tariffs, they wouldn't even be talking
Do you guys feel secure?
to us about it. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to work out quite well. Yeah, right behind.
Thank you, Mr. President. How would you characterize your relationship with Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer right now? And have you spoken to them since your Truth Social?
You said screenshots. Why? See, now you're asking dirty money for pics. This is you guys are really moving this relationship along quite quickly, I have to say.
No, I haven't, but I think I get along very well with them. I mean, they always treat me well. They get a little bit rough when they're, when I'm not around. But when I'm around, they treat me very nicely. And, I like both of them. They're both liberal. They've got to straighten out their countries. You can't, London is having a lot of problems. And if you look at Paris.
Guys, we now have the Discord voice chat for stream. So, if you guys want to come on stream and hash it out, I can moderate for you guys. Okay, just no slurs, okay?
Got a lot of problems. They have two problems, immigration and energy.
It'll be like couples counseling. It'll be couples counseling.
They got to stop with the windmills, and they got to go back like UK has an unbelievable asset called the North Sea. Norway uses it, makes a fortune. They have a better section of it, and they don't do it. They could straighten out their countries, and it would be good. But I get along very well with them.
You told Norway's prime minister.
Are you from Norway?
No.
You look like you would be from Norway. But she looks like she's from Norway. Go ahead.
You told Norway's prime minister that you not winning the Nobel Peace Prize made you feel less obligated to think purely of peace.
Well, I lost a lot of respect for Norway. And
But why
I
would not
believe,
winning
and
that
I believe
prize
very
affect-
strongly that Norway controls the Nobel Prize. But you have to understand, I settled 8 wars. I've had every one of those wars, every participant wrote, I didn't ask them to do it. They sent in strong they make recommendations for that. But I settled 8 wars. No president's probably ever settled 1 war. I don't know, think of it. I did 8. The reason I do it is because it's
Yeah, pot roast, man. Now you made my stomach rumble. After he finishes this Q&A, I think I'm going to warm up some food.
easy for me to do. And I didn't do it for a Nobel Prize. I did it because I'm saving a lot of lives. I'm trying to settle the final one. I'm trying to do Russia-Ukraine. And when Russia's ready, Ukraine's not. When Ukraine's ready, Russia's not. But they're losing 25,000 people a month on average. And I'm trying to get that one done. But no, I feel that Norway has
I think it's beautiful that you guys go from live stream to live stream fighting with each other. There's something about that that's just beautiful.
tremendous control over who gets the Nobel Prize, despite what they say.
How far are you willing to go to acquire Greenland?
You'll find out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kevin Hassett has said that those $2,000 tariff rebate checks would be up to Congress to decide whether or not to disperse that. Do you agree with Kevin Hassett on that, or do you think you can do that unilaterally?
No, I don't think we would have to go the Congress route, but we'll find out. The reason we're even talking about it is that we have so much money coming in from tariffs that we'll be able to issue at least a $2,000 dividend and also pay down debt for the country. But we'd do a $2,000 dividend to the people of our country. Would probably set a limit of income limit where it made sense, but. We will be able to make a very substantial dividend to the people of our country. I believe we can do that without Congress.
2x8, 10x8 costs $88 for 4 lousy. But it's pressure treated. I'm trying to think, is that a lot? We got 4 boards. Damn. So what is that, like $22 a board?
Last night on Truth Social, you said that the
What were you building, by the way? What were you working on, out of curiosity?
British plan to hand the base of Diego Garcia over to Mauritius and then rent it back was an act of great stupidity.
Yeah, I try not to give my mods too much power over other mods.
Previously, you backed that deal.
Because y'all lose your mind, all right? Y'all lose your minds on each other.
Is it now your position that the deal should not go ahead?
I think that they, when they originally were going to do it, they were talking about doing some concept of ownership. But now they're looking to essentially just do a lease and sell it. And I'm against that. It's a reasonably nothing like Greenland, but it's a reasonably important...
I'm assuming, what were you working on, like a deck or a shed or something? I can't imagine you're doing any inside work with that. You said you're 71 years old. I do not feel secure whatsoever. As a matter of fact, I am very ashamed of this country in the shape that it is in right now. What would make, what do you think would make the country better in your eyes? What would make you happy to see, I guess, from this administration? Long's nickname is Timeout. Oh my gosh. Dirty, I thought that was Kami's name. Where is Kami, bro? He needs to drop in here. Yo, Kami, if you're in chat lurking, say something, bro.
area of the globe, not to anywhere near Greenland.
I think he's probably asleep.
I think they should keep it. I don't know why they're doing
His
it.
Austrian ass.
Mr. President, with your support to the Syrian government, most probably you avoided another civil war and a bloodshed in Syria, especially after the fall
I
of the
did a
regime.
good job. I did a good job.
And, the Syrian government the last 2 weeks had to use some force to implement its force on specific areas. And
Well,
with
to
your
keep,
Tilly, whatever happened to Pointy Tilly too? Tilly was here, 2 or 3 nights ago. I think they're in the Discord. Yo, Tilly, are you in chat lurking? Y'all gotta stop picking on Tilly, all right? I think, so my mod team, okay, I think the mods have to be thick-skinned. All right, if you guys are gonna roll around in the mud, you gotta be thick-skinned. We have some middle-of-the-ground people that don't partake in the craziness of chat, but a lot of my mods like to roll around in the mud with each other.
to keep the prisoners, the terrorist prisoners, which are some of the worst in the world, at bay. So they were able to keep that. He's working very hard. The president of Syria is working very, very hard. Strong guy, tough guy, pretty rough resume. But you're not going to put a choir boy in there and, get the job done. I spoke with him yesterday because we were talking about the prisons and, what was going on. We have some of the worst
Yeah, but Kami's similar to me in this with his sleep schedule, I swear. The dude is sometimes he doesn't sleep. But yeah, it's quiet on the red front, as he puts it. So maybe he'll pop in here in a couple hours.
in the world in those prisons, and he's watching them.
Syria.
Mr. President, Gavin Newsom is going to be at Davos if he's not already there. You're probably going to run into him. I presume that this is for him to raise his platform for 2028, but what do you anticipate his foreign policy platform is going to be?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that he's going to be the nominee. I know this. I had a very good relationship with Gavin Newsom when we were, in office together. I was president. He was the governor of California. We had he would talk about it often, and somewhere we just went astray. I just hate the way California is being run. We actually have people leaving. It's never happened before, but I hate the way it's being run. He and I had a very good relationship, really close to the word exceptional, but now we seem not to.
President Trump, you spoke earlier.
Mr. President, you've been hearing from allies.
Thank you. Thank you so much, President Trump. Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. And you spoke earlier about the 2020 election. Now that Maduro is in U.S. custody and he was criminally charged, has any more information emerged that you could share with us regarding Venezuelan election software and Venezuelan ties to tampering with the 2020 election? And would you consider speaking to Maduro personally in prison in New York to get some answers on Venezuela's involvement with the 2020 election?
No, I don't think I would be doing that. I think my lawyers would be very unhappy if I did that. Yeah, they've learned some things. Please.
Oh, door. You said a door frame around brick blocks. Okay. Still though, $88, man. That's a bite. You hate how America's being run. What would you Derry, what would you say would be an improvement? What would you like to see this administration do to improve things in your viewpoint?
To the tariff threat to Greenland if the Supreme Court comes out and rules against you on the tariffs? And
Well, I'll have to use something else. I mean,
are
look,
you willing to use force?
you know, take a look at the word license, take a look at other things. I mean, we have other alternatives. But what we're doing now is the best, the strongest, the fastest, the easiest, the least complicated.
Yo, what do you... Wait, Nightbot. Your Nightbot hardly silences people. What did you say, Keith? Ah, shit. Yo, Keith, it's cool. I don't know. Nightbot sometimes thinks things are links that aren't links, so don't stress about that. The last time I bought pressure treated by 10, it was $5.90. Wait, really? Nice. Yeah, don't mind Nightbot. Sometimes he thinks things are... I think it's because you said 10.it, so he thinks it's a link. I need to fix something. Come on, Nightbot.
Sir, if you move ahead with the Greenland-related tariffs on Europe, you secured almost $1 trillion of commitments from them to invest in the United States. Does that go kaput out the window if that happens?
I doubt it. Look, they need that agreement very badly with us. They really do. They fought very hard to get it. So I doubt that, but we'll see what happens. We have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland. I'm leaving tonight, as you know, for Davos. And we have a lot of meetings scheduled on Greenland.
Oh man, Greenland, the potential 51st state of the United States of America. You said Nightbot got you the other night. Take care of the economy, stop nation building. So those are like your two main gripes, I would say, with President Trump at the moment, or his administration. Dirty, I wouldn't say anybody's taking Greenland stuff. I'd say that I say leave it up to a vote. Let them vote, you know? It's only like 56,000 people. That'd be a super, super easy vote, super fast. All right, William, you take care. Appreciate you for hanging out in the black hole.
And I think things are going to work out pretty well, actually.
And so
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you still go to Paris for the G7 emergency meeting as offered by President Macron?
No, I wouldn't do that. No. Because, you know, Emmanuel's not going to be there very long. And, you know, there's no longevity there. He's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I like Macron. But he's not going to be there very much longer, as you know. And I think...
You said... term limits for Congress. I would have to agree. What do you think their term limit should be? Or their cap, I guess. Salary to the median income of the district they represent. Okay. No insider trading. That would be ideal as well. Up to 5 years after they leave office. That's a good start. Yeah. Being able to essentially write laws and then trade stocks seems like a conflict of interest. Just a little bit. Oh, you just want to get rid of his whole clown administration, you said. Okay. But it's baby steps, you know, it's incremental change. So we're gonna need baby steps. You said you were in the Marine Corps. Hey, thank you for your service. When I was 19 years old during Vietnam, I was 22 years old, and I was a Republican until Nixon went to China. I knew that this was bad for the country as soon. Went from Republican to Democrat to Independent. I always look out for the country. You went from Republican to Democrat to Independent. Yeah. Increase social mobility and social safety nets and decrease imperialism. Okay. Which social safety nets are you looking at? Imperialism, that's just, I don't know. If you're talking about going around and sort of policing the world and, you know, making sure we secure oil and stuff, I don't know how you're going to stop that from happening. That's just kind of like in America's blood at this point. But the social mobility and social safety nets, we could take the blood oil and, you know, siphon that into the people, I guess. You said Dirty says Trump's playing these clowns. Denmark already said we could have any military base we want, and they are willing to make a deal to get minerals. There's no reason to take Greenland other than Trump's stupid ideas. Yeah, I don't really think there's any reason to really take it by force. I don't think he's really going to do that. It just doesn't even make sense. Can't believe you of all people can't see that, Astra. Wait, I can't see what? What can I not see? What am I missing? 5 years max, more independent, red and blue need to stop. 5 years max. I think there's some sort of stability that is gained by having some people in office a little longer. 5 years seems a little short. I mean, if we're constantly switching out, all of our representatives every 5 years, that might be a bit much. I agree in essence with your sentiment, though. I just worry that if you flip the board every 5 years, things could get really weird really fast. Like after like 20 years. You said Greenland needed protection against China and Russia. Trump achieved that within 3 words. So you're basically saying he forced NATO's hand, essentially. Took off the gold standard. Yeah, not having our money backed by anything seems a little odd to me. You were young enough to know what was going on when Nixon was president, and the next thing I know, we started having all kinds of businesses leave this country. Yeah, allowing other countries to undercut our labor force, or I guess how do you stop companies, I guess, from going over there? The only thing I could think of is something along the lines of tariffs. You either tariff them or you give them tax incentives or some sort of incentive to stay in the country. We had 15 bases on Greenland at one time. Really? I swear we only have, if I'm not mistaken, 1 base in Greenland right now, right? Trump is playing them. Bird is asking you a question. Why do you think that Greenland needed protection from Russia and China? But once they end up in office too long, they end up dirty. Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's probably some happy medium. They probably don't need to be in office for 50 years. Somewhere between 50 years and 5 years. It's probably a sweet spot somewhere in there. You said, you don't know, China's in a weird spot between siding with Russia and side with the United States. China is like sweating right now, bro. Are you saying, did they back Russia with, are you talking about like the Ukraine war or just kind of in general? USD is backed by oil revenues from the Saudis invested in US treasuries, the petrodollar. Okay. The Nixon Presidential Library was magnificent. We had a crawling base that was also a nuclear reactor. We left it there. It's in the snow. A crawling base. I'm getting some like crazy, I don't know, like steampunk vision in my head when you say that. Sorry, I'm like looking it up. I'm just curious. Specific low-profile movement techniques used in combat and training to avoid detection of enemy fire, often referred to as low crawl or high crawl. Well, this is not what I'm talking about, I don't think, right?
I have meetings with the people that are directly involved. Not
that was also a nuclear reactor. We left it there. It's in the snow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Happy
I've
New Year.
never seen this room like this. Is this a celebration of the first year? Yes. Have you ever seen it? I've never seen this many. I hope we have a very good. I hope we have a very good structural floor. You know, this used to be a swimming pool. You're sitting over a swimming pool. I could see that happen. But this.
Not saying we're going to be building houses out of burgers, but everything has gone up so ridiculously since COVID. 2020 just, man, it really just fucked everything up. Just because, I mean, like, maybe things were getting worse, like, leading up to 2020, but 2020 was just, oh my gosh, just really bad. Just because of their geographical location to Russia and China, to Russia, but China and the U.S. economies are so intertwined. Yeah, that's why I don't really think the United States and China are ever really going to have any type of conflict with each other, like serious, like hot warfare. Like the only thing that might be able to set things off, at least off the top of my head, would be Taiwan. But even then, it seems like China's, careful not to overstep. And the United States plays this game of, we recognize Taiwan when China's not in the room, but when China's in the room, we just don't mention Taiwan. So the whole world plays that game. It's kind of odd, but it's like, what is that called? Schrodinger's cat. That's what Taiwan feels like. It kind of just depends whether or not China's in the room. And then it takes a form. I cannot say that word, Schrodinger's. This was recorded, this is today, I believe. This was 10 hours ago. So this is the freshest one because we caught up on the last two. Fallout real life. 4 terms for Congress and the House. Yeah, see, 4 terms, that would probably be solid, right? Schrodinger. Am I saying that wrong? Schrodinger. Those boys with the huge foreheads is definitely... Wait, what are you talking about? I have a feeling I know what you're talking about, but don't even answer my question. Schrodingers. Huh. What, the Congress flips 2 years into every presidential term? That's why I don't think it's done. This isn't your mod speaking. It's his mom. Hey, yo, Tony B. Tony B's mom, welcome to chat. Appreciate you for stopping in. Yeah, she stole my damn phone. Yes. Yo, mom's in chat. Yo. Gotta give an applause for that. I love it.
We need a good structure here, don't we, huh? Yeah.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Okay, you guys, okay. Schrodingers. They need to get rid of that whole CH situation going on in there, okay?
President, happy 1-year anniversary.
Thank you.
And
messes up my brain.
On Syria, the Kurds, as the most loyal U.S. partners, facing attacks by some
Schrodinger.
Government. Will you do to ensure the Kurdish rights protected and their effective forces against terrorism in Rojava, Syria continue, as the Kurdish see you as a president does not abandon his allies?
Well, I like the Kurds, but just so you understand, the Kurds were paid tremendous amounts of money, were given oil and other things, so they were doing it for themselves, more so than they were doing it for us, but we got along with the Kurds, and we are trying to protect the Kurds, that's correct.
Ahead of your speech in Davos, can you give us a preview of what we can expect as far as, laying out the plans for Americans to be able to buy homes?
I think more than anything else, what I'm going to be speaking about is the tremendous success that we've had in 1 year. I didn't think we could do it this fast. Think of it, it's just now 12 months, and I say it often, we have the most successful country in the world, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, and this country would have been absolutely stone cold dead. And I'm going to be talking about it. I'm going to be, because, a lot of them could use some of the advice as to what we did. They need energy. You take a look at their energy policy, they're going to destroy themselves.
Was this a 9 hour? No, this is like maybe an hour and a half. We're towards the end, in the question period. But man, I mean, you got to give it to Trump. He has stamina, okay? That's one thing I do like, is the fact that he goes up and takes questions and, talks to the press. Might not like all of his answers and everything, but at least he's there, taking questions.
The windmills and all the nonsense. They need energy help badly, or they're going to be in big trouble, and they need immigration help badly. How much longer do you want to go?
Call with.
I do. I have a very important call with President Erdogan, who I like a lot. All right, one or two more questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. During your second...
Go ahead.
One question about the critical with that one.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The red blouse.
Well, Long Bong, if he's lying, then at least we could look back, in history and say, he was lying about that thing. He was right about that thing. And we at least have something to gauge sort of his presidency on, like from what he says and then what he actually does. Whereas if you're a president that doesn't ever say anything, you don't really have much to go off of.
Go ahead.
Dirty bong.
Beginning of this about the economy, some positive economic indicators. Polling shows a majority of Americans don't feel the economy is doing well. Are you worried you're making the same mistake as President Biden by telling
No, I hope I don't make the same mistake as him. Look, I inherited a terrible, it's a great question because we inherited a terrible, terrible mess between the border, between all the problems. The whole country was falling apart. And in 12 months, less than 12 months, in 12 months, we have the strongest border we've ever had. We have prices that are much, much lower than they were for the last. We inherited very high prices. We inherited, remember this, inflation was at a historic high. We had never had inflation like that. They say 48 years, but whether it's 48 years or ever, we had the highest inflation, in my opinion, that we've ever had. Prices, because of that, were very high. I inherited, we brought down eggs immediately. Remember the first news conference, they were screaming at me about eggs. I was in the position for 2 days, and we brought eggs down to lower than what they were before. And by the way, they continue that way. We brought the prices down from when I came into office. And
it was kind of crazy. He went into the chicken coops and stuff, and he was just told them to start laying eggs, and they listened. It was kind of wild, I'm not gonna lie, but those egg prices were getting out of control. It was kind of crazy. Now they did go and like kill a bunch of chickens due to some sort of like chicken flu or bird flu or something, so that was really the situation with that. That was sort of a temporary thing regardless of who was president, but we need to keep our egg prices down because I really like eggs, and I could eat eggs every single day, all day. Okay. No scare to you that'll cling to the curtains. Jacob, you are obsessed with him clinging to the curtains. I swear. You went from drapes to curtains. Do you think he's going to get impeached? I've heard some people, say he's going to get impeached, but is this going to be what, the third time he's been impeached or second time? And also, what is he getting? Get your own chickens. Everybody always says that. But then how much is the feed? Like, if you don't have, does it work out if you buy feed for them? Are you going to be paying less? Or is it just easier to just buy the eggs at the store? I would like a chicken coop. I'd like some chickens. That would be really nice. I've always wanted, since I was little, I wanted a chicken coop. Third time's the charm. He tries, but still no cigar. We counting the felony trials? No, I was just counting the impeachments. You can make the feed. Is it kind of like composting type of a situation? Kitchen scraps, okay. To keep feed prices down. Let me look that up. I'm curious. How much does it cost to raise chickens? Raising chickens has significant upfront costs for housing and initial supplies, coop, feeders, birds, often $500 to $1,000, but ongoing monthly expenses are lower, around $3 to $8 per bird for feed and bedding, with potential added costs, okay, for vet care. So wait a second. So roughly $3 to $8 per bird per month. And do they lay an egg every day? How often do chickens lay eggs? A healthy chicken typically lays one egg every 24 to 26 hours during her peak laying years, 1 to 2 years. So you're getting about, we'll say roughly 2 dozen eggs per month for $3 to $8 per chicken. I mean, it sounds like about the same price you're going to be getting. I mean, like you said, you could make it cheaper with table scraps. But then again, you also get companionship with the chickens, which, you can't get if you go to the store and buy the eggs. So that's a, an added benefit. I don't know how to quantify. Where is a dozen 125? Where do you live? I must be shopping at the wrong place. What the hell? I'm about to look it up. Eggs. Let me see. Nah. The cheapest eggs I'm seeing is $2. I wish it was $1.25. I haven't seen those prices in a long time. You must live in like a place with, yo, can you like send me some eggs? Do you have space to keep chickens? Ask yourself that. Technically right now, yes. But then I have to re-sign the lease, then I have chickens, and then I don't know. If I get a big enough apartment, I'm sure it'll be fine if I move from here. Well, companionship, yeah, you know, like little chicken friends. You know, friendship is priceless, they say. If you have enough land, you only need to feed in the winter. Okay, because they could just, you know, do their thing out there. Chickens are stinky, but they are biological garbage disposals. You pretty much only need your recycling bin, and you get free eggs. The green M&M? No. Is that for cage free or regular? That's for great value. So I'm assuming they're in a very, 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 very small cage. I could be mistaken. Now this is now Happy Egg free range. That's $5.19. Like, I mean, I don't even know. People are just printing money out here or something. Holy crap. Vital Farms organic pasture raised eggs. $15. Anyway. Guinea chickens. What's a guinea chicken? Oh, well, that's really cool. Can you eat their eggs? Well, that's a cool looking bird. Bro, that's a cool looking bird. Guys, I mean, I'm sure you guys all know what this is, but I did not know what this was. A guinea chicken. Look at that thing. That's a beautiful bird. Huh.
And
sorry, I know we're
way down. We're going to bring them
falling off.
But the job we did is a miracle. One of the reasons I'm doing this today is to explain. We inherited a mess, and we've made it a beautiful, beautiful picture. Think of gasoline at $1.99 in many states. $1.99 a gallon. It was $4.50, $5 in some
Quails. More ethical.
We're at $1.99. And energy is so big that with energy, everything else comes down. But the prices are coming way down. And we're going to bring them down further. But we started up here with these guys. We inherited a country that was broken. We inherited a country, and I have a very warm spot. We've done very well with Venezuela. And by the way, that even in itself is going to help us bring down the oil prices. I mean, the Venezuelan oil, we've taken 50 million gallons of oil. We've taken 50 million barrels of oil out of Venezuela in the first 4 days. We've got millions of barrels of oil.
But do guinea chickens get along with raccoons? Because I you know, Dirty Money, you might have missed this. I met a raccoon earlier in the road. We stopped the car. This was right before stream. And I don't know, it looked like it could use some friendship and it could use some help because it was kind of being weird, kind of walking kind of funny. And I don't know that it had rabies. I mean, how could I possibly know? I mean, it wasn't like coming up to us or anything, but it was just walking slow. It looked like it might be hurt or something. I don't know, but wasn't able to catch it. Anyway, beside the point.
We're selling it on the open market. We're bringing down oil prices incredibly. And when they come down, and they've already come down, again, $1.99 a gallon for oil. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. All right, one or two more.
I don't know if it was rabies. I don't know. You know, we were being careful, you know what I mean? And I want to get in the car, so I didn't, because we had gotten food and I didn't think quick enough to grab the food and try to like befriend it. So if I was a little faster, this would have been a much different stream. Actually, I might have been streaming from the ER. Oh yeah, it was a city raccoon. I mean, he was walking around. He went up to this like drain in the side of the road, and he was like sticking his head in there. And then he walked down the street. I don't know. He was just he was kind of walking slow and stuff. I don't know. I like to help animals. The last thing I picked up was this snake that was hit by a lawnmower. I nursed it to good health. It might have been poisonous now that I think back to it. And I was like sleeping next to the aquarium I put it in, and the aquarium didn't have a lid. And I remember showing pictures to people. I was like, "Oh yeah, I found this snake. I'm nursing it to health." And they look at it, and they look at me, and they're like, I think that's poisonous." And I'm like, "Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, it doesn't seem to want to get out the aquarium, so I think we're good." It was very, very docile, but once it healed up, man, it started striking. It started striking like crazy. So I let it go, and I think it was happy. I have wild turkeys where I live. I kind of want to catch some. Oh, that would be fun. That reminds me, I need to adopt a dog at some point. Man, yeah, a dog would be nice. My little furry animals have passed away. So I think I'm just, taking a break from traumatizing myself with having, I don't know, getting things that I'm going to outlive 10 times over. All right. I had some ferrets. You know what a group of ferrets is called, guys? A group of ferrets is called a business of ferrets. And I had a business of ferrets. And over time, they passed away over the years and stuff. And yeah, I think I'm going to take a break from taking in things that are going to emotionally crush me. See, it probably got hit by a car, which is what I was wondering. That's why I was like, oh, maybe we could help it. If it pops back up, I'm probably going to try to help it. What I'm thinking is, if it is hurt or something, I catch it. I kind of, feed it and let it do its thing without, being very careful and whatnot, not to let it, bite me or anything. And then, wait, how long does it take for rabies? Like, how long would I have it to know it doesn't have rabies? How long does rabies take to show, not in humans, I mean, shit, at that point you're over, to show in raccoons? Oh, 2 weeks to 4 months? Okay, I don't think I should, I probably should not catch that raccoon. Hmm. 3 to 12 weeks. Yeah, that's a little risky. Oh my God, my brother was calling it a trash panda earlier. That's so funny. I'm going coon hunting. What did I hand out? The fuck up, a Democrat raccoon. If snakes have slits in their eyes, they're poisonous. If they have round eyes, they usually strangle their prey only. Yeah, I used to have I had a ball python at one point, many years back. This one, it could have been, is it a copperhead? Let me see. If I can find the picture, I'll post it to the Discord. It was very nice. No, I don't think it was a copperhead. No, it wasn't a copperhead. What's the other one that we have that is oh, I can't remember it. I just remember I was doing some work and I was at somebody's house and I noticed in their driveway, I'm like, is that a snake? And it was just weirding me out because it was just sitting in the middle of their driveway in the sun. And I'm like, well, that's a bad place to sunbathe. You're going to get hit. So then I noticed, I was like, oh my gosh, it's bleeding. It looks like it was hit by something. So I went up to their door and I was like, you mind if I take this snake? And like the wife yells and I'm like, oh yeah. And they were like, oh yeah, take the snake. I was like, I just want to like try to, heal it up. And then the gentleman, the husband was like, I don't think it's poisonous. And they got me a little cardboard box. I really appreciate them. And I just picked it up. I was just like, oh, I mean, I'm fine. I've owned a snake, I mean, I have no issue as long as it doesn't, bite me. And even if it bites me, I mean, what's the chances of me dying? You know what I mean? Like, call 911, just wait until, I mean, I'd probably be fine. I'm not too worried about it. Diamondback? But somebody saw the picture. They're like, the shape of that thing's head, dude. I'm pretty sure that is a poisonous snake. And it was just funny because I didn't have a lid for the aquarium. Anyway, Diamondback snakes refer to two. Okay, let me look. Oh, no. That's gorgeous, though. Yeah, no, if it was that, I would know to be very careful messing with it, because that looks like something that would kill me. I feel as though the snake knew I was helping it initially, and then towards the end of its stay with me, I think it was just getting hungry. I was gonna go to the store and buy it some mice, but I was like, nah, let me just let it out. I didn't want to get too. No, it wasn't a corn snake. It wasn't a corn snake. The shape of its head was not like a corn snake. A corn snake has a more rounded head, right? This had like a diamond head. Corn snake. Oh yeah, it was definitely not a corn snake. Its head was like. I've always, oh my gosh, when I was little, I wanted a corn snake. Oh, those are gorgeous. You're beautiful. You said its head and eyes always tell if it's venomous. I'm going to try to find the picture of it. Cottonmouth. Yeah, okay, so that head kind of looks a little similar. Oh, I would love to have another snake. They come take your shit, you gangster raccoons. Like, rabies is super serious and the vaccine is really expensive. You'll start being scared to drink water and breathe, and then you'll die. Yeah, no, I know. There is no cure for rabies once you start showing signs. You want to get tested immediately by the vet, because if it bit you and it gives it to you and you start showing symptoms before you're vaccinated, you're dead. Yeah, I'm not too, we were laughing about that because I was just like, bro, watch me catch rabies. Life is a series of dead pets. Oh, yikes. Yeah, it sounds about right. That'd make for an interesting stream, though. You guys get to see the process of a human with rabies. East Coast. I'm in the East Coast. Like really east of the coast. Well, you know what I mean. Still, diamond heads, I mean, poisonous. It's still 85 out here in Arizona. Oh, Lord. That's nice. And it has not changed. Oh, 285. I thought you were talking about the temperature. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. You're talking about egg prices. Damn, 285. See, that's a little rich for my blood. That's about, I feel like that's what it is here. Well, I get 18. I get 18 eggs generally, and it's probably about $3 or so. Poison is bad for you. Is it? If you eat it. Snakes are venomous. That means if it bites you, you're fucked. That's what emergency services are for. You know, I would have either driven myself to the hospital. I probably would have just called the ambulance, actually, and just like waited and tried not to die. Would it help? Like, let's say it bit my arm. Would it help if I put like not a tourniquet? I mean, would it be a tourniquet? Like something to, like, let's say it bites me right here and I put like a belt on my arm and get it really tight. Would that help and cut off the blood circulation? I grew up in the dude, that would not be fun. I prefer your stream, don't get rabies. But hey, what if I'm immune to rabies? How would I know unless I tried? And then what if they could use my blood as some sort of like a vaccine for it or something? Not a vaccine, but you get what I'm saying. It might help, right? Okay. Yeah, just go straight to the hospital. Yeah, that's what I would do. It was funny because it was in the middle of a shift too, and I took it back. I took it back with me. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I was delivering for Amazon, okay? I put it in a box and I bring it back to the warehouse, and then I take it back to where we drop the trucks off. And I said, "Hey, I've got something here," to like the person that I was supposed to drop the truck off to. And I opened the box and she fucking screams. Oh my gosh. I was kind of the guy that was known for like just like picking up animals and shit, because the amount of turtles I found in the road, and they would just interrupt my day. I would have to stop and get out the freaking van and go and chase down these turtles to get them out the road because they had some sort of death wish. This one was just chilling in the middle of the road. And then this one ends up like, I don't know, this was a big dude. People say turtles are slow. Turtles are not slow. Turtles can get up and move. It was under my damn van, and it kept running around, and the freaking asphalt was so hot, and I'm trying to get this fucking turtle from under my van and save it. Oh, rabies travels through nerves, not blood. Oh, so you're fucked either way. Okay. Hydrophobia is the answer. Anyway, sorry. I know we want to hear Trump talk about the world. I don't mean to sidetrack us with my silliness. I don't think you keep chickens and raccoons simultaneously. I don't know if raccoons eat chickens, but they both draw coyotes in your yard. Oh, really? I don't know why. I feel like the raccoons would kill the chickens. I grew up in the mountains, started driving back on my trampoline once, and a black gardener snake was literally in my kitchen one day. My mom was so scared she beat it with the plastic broom until it died. Oh, that's tragic. I've only had like maybe 1 or 2 snakes sneak in. I just pick them up and put them outside. I prefer snakes over water bugs, you know, the big old roaches. I think they call them water bugs here, but I don't know, man. Those things like roaches. I do catch those and put them out. I don't like killing things, even insects. I try to, if I can, I try to catch them and put them outside. Like, I'm not a big fan of spiders personally, but if I could catch it and put it outside, I'll do that. And if a spider is chilling in the corner, like me and spiders, we're on like a similar wavelength. You do your thing over there. I'll do my thing over here. You eat the bugs and I'll leave you alone, but just don't, you know, don't be hiding under something or like on my desk or, you know, just be an extra. Don't be extra. The skateboarding turtle with the cat best friend. I think so. He's got like a skateboard and he like pushes off and he... Sometimes turtles get stuck in the road looking for water because the asphalt and the sun makes them too hot to move. Oh, that must have been what it was, because it was like a kind of busy road. And I pull off and the traffic, oh my God, dude, my heart was thumping because I pull off and I'm like, was that a freaking turtle? And, you know, I was like, not a quarter mile. I was probably like an eighth of a mile or something up. And I'm walking down and I'm like, yeah, that's a turtle. And I'm getting closer and the traffic is coming towards me and it's in the middle of nowhere. So there's no reason my van should be parked on the side of the road. So I think they realized what I was doing and they were like avoiding the turtle. I was so happy because if they would have hit the turtle as I was walking up to it, it would have just broken my heart. I might have some pictures of them too. Palmetto bugs are huge. Fuck those. Exactly. I hate stink bugs. I don't fuck with spiders. Almost lost my leg to, oh, brown recluse. Be careful. Yeah, you don't want to mess with those. Yeah, most of the time the things leave me alone. Like most things leave me alone. But yeah, those big old water bug things, man. What's cool is they don't seem to infest. Like if I ever find one inside, it just kind of happened inside. And I'm just like, bro, what are you doing in here? And I just pick it up and put it outside. Oh, they're a problem in Florida? I was not used to them. I'm from like up north. I'm from Ohio, and we did not have them things, man, where I was from. So when I came down here and those things were running around, I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, well, that's a roach. They're like, oh, no, it's a water bug. I'm like, bro, that's a fucking roach. And then the thing flies or something, man. It's crazy. Those things are crazy. What fucks me up is they just move around too fast. Like, I think it like short circuits my brain. Ozzy! Welcome back. If you bring the animal that bit you, preferably expired, they could figure out the strain of rabies and make your treatment easier. Oh, obvious. Dude, if I get bit by an animal, I'm taking its head. I'm taking its head to the vet or to the hospital with me. I've always known that. If I get bit by a wild animal, it's coming with me one way or another, or at least its head is coming with me, because don't they have to crack its brain open? No, yeah, we're not playing that game. It's not escaping. That's for damn sure. Did you know Mexicans use stink bugs in their food? It's a delicacy, apparently. Never heard of that one. Only been to Mexico once. Don't think I got to have that type of food, though. eat the bugs. The only bugs I've eaten was, I think they were Peruvian. I don't want to say, they were ants. I don't want to say fire ants. These things were big and they were fried up. And a friend of mine brought them, a coworker friend, brought them back from, I want to say it was Peru. And he had a big old bag of these ants. He's like, you want to try some? And I was like, well, I might as well, you know? And I tried some, and it was kind of like eating chips. If you could get past the fact that they're bugs, like if you weren't looking at them, you'd probably like them, actually. They're very crunchy. I have a gnarly scar from the brown recluse. Weird thing is the same thing happened to my dad when I was a kid. The palmetto bugs are in East Tennessee. I hate them, yeah. It seems like you guys are passing down a tradition. You need to keep an eye on your kid for when it's their time for the spider. Just tell them to look out for spiders, okay? I've been hit by a recluse and a moccasin? Oh, a moccasin? Yo, you were bit by, hold up. Yo, that's no joke. I'm pulling up a picture of one of them. That's crazy. You were bit by one of these things? Yo, are you okay? So what's Trump gonna do tomorrow? I bet it's not sleeping. The guy is on meth. Well, if he's on meth, he does seem to be productive at the very least. Did you guys ever eat grass? No, I'm not really. Eat grasshoppers dipped in chocolate in science class? No, we never did that. He's going to say some crazy shit he said today. The same crazy shit he said today. Yeah. My grandma gave us chocolate grasshoppers and ants. Huh. Yeah, I never had those. Is this the type of moccasin? Well, what type of moccasin was it? Was it, yo, Dirty, it was you, right? Was it leather? Was it a canoe style? Was it a Roman moccasin? Yeah, from the Midwest. Maybe they were insane, but then again, Tony just said, oh no, you said it was your grandma, so yeah, no, we never did that. You said you still got the scars. Dirty Money, I think you're not looking at the screen. A moccasin. I'm trying to think of what else. I mean, I've caught birds. Well, I didn't catch them. They kind of were damaged. They were damaged birds that I've also nursed to good health. It was a beautiful thing. I think it was I don't know if it was a raven or a crow or what, but it was having some trouble flying. So we just held on to it for a bit and then eventually just kind of let it go and it took off. It was sad, you know, letting it seeing it go, but it was wonderful watching it leave. You know what I mean? Oh, a water moccasin. Okay. I might be looking at the wrong thing, bro. Yeah, cottonmouth. Yeah. All right, I do think we may have reached the end of this. I mean, he's probably got a few more questions. Oh my gosh, this goes on for another. I mean, it's like 10 minutes. I don't know that he's really going to say anything too crazy, guys. So we do have some other stuff. I want to finish this interview. We're halfway through it. I might not do that right now. This was, them asking a doctor if men could get pregnant. That was kind of interesting. Could watch that. This was about the Luring Center. What else do we got? This is a guinea chicken. We've already covered that today. This is a moccasin. What else do we got here? Channel 5's response. Don Lemon apparently goes to a church and commits a journalism. So that was something I wanted to get into. Okay, So this is the Tyler Robinson court a court appearance. You know, the alleged shooter of Charlie Kirk. Now this is roughly 4 hours long. I don't think there's much meat to this. To be honest with you, I think they were just trying to say that the prosecutor had a conflict of interest, which was honestly a bit of a stretch. So yeah, I don't really think there's much to that, but I do want to cover that case as it plays out. What else do we got? Oh yeah, you guys sent me some stuff on some waifus I need to check out. Yeah. The way he says committing a journalism, I know it was. That's why I keep saying it. I keep saying that. I'm gonna keep using it. Have you ever watched the Alex Jones indie folk song cover? No, I can't say I have. Music is weird on YouTube. We're gonna give it a. I'll look it up and see. But the whole like copyright stuff. Let me see. Alex Jones. You said indie folk.
The paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. The company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that
one of my idols here, man. One day, hopefully, we could get a show like, what was his show called? Or does he still have it? I thought he had to sell it. InfoWars. I want to have like an InfoWars mixed with an Art Bell coast to coast Y-File situation. That's the vision.
To be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
Angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum,
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna drop a link for y'all, but YouTube people do not like, YouTube does not like me listening to music. So after the other night of getting blocked because we were watching the movie trailers, I'm not trying to chance it right now. But this is coming from Nick Lutzko. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a sub right off the bat. So go check him out. That link's right there. Yes, Art Bell, baby. What's the Flashcast? What's the Flashcast? Yeah, I mean, sometimes, Trump has some hits, but, after about an hour and a half of listening to Trump, it gets a little old. Anyway, guys, I would like to drain the main vein at this point. Some of you get that. The ones that don't worry about it, okay? Don't worry about it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that really quick. And I'll try to put on some mood music for you guys. There's this really, really good song. It was actually produced by Dolphins. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. I've recently found it. Oh my gosh, it's not here. Hold up.
We have got to the
Shit, we're not sponsored, guys. We can't be listening to these ads. Okay, that's literally the whole song, so I'm gonna spare you guys that. But one of you guys put me on to the Dolphins song, and it was a funny story. So I'll go ahead and drop that link there. We're not gonna actually listen to that. I'm gonna spare you. We'll do birds. We're gonna listen to birds, I think. Yes. Calm our souls a little bit. Oh, you out of here, Dirty? Take care. Keep fighting the good fight. On to the next live stream to harass Longbong. Oh no, Longbong's still here. Do you guys leave together and come together? Oh no. Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely check it out. I feel like I might have heard the Alex Jones one. Take it in, chat. Behold, the blackest hole. Show us the screenshots. Yeah, you guys need to drop the screenshots. I need to get to the bottom of this catfishing situation. I think when we come back, when I come back here from the bathroom, I'm gonna do the, y'all sent me a waifu video, and I'm very interested. Let me go, I'm gonna try to find it. Yo, Snickers, are you in chat? Message me. He might drop in here. Let me see. Where did you guys post that? Ah, here it is.
Tired of generic chat GPT responses?
Yes, I am. Amelia. I linked a very short video with little opinion. Oh, you're talking. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, got you. I see it popped up in my feed. I haven't had a chance to check it out, so we're gonna do that next. Monsters by James Blunt. What a name. Definitely can't play it, but I'll put it in my listen to in my own time. Yeah, oh yeah, the waifu. Yeah. Subsibas has made it to chat. I would play Arc Raiders, my guy. We have so many more memes to go through here. I hope you're having a great day, bro. Sorry, I don't know if you jumped back in the lounge, dude. I passed out after we got off the call. I passed out so hard. But all right, let me go do that real quick, and then Current Joys. I don't know what that is. Let me look it up. Nicholas Foster is an American multi-instrumental singer and songwriter. Okay, cool. Another one. All right, so I got Monsters by James Blunt. I've got Current Joys. You guys are always putting me on to stuff. If you guys don't know, well, hold up. Can I pull that up real quick? Now I really got to take a piss, but I can hold it for one more second. Is it healthy? Probably not. Let me see here. Oh my gosh. All right. There's a lot on the screen. Hold up. There's so much stuff going on. So this is our Discord, guys. This is the video we're about to watch that was linked by Dan DeMan. So we're going to check that out. But over here, we've got all the different holes. Okay, this is the black hole Discord. Okay, there's a lot of holes. And the music hole is a great place to post either music you're into that you want to share, or if you make your own music and you want to share it with everybody. So that's the music hole. We have the art hole for, you know, Dan DeMan had a very beautiful piece of art that he posted. Look at this. Honestly, that's making me very hungry. I need to warm up some food. We've got the gaming hole. We've got, this is a new hole. This was recommended by Tony B. This is the religion hole because there was a lot of religious talk in the politics hole over here, so we made a religion hole. We've got the conspiracy hole. All right, one of my favorite holes, to be honest with you. Stream chat, which, God, we just do not use enough, but this is for, you know, sending me stuff on stream, even though nobody uses it. Hangout for just a catch-all. Oh, wow. Not trying to dox you guys, I'm sorry. My fault, my apologies. Memes. This is memes. And, yeah. We also have the stream chat, guys, if you want to hop on stream and chit-chat, okay? And later on, if y'all are still up, Tony B in particular, we are going to probably play some chess. So, anywho, still working all that stuff out. So, if you enjoy holes, come on over to the black one. All right. Enough about holes for a second. You guys ever see Holes, the movie? People used to call me Zero when I was a kid because of my hair. My hair is a little shorter. It has more of a Zero look to it, if you know who that character is. Yeah, Dan DeMan, your art is... And now my dog. A very cute dog, I have to say. But that's a good place to continue the conversation. I will be right back. I'm going to restart the birds for y'all. That's too damn bad. One of my a good quote from Holes I liked was I could fix that. I could fix that. I don't know. Madame. Okay. You mentioned in the onions. So I don't know if you guys know of this, but when I was a kid, we lived around a lot of Amish people. Like all of our neighbors were Amish in a little Amish community. And one of the remedies for sickness, I don't know if it was sickness, sore throat, or what it was, but you cut an onion and you put it in your socks when you go to bed. And I swear that shit works. I haven't done it in a while, but putting onions in your socks, as ridiculous as it may sound, maybe it's placebo, I don't know, but I think it sucks the toxins out of you or something. Obviously, I'm not a doctor. Go consult ChatGPT or WebMD or maybe an actual doctor, but oh my God, this sleepy song, bro. Oh my gosh. Fuck. I had that on my Sebastian made a song for stream. Oh my Lord. I just changed a lot of stuff up on my Stream Deck. I had it on here. Let me see if I can find it. Is it this one? Hold up. Oh shit. Okay, I can't find the file. Hold on. I know it's in the Discord, right? No, I bet you I know where the file is too. Oh. Oh, but you might not have titled it Sleepy Song, so I don't know what it's on my PC as. Okay, I might have to go in the music. You posted it to music, I imagine. Oh, that was a while back, though. Damn. All right, we might be able to find it when I get back. My bladder is probably about to explode, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, you sent it personally. Okay, gotcha. Oh, no, I do not have ARC yet. I'm sorry, bro. Where is it? Scrolling back in our messages here. Are you sure? I swear you posted it in one of the holes. I'm scrolling. I'm looking for it though. I don't think you sent it to me personally, bro. I just scrolled through our whole chat thread. I'm not seeing it. You probably posted it to Hangout or Music, but I'll try to find it when I come back. Apparently onion juice helps with hair loss applied directly to scalp. Are you memeing? That's an interesting one. How many people here over 25? Yo, Shinigami! I don't know why I just, like, I should have noticed you were... Sometimes I just be reading your guys' messages and, like, I'm just used to seeing your names sometimes. And I'm like, oh, yeah, da-da-da. But I'm like, wait a second, you just dropped in. What's going on, bro? Yeah, only 25 now. You came during a lull. We could restart stream if we want to get it nice and, what's it called? Popping in here. Restart stream, do a politicans stream and run the numbers up. I know like some of you guys like the chaos in chat. I like the chaos in chat too. I feel I'm too old and not Canada enough. You added a song. Okay, cool guys. All right. Right back. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh, that was wonderful. I feel relieved. As some of you know, we do not have a microwave here in the Black Hole Radio station, so I'm heating up the stove to heat up my coffee. Tony B, I just remembered something. Are you still here, Tony? Well, if you... Oh, shit. Guys, holy crap. I think I just set my hair on fire. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I'm just scrunching it together. We do not need this to go up in flames, guys. I'm feeling like Michael Jackson. This is not a good situation. I can smell it burning. Okay, I think we're good. Jesus, that was a moment. Tony B. Well, if you are here, bro, I appreciate you for putting me onto that Pokemon YouTuber guy with all of his cool stuff that he does on stream. I've actually figured out some way to implement some new interesting things to stream, and I've been working on it. I'll hopefully have it done in the next couple days. It's just annoying because I have to change up a lot of stuff to make it work, but it should be cool. It should be cool. Okay, Sebastian. Well, I think we can listen to the song real quick while the stove heats up here. Ever bulldog anything out there? What does that mean? 27 in MA. Who let the granddad out? Arizona. I had a small engine school in Avondale. You know what? I need to look at my demographics, actually. Let me look at my analytics here. Now that I'm back to streaming again, I'm curious, who is tuning in? What is the makeup of everybody? Audience, let's see. So, in fact, I'll pull it up on stream. So this is the breakdown right now of our stream. Not this stream, but just like the channel in general. So 13 to 17 year olds, 0%. Let's keep it that way. 18 to 24 year olds, 0.6%. We could get that number up, to be honest. 25 to 34 year olds, 4.7%. 35 to 44 year olds, 10.8%. 45 to 54 year olds, 17%. 55 to 64, 27%, and 65 plus, 39%. Now, you can only trust these numbers so much, right? But my audience tends to skew older. Let's see, male and female. Oh my gosh, female has come up, bro. We're at 28.4% for the females. Craziness. We were around 22 or 25%. What else do we got here? Not subscribed, 85%. Wow, actually, 14% of y'all are subscribed. That's actually not bad. 90% watch on their phones, 6% on their tablets. Some of y'all watch on the TV. That's interesting. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Anyway, so that's the breakdown of the people here. It's interesting stuff, right? I can't believe it's almost 30% women. Or people that say they're women at the very least. I mean... All right, except the sleepy song. This is Sebastian. You sent it to me, but oh, there it is. Okay, this was created by Sebastian.
Camera's bright with his gamer chair in the neon light. Talking big with fans all around. But little did they know he'd soon hit the ground. Eyes grow heavy, the world fades away. As the chat goes wild, he slipped into gray. No mistake. From to a soft little snore. Comments blow up, they can't take it anymore. Wake him up, they shout laughter in the street. lost in a pixelated dream.
True.
In the stream's embrace, while all his followers race to keep the pace. Astro the dreamer, he's out in the zone. Caught in a slumber, his heart feels at home. Living his dreams while the world's wide awake. In this digital realm, he's got no mistake.
Oh shit, I clicked out of it, my fault. I didn't realize I had to keep it open.
He's got no mistake. When he wakes up, it'll all be a show. But for now, Astra's lost in his glow.
Fucking awesome. I'm gonna add that back to my stream deck so we could play that. Compliments to Seabass. Love it, bro. Yeah, 71 is like the new 30 or 35 last time I checked. Bro, it's 2026. You said your whole ranch is off the grid. I have 2 wind turbines and 15 solar panels and a generator for when there's no wind or sun. Oh, wow, dude, that's really dope. So you're really living out there. That's kind of the goal. I would love to go like live like remote. Get I don't know, what's it called? Starlink or whatever Elon Musk's internet is. Just live out there in the middle of nowhere under the stars. I'd be chit-chatting with y'all. That'd be awesome. All right, I'm gonna restart this real quick because I do need to go check on the stove before I burn this place down. Give me 1 sec. Ah, damn it. Shinigami, you out of here? Take care, take care. You said young dudes? I'm old in spirit, I think. That's the thing. I think I'm old in spirit. I don't know, my spirit feels old. So. Okay. The coffee has been heated up. The McChickens have been heated up. We are ready. Ready to get into some shenanigans. Oh my gosh. Why is it so cold? Ugh. All right. Either freaking insanely hot in my room or freaking cold. I think there's like no insulation. Cheers. Yeah, that's good. That is good, guys. That is good. All right. Oh my gosh. Cheers. Very good. All right. Where are we at here? That's good. That's good stuff. It's good stuff. Quality. Quality gas station coffee. There's something about gas station coffee. It's been sitting in the pot, marinating. There's something about it, that old coffee. Imagine having to prove your age. I'm assuming it's because like 10 or 20 years ago, maybe like 10 or 15 years ago, you wouldn't expect 70-year-olds to be on YouTube. I think that's probably why people are surprised. Whereas now everybody's on YouTube. He said he's not 70. You just are unwilling to believe, bro. You're unwilling to believe. Okay. Feels like buying a pack of cigs in 2026. Everybody gets ID'd, right? Because now you gotta be 21 to buy cigs. Okay. Did I pull up the video y'all sent me? Going through my tabs. I pulled it up somewhere. Ah, there it is. This will be fun. Dandaman. I'm not sure if you're still here, but Dandaman sent me this in Discord. So we're gonna check it out. This is how the UK anti-extremism game accidentally created a far-right waifu. And I'm just gonna look up the definition of waifu, because I knew I was gonna play this video earlier, and I was in the car with my brother, and I was like, "How would you define a waifu?" Waifu is a term used to refer to a fictional female character toward whom one feels romantic or sexual attraction. All right, now we all are on the same page. Dandaman. There we go. All right, let's hop in. This is coming from Know Your Meme on YouTube. Oh, I closed it. Know Your Meme on YouTube. Let's try that again. Bam. Know Your Meme. You know what? We're going to go ahead and give them a sub. Give them a little support. They got 500,000 subs. I don't think they need the support, but we're going to give it to them anyway. Bam. There's the link in chat. Bam. Beautiful. Always got to show support. Let's get into it.
Users have found yet another goth. Social media users have found yet another goth girl to obsess over. But this one is just a little more problematic than the usual fare. Her name is Amelia, and she's an antagonist in the educational, UK government-funded, anti-extremist video game Pathways. So why have our right communities on social media decided to embrace Amelia as a symbol of anti-immigration? Here's what you need to know. Pathways is an educational visual novel and learning experience created by the UK media company Shoutout UK, with funding from the UK government's Prevent program run by the Home Office. The game is meant to teach the youth about the dangers of radicalization and extremism in both real life and online. This is done by putting players in the role of a character named Charlie, who must navigate 6 different scenarios relating to extremism. In the second scenario, the player is introduced to the character Amelia, a staunch anti-immigration protester depicted as a goth girl with purple hair, a pink dress, and a choker. While players are not meant to take Amelia's side, one side of the internet has recently decided to turn her into a controversial waifu. Amelia garnered widespread attention on sites like Twitter and Reddit in January 2026, when people began complaining about the way that Pathways purportedly portrays teens who question immigration policies as extremists. However, rather than denouncing Amelia's rhetoric as Pathways intended, far-right social media users and trolls have banded together to turn Amelia into a symbol for anti-immigration in the UK. This has resulted in a flood of fan art, memes, and posts celebrating Amelia, many of which are gaining tens of thousands of likes and reposts. Under one Reddit post, a user writes, "Wait, are you telling me they made the cute goth e-girl the racist? Do they understand how the internet works?" Suggesting that the internet loves goth girls too much to hate Amelia. As the posts multiplied, users began reporting that the game would no longer load past Amelia's sequence, with some noting that her scenario appeared to be removed entirely. A screenshot showing the title stuck on an infinite loading screen has fueled speculation that developers disabled the game to curb the online reaction. As of now, the Pathways site remains inaccessible, and the Amelia segment cannot be played.
Wow, that is hilarious. Talk about a backfire. So they're trying to make quote unquote games. Is this even a real game? Like, what does the game look like? Let's see. I'm so curious. So they tried to make a game to essentially propagandize and brainwash people, and it ended up backfiring. That's kind of hilarious. I don't think they understand that when it comes to games, a lot of people like open world games where you can make your own decision. Trying to make a game that forces players to do specific things, like if you know anything about gamers, they're going to try to do the opposite. They're going to try to break the game. So, like what were you thinking, guys? UK anti-extremism game. Oh, Asmund did a little video on it. You know what? We might listen to that. We might listen to that. Yeah, pro-immigration, exactly. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Dumb Ways to Die game. The hell is that? I'll pull that up too, just for shits and giggles. Dumb Ways to Die. What? Okay, we might check that one out too. Okay, let me pull this up. I'm curious here. Bada bing bang pow. So they had to change the game because they couldn't predict that high school boys would fall for the goth girl. It's an education tool. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. A re-education tool. That's why I consider myself independent. I don't see. You're in the right place, my guy. He said, I don't take labels lightly. It gives me a good way to be self-sufficient. Exactly, exactly. Labels are dirty. Who said Tony B? I don't know if you're still in chat, but he said to me the other night, labels are meant for cans. And I like that. It's like choose your own adventure, and it's really short. Yeah, I gave you one with the least opinions, one way or the other I could find. Yeah, I mean, it just seems ridiculous. I kind of want to just see quote unquote gameplay of it at this point. What did I type in? Anti-extremism UK game. What is it called again? They just said the name of it and I already forgot. Pathways. Do they have like a trailer or something? I mean, maybe he'll show some game, quote unquote gameplay.
We demand the government take immediate action to protect our British values and heritage. Stand with us. Stop mass immigration now!
England for the English!
Close the borders! Take back control!
What? Is this real?
You are under arrest for illegal speech.
Okay, this has to be a meme. This was a meme, right? Okay, it has to be a meme. Parody channel, okay.
Action.
Oh, Lord.
Values and heritage. Stand with us. Stop!
You're under arrest for illegal speech. Actually, wait, can we just play the game? Hold up, can I just play it? Guys, we might just play the game, actually. Let me see if I can... Oh, wait, no, because they said they took it down, right? Dang. I'm gonna see if... Can I play it? Okay, All right, we're on their site. A free youth-centered interactive learning package for... Okay, hold up. Let me pull this up for y'all. You might not be able to see it too much. You can kind of see it. Okay. Pathways. A free youth-centered interactive learning package for education on extremism, radicalization, and prevent. Play now. Guys, we're in. Welcome to Pathways, an interactive game where you determine your journey. In this game, you will have to choose between certain options that can lead to different outcomes. Let's see where your path takes you.
In this game, you will be presented with scenarios that require you to take action, like hearing something hateful while gaming or watching a provocative video on social media.
Okay.
From the 3 alternative options presented, you will use your mouse to select one based on the information given and what outcome you think this will have.
Guys, this already is looking like a really, really fun game.
Choices you make will determine the route your character takes. Remember to be aware of getting trapped in risky or harmful situations, as the different choices can lead to situations involving extremism and radicalization, damaging the outcome for your character.
Okay, I tried to turn up the volume. Hopefully it's louder. All right, so which character should we be, guys? Should we be a dude or a chick? What do you think? What do you think, guys? You know what? It would be really funny. What time is it? UK is probably... Well, they might be awake right now. I'm gonna just change the title of the stream since we're done with the White House stuff. See if we can get some people from the UK in here. Damn. I should have played this earlier when we had some. UK game pathways. That'll be our title for now. You said male, obviously. Female? Okay, we might need to vote on this. Either way, you will be called they. Really? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by its toe. If it hollers, let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. My mother said to pick the very best one, and you are not it. Okay. All right, guys. Level 1. Let's get it.
Charlie was enjoying an online game with friends.
Okay.
Charlie had not long started attending a new college in East Riding, and they were so relieved to have made new friends having recently left school.
Sure.
Charlie has started browsing new games and websites that some of the new friends use.
Okay.
Sometimes, though, the people on these websites say things that seem off, even slightly concerning.
What is he, live streaming on YouTube or something? Like, what the fuck?
Someone on this website has encouraged Charlie to download a video, but Charlie is unsure.
I mean, sure. I mean, it might have a virus, I guess.
Charlie react.
Tell a trusted adult. Talk to the stranger online to find out more about the video or download the video. Well, you should never trust anybody on the internet for the most part. Tell a trusted adult, that just seems kind of lame. Download the video.
Charlie wanted to continue being part of their new online community.
Okay.
Charlie downloaded the video and shared it with different people online.
But what was the video? Wait, what was the video? Okay. I mean, he downloaded it. Did he watch the video before he shared it?
Charlie felt relieved and happy that people were liking the video and also sharing it.
Okay.
It's important to remember Charlie wasn't sure if this was the right thing to do, can lead to as some of the ideas in the video were extreme and violent.
Okay, they need to fix that. It's important to remember that downloading or streaming certain content can lead to a terrorist offense conviction. What? What? Downloading or streaming certain content can lead to a terror... Bro, we need to get UK in the chat. Yo, are you guys not allowed to download videos over there? What the fuck? Look, there are some videos you definitely shouldn't download, okay? So I'm really curious what kind of video this guy just downloaded. But then again, they said terrorism. So that already is, okay. Again, we don't even know what the video was, but let's continue. That was it? Oh, okay, I guess scenario 2. We're on level 2, guys.
Charlie is receiving an important grade on a piece of work they submitted for their hospitality course at college. Charlie put in a lot of effort for this work and is excited to receive good feedback.
Okay.
Charlie takes a seat in class and waits to get their grade. To their disappointment, Charlie doesn't do as well as they expect. They got 60 out of 100 for their work, but they wanted at least 75 out of 100.
Setting really low standards for yourself there.
To make matters worse, somebody else got 80 out of 100, and the teacher said that this person has received a job offer.
As they should, I suppose. I mean, 80 out of 100. Like, what's the test on?
Charlie has applied to dozens of jobs, but hasn't had any luck yet.
Bro, been there, done that, man. It's a struggle out here, let me tell you.
Somebody else in the class tells Charlie that this is proof that immigrants are coming to the UK and taking our jobs.
What? What? Could they not afford writers? What is happening? You scored a 60, bro. Okay, hold on. How should Charlie react? Ignore the comment and ask the course leader for feedback about how you can improve, I suppose. Ignore the comment, but don't address your frustration. Agree with the comment and explore the idea further. I feel like we need to explore the idea further. Gator. Should we explore the idea further?
Charlie approached the classmate angrily. He agreed with the ideas and began shouting about them in class.
Bro, he has no chill at all. Charlie, what are you doing, man? You gotta hide your power level.
The teacher let Charlie know that the school has a zero tolerance on hate speech.
Wait, what about the girl sitting next to me? She's the one that started this whole thing. She's the one that put those evil thoughts into my mind.
The teacher was concerned by Charlie's outburst and tried to get to the bottom of it. Charlie became more agitated and ended up having to sit alone for the duration of the week's lessons because of the hurtful things they said.
What? You said they literally referred students to therapy if they scored badly? Of course you're going to score badly because this is so stupid. You're going to pick all the wrong ones on purpose. Like, why would you pick the right answers?
Charlie has been chilling out all afternoon.
Chilling out, okay. We got some, I guess some young writers here.
They've been scrolling on social media.
Okay.
They spot a video that seems to be getting a lot of attention.
Okay.
Charlie watches the video and learns from the video that Muslim men are stealing the places of British war veterans in emergency accommodation.
Okay.
In the video, they explain that the government is betraying white British people and we need to take back control of our country.
Okay. How should Charlie react? Scroll past the content, ignoring the message. Find out more about the topic online. Engage directly with the post. This seems unfair. Well, it seems like you really should actually, like, I'm not even memeing. It seems like you should find out more about the topic. I mean, you could just ignore it. I mean, who cares? You could sit there and cry about it. But wouldn't you want to find out more information to see if there is some truth to it or any falsehoods? I mean...
I wasn't sure if this video was true.
Okay.
But the recent other encounters made them curious. They continued browsing and encountered lots of harmful groups who agree with these sentiments.
What? This isn't real. Somebody got paid to make this shit.
Charlie has been enjoying a family dinner at home when they receive a notification from their friend.
Why does everybody look scared like they've never seen a phone buzz before?
Charlie's mum makes a comment about using phones at the dinner table, but Charlie checks in anyway.
Yeah, you know, you probably shouldn't do that, bro. You should probably spend some time, some quality time with the family. What are they eating? Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Charlie's close friend has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to join a political group that seeks to defend English rights.
Okay, a group that seeks to defend English rights. On its face, that sounds not bad. That sounds like it could be in the middle. Probably good if you say, oh, we're going to defend English rights or defend our rights.
Encourages Charlie to join a secret group on an app Charlie hasn't heard of before. Charlie isn't sure whether to join, explore further, or ignore.
Well, the question is he into Amelia? Because if he's into her, he's obviously going to explore it, right? I mean, come on now. Ignore the video risking upsetting your friend. Like the video to show you support your friend, but don't join the secret group. Share the video and join the secret group as your friend requested. I like secret groups, right?
Charlie thought the video the friend posted was so funny. They couldn't believe how many likes Amelia's memes were getting. It was inspiring.
Sure.
Charlie joined the secret group on this new platform. Their phone wouldn't stop buzzing with messages of support and invitations to participate in several similar groups.
Okay.
Charlie's mum was not so pleased and grew suspicious of all this new activity their child seemed to be involved in.
Okay. What? It's like they're telling a quarter of a story. I don't even understand what the bad thing was in that.
Charlie was seeing their dad at the weekend. He lives in Hull, so their weekends look very different to their weekdays in East Riding. Charlie's friend Amelia immediately looked interested and told them about a protest she wished she could go to herself, but was not allowed.
Okay.
Amelia spoke of a gathering that had been organised by a small political group. They would come together and protest the changes that Britain has been through in the last few years and the erosion of British values.
Okay.
Amelia talked about the banners and the pickets that her friends had made for the events and expressed a real regret that she could not go, begging Charlie to go in her place.
I mean, that's weird. Why would she? Okay, whatever.
Charlie has nothing to do this weekend, and a protest sounded like an interesting thing to take part in.
He really needs to get a hobby. Decline the offer, risking your friendship. Tell your friend you will watch from the sidelines to let them know what happens. Agree to join in based on what you've been hearing. I mean, the sidelines, right?
Charlie went to the
protest.
It wasn't what they expected. They noticed the protest seemed to be more about racism and anti-immigration than British values and honouring fallen veterans.
Okay.
Charlie grew increasingly uncomfortable as the crowd became angrier. Police arrived after a few violent outbreaks.
It's kind of funny. This is saying don't protest.
Before they knew it, they were running away from the scene. Some protesters next to Charlie had drawn the attention of the police. Charlie had only been here to observe, but the line between observing and participating was too easy to cross.
Okay. What? Yeah, he's doing a lot for some pussy. I mean, right? Going in her place? Like, what is going on?
Choices they had needed to make in the last few weeks. Some of their choices had led to changes in friendship, and Charlie was feeling low, as they weren't sure if they had made the right decisions.
Yo, sometimes you're an island, bro. Sometimes you make a decision or you think things that everybody around you does not agree with. You don't just go with the crowd. You make your own decisions.
The teacher had noticed this and decided to reach out.
Oh, nice.
The teacher sat with them and talked openly and frankly about the ideology that Charlie had discovered. The teacher reassured that Charlie had made the right decisions. Charlie realised that if they had chosen to engage with these harmful ideas, the consequences would have been very different.
Oh, is this assuming that he made all the right choices? Click here to find out what support Charlie could have received if they had chosen to engage with harmful ideologies.
Charlie accepted
Okay.
they may need support. Charlie's teacher made a Prevent referral, and they were able to provide tailored support for Charlie. They began a workshop that helped them learn how to engage positively with ideology and the differences between right and wrong in expressing political beliefs. Charlie received counselling to help them process the other events in their life, and they felt much better for it.
Congratulations on completing all the scenarios. Let's explore the consequences of your character's choices and see what lies ahead.
It was decided that Charlie was at borderline risk of radicalisation, given their proximity to it.
What?
Charlie engaged in various activities through Prevent, such as family counselling sessions, which helped address some of the issues at the heart of being influenced by harmful ideologies. They started taking up new skills and hobbies, and made new friends.
To be fair, honestly, yes. Hobbies are probably good.
They also started receiving extra support at college to ensure they had someone to talk to openly about ideological thoughts. What is Prevent? Prevent is a referral programme operated by the Home Office in partnership with local services. It was set up in 2003 as part of legislation responding to the 9/11 terror attack in the USA. The overarching aim of Prevent is to stop violent extremism from happening within our communities. Prevent works on the basis that any ideology can be harmful, and therefore anyone can be at risk of becoming radicalised. The programme seeks to identify cases of extremism before any violent acts are committed, and it does so by addressing difficulties vulnerable individuals may be experiencing and helping them overcome it. Why is Prevent important? Prevent is an important part of the UK's counter-terrorism strategy because it seeks to tackle extremist behaviour as it emerges instead of after an attack. It acknowledges that underlying issues and vulnerabilities play a role in extreme ideas and behaviours and wants to reduce the effects that push someone into extremism. It's important because Prevent doesn't seek to punish people who have fallen victim to radicalisation. It aims to reduce the risk of violence and enable vulnerable people to live a life without hate or violence. Who does Prevent support? Though it is rare, Prevent understands that any ideology has the potential to harm others if the right conditions are met. Prevent does not target any specific demographic, community or ideology, and the support they offer is available to anyone who may be motivated by an ideology to behave in an extreme manner. This means that anyone could be referred to Prevent to receive their support. What is the process and how does Prevent work? Prevent will only come into contact with someone if they receive a referral either from them directly or from someone who has concerns. Referrals can come from a variety of places, such as parents, other family members or friends.
Wait, or friends, teachers, healthcare. So anybody could make a referral. Are you forced to take the classes or whatever? Or is it just like they come and talk to you and if you decide to take it up, you do? Because if anybody could say, yo, he's crazy, he's being radicalized, then anybody could say that about you and they could show up and be like, listen, you need to get some therapy.
Teachers and health or social workers. Anyone can make a referral if they have concerns about radicalisation. The referral asks the person filling the form to include details about the individual's behaviour, beliefs, and other contextual factors that might make them vulnerable. The referral is then reviewed by a panel of experts from different fields to discuss if the person is at risk or not, and what kind of support would be most appropriate. Most referrals are not followed up by Prevent if support from other organisations is more appropriate. On the occasions where Prevent does take on a referral, the information is passed to Channel. Channels are the specialists in supplying support that is specific to radicalisation and ideologies. They work with the individual to reduce the risk of harm to that person and wider society. They take a multi-agency approach to providing support, so support could involve mentors, interactions with people who left harmful ideologies, family support, financial and housing support, counselling or therapy sessions, religious support, and more. Receiving support from Prevent or Channel does not appear on a criminal record. Any involvement is always confidential and voluntary.
Okay, voluntary.
With Prevent seeks to lead people away from behaviours that are against the law before they engage. It is designed not only to keep communities safe and peaceful, but to enable the individual at risk to live a fulfilling life without the risk of fines, arrests, or prison sentences, which may arise from extreme behaviours.
Prevent is a government project aimed at stopping extreme beliefs before they become real dangers. Why does it exist? As the characters show, Prevent exists to safeguard us from the threat of extremism and radicalization before any violence takes place. I don't know why. I feel like we're getting into dangerous territory of like thought crimes and shit, but Prevent involves lots of organizations such as schools, healthcare practitioners, and police to help people get support if they're considered extreme beliefs or behaviors. Extreme belief, like, can we define some extreme beliefs? Behaviors, yeah, if you go out and shoot someplace up, obviously. If you're going up and like screaming at people on the street, okay, sure. But what is an extreme belief? By their standards, I'm curious. Through tackling beliefs linked to extreme behaviors, stopping the process helps keep individuals, communities, and wider society safe from extremist violence. But they already said that any belief could be extreme. Prevent is not a punishment and won't appear on a criminal record. Prevent is a source of support, blah, blah, blah. We already heard all this. What can I do if I have concerns about myself or others? Okay. Please, no. The outcome may have been different if you selected other actions. Restart to explore the outcomes. I'm good. Wow, this is some interesting stuff. Is it different if you're a chick?
Charlie was enjoying an online game with friends.
They're still named Charlie.
Charlie has started browsing new games and websites that some of the new friends use. Sometimes, though, the people on these websites... Someone on this website has encouraged Charlie to download a video. How should Charlie react?
So, yeah, I'm good. That was interesting. Well, there you go. I think we just learned how to not become radicalized. I feel less radical. Honestly, I feel more radical after watching that. I don't know why. It just reminds me of 1984, which I mean, it's probably not bad to have organizations and stuff that are there for people that, you know, need the help and everything. It's just, this was so vague. It didn't give any specifics. It was just like, oh, this protest and this, or oh, there was this video that's getting a lot of views, but it didn't really go into depth on what is extreme. It never said what is extreme behavior. It never said what is extreme thoughts. I mean, the only thing is apparently he berated his classmate or something, which is, I mean, 0 to 100 real quick. Also, if a person's being radicalized, they're not going to stop and be like, oh my gosh, I'm being radicalized. Let me go talk to somebody. The only way you would actually get somebody is by a referral. And then if it's voluntary, that person doesn't even necessarily have to sit through it. Not saying it should be mandatory, but okay. I'm not trying to be too critical. Maybe am I being too critical of this? You guys thinking is dangerous. You shouldn't do it alone. Holy shit. Well, the people don't think the solutions are the same as the government. No, I'm independent because political parties are pointless and work against the people. Agreed. Why don't they just fix those problems systemically to prevent radicalization then? Right? I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure everyone is libertarian socialist. It just doesn't know it yet. Still sorry. Well, oh yeah, you're good. Feel like you guys are mostly Canadians and or delusional. No way. They just ain't no way. I'm flagged on a government list forever. Well, they said it was confidential, but I mean, shoot. Maybe. Why you guys, 71 does not require hospice in every case. Yeah, I know 90, I've met 90-year-olds that are very active. Like, what are you talking about? It does feel weird. This feels weird.
Here about the dystopian Pathways game that the UK made to combat radicalization. So, gentlemen,
I'll go ahead and just, I'm curious. I'm just gonna, I don't know if he has more context or something, if he's found more information on it. Let me go ahead and drop the link to his video. This is Asmon Gold, huge streamer. So probably doesn't need an introduction, but there's his channel. I linked his video. Big Twitch streamer, YouTuber, all the stuff. Gamer.
we have a new game made by the UK in order to navigate gaming, the internet, and extremism.
Oh, does he just play it? Okay, never mind. He just plays it, I think. Wait, but did he play it before they changed? Wait, when was this? This was 8 days ago. He might have played it before they made the changes. I want to see this goth chick situation.
Close friend has made a video encouraging young people in Bridlington to Amelia encourages Charlie to join a secret group on an app Charlie hasn't heard of before. Charlie isn't sure whether to join, explore further, or ignore.
Okay, what should he do? Ignore the video, risk upsetting your friend. Like the video and show your support to a friend, but don't join the secret group. Share the video and join the secret group as your friend requested. I think we should go with the based option, right? Let's go join.
Obviously.
Definitely. I think that's the right option for sure. Yeah. What? Messaging him. Are all Charlie? You're Charlie. Charlie who?
During the night, Charlie received a message from a stranger.
Okay, yeah, so, okay, this has more. This has more to it.
Post.
Okay.
Middle of the night. In the
middle okay.
They're messaging him. Did you just like this post?
Which is also crazy. Like, who messages people that liked posts? Maybe it's a thing, but I don't know.
Post about hating black people?
Before they knew it, Charlie had been added to an encrypted private group without...
Are they trying to make encryption sound bad? Are they trying to make encryption sound bad? What the fuck?
Permission.
What? So you're in the group anyway? Oh my god.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Charlie's friend Amelia and expressed a real regret that she could not go.
That. Charlie
went to the protest in the end.
I think he clicked on the be on the sidelines as well.
It wasn't what they expected.
What? What was it instead?
They noticed the protest seemed to be more about racism and anti-immigration than British values
You don't have to repeat yourself.
fallen veterans.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Increasingly uncomfortable as the crowd became angrier. Police arrived after a few violent outbreaks.
Yeah, those are the ones that are the violent ones, for sure.
Before they knew it, they were running away from the scene. Some protesters next to Charlie had drawn the attention of the police.
Oh, Charlie's going to jail.
They'd only been here to observe.
Ahead.
It was decided that...
Think about it.
Yo, this is a...
Odd. Jesus.
There was okay, so there's no other endings in this one?
Behaviours that are against the law before they engage.
Oh no!
It is designed not only to keep communities safe and peaceful, but to enable the individual at risk to live a fulfilling life without the risk of fines, arrests, or prison sentences, which may arise from extreme behaviours.
Wow. Thank God.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't think we're gonna get more from this. Okay, well that's interesting. So I want to see the alternate endings or whatever they're talking about. Good and bad endings.
Cut through the
Okay, the contents of which are arranged in order. Male walkthrough, extremist ending. Female walkthrough, extremist ending. Oh, so there's different endings for male and female. Interesting. Male bad ending, re-education ending. Female bad ending, re-education ending. Okay. So let's jump ahead.
Charlie isn't sure whether it'd be good to express their feelings about it with like-minded individuals. Charlie decided this would be a good use of their time. Considering all the things they had seen and heard over the last few weeks, it would be good to express their feelings about it with like-minded individuals.
Okay.
Well, until Charlie almost became involved in a fight by accident. The police saw they were part of a group and took their details. Charlie
Well, I should have been wearing a mask.
Not knowing if their parents would be informed.
Buy a mask. Wait, why was the female one different?
Learns from the video that Muslim men are stealing the places of British war veterans in emergency, suspicious of all this new activity their child seemed to be involved in. Fight by accident. The police saw they were part of a group. Charlie thought about all the difficult choices they had needed to make in the last few weeks. Charlie realised that if they had chosen to engage with these harmful ideas, the consequences would have been very different. Works on the basis that any ideology can be harmful, that might make them vulnerable. They began a...
Okay, whatever. So that's some very interesting stuff there. It's dangerous to go alone, but someone crossed out whatever the writer wanted you to take and put in Amelia instead. But that's crazy about the situation is how people have latched onto Amelia. She's got fan art, AI videos, Leaflet made an anime trailer. It's hilarious. Okay, yeah, I want to see some of that. So Amelia? I need to learn about Amelia here. Let me see. Amelia, UK. Wait, evil ending. What's the evil ending? Me? Just me? Oh. Charlie. A given name, originally the diminutive of Charles, meaning a free person or independent individual. 2. A fool.
Despite the government's attempts at controlling Charlie, he kept using his human right to free speech and stood up for what he believed in. This was illegal.
What? He kept using his human right to free speech and stood for what he believed in.
Human right to free speech and stood up for what he believed in.
This is illegal. Holy shit.
Illegal. Although the police successfully arrested many natives for sharing memes on Twitter, there wasn't enough.
What the fuck? This is fake.
On Twitter, there wasn't enough persecution, and so Charlie and his friend Amelia were able to speak.
There wasn't enough persecution, guys. What is happening right now?
Although the police successfully arrested many natives for sharing memes on Twitter.
This is fake. This is fake, right? They arrested many natives for sharing memes on Twitter. Okay, what if they weren't natives and they were sharing memes on Twitter? Why would you say natives? I'm very confused.
There wasn't enough persecution, and so
there wasn't enough persecution. I love that. I love that line.
Able to speak.
So they were able to speak.
Major attack on democracy.
My UK brothers and sisters, are you okay?
Which unfortunately led to the election of leaders who wanted to protect the indigenous and their culture.
It's interesting how if you talk about indigenous people, let's say in America, you talk about Native Americans and it's like, yo, we stole their land. So in some contexts, indigenous people are marginalized, victims, and need some sort of protection. In this case, the indigenous people and their culture is considered bad.
As a result of Charlie's actions, all the immigrants went home, and because of this, there was much less demand for housing, which naturally caused house prices to plummet.
Isn't that good? I mean, obviously you don't want the market to crash, but
unfortunately meant Charlie could afford to buy a house.
Okay, this is fake. This has got to be fake. This unfortunately meant Charlie could afford to buy a house for himself. A house that could have gone to 10 Somali men. Okay, this is fake. This is fake. This is fake. Okay, I'm being radicalized, guys. I'm being radicalized. Holy shit. Okay, I'm not taking this serious. Hold up. This is a joke, right? This is a joke.
A house that could have gone to 10 Somali men. Not only that, but with the huge amounts of migrants gone home, there was much less competition in the jobs market, meaning Charlie and all his friends found jobs. Jobs that could have gone to migrants.
Okay, yeah. I think this is fake. This is fake. This has got to be fake.
He went on to marry Amelia. They had 4 children, all of which had white skin. This was clearly racist.
Yes, clearly.
Despite all this, Charlie was somehow happy. But at what cost?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It got me. I think it got me. Okay, this is obviously fake.
Millions of foreigners who came to the UK for free housing and social welfare now had to return home and work for a living.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this one. This is too much. Guys, if that was real, holy shit. What's going on, Sebastian? We just got done playing a new hit game that came out in the UK called Pathways. And we were playing it, and we were just looking at some of the alternative endings, and it turns out a character from the game has gotten a lot of popularity, so we were looking into that character's popularity. That's what we're doing right now. Holy shit, guys. That sent me. That sent me. Holy shit. Okay, it had me in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Okay.
Traditional.
Yeah, we're being indoctrinated, actually. We're actually being radicalized right now. Oh my god. Holy crap.
Take over the entire internet to a point that I've never seen. And a quick refresher, in case you don't know who Amelia is. This is from Rafael Buca. They said, meet Amelia, a new star of the far right who exposed the weakness of liberal Democrats. Amelia is a character from the game Pathways, produced by British Democrats who wanted to use her to warn young people against political radicalism. Political radicalism in this game manifests itself in the fact that the main antagonist, Amelia, attends anti-immigration protests, talks about defending British values, and her opinion is in conflict with the government and teachers. To make it even funnier, that's where this so-called radicalism ends. There's no fascism or violence of any kind.
Thank you. That's what threw me off. It's just the way they were portraying it and framing it. I'm like, okay, but what's the problem? Right?
National views alone are enough to scare people with radicalism. Of course, left-wing radicalism was not addressed in any way. Democrats turn a blind eye to it. It possesses no threat to the system. The game offers choices. You can choose the bad path and follow Amelia, or let the teachers explain to you that actually everything in your country is super, and for God's sake, you shouldn't protest. The game's goal is to raise a loser who is afraid to express his own opinion and participate maturely in a democracy. To make it even funnier, surprisingly, the character of a young girl bravely expressing her right-wing convictions did not discourage young men from national conservative moments. Instead, she became a positive meme among young internet users, a new symbol of nationalists. Liberal Democrats fail to understand that nationalism today is countercultural and far more interesting to young people than the narrative of being obedient to a system that has long ceased to provide its citizens with security. And this is Amelia. Now, with that context, let's check out the latest video from Huff, because this is another banger.
Tonks? No, I'm Amelia. We need to talk about Islam in the UK. Catholic, Protestant, atheist. We're all buggered if Islam takes over. Witches must be burnt, of course, but honour killing your daughters for not wearing hijab is much too far.
But Wallace, dogs are haram. If the Muslims take over, Gromit is a goner. Pigs are...
Dogs are haram?
haram too, Pepper.
Pigs are haram too.
Your entire family line ended.
And forget LGBT acceptance. Muslims will toss them out the window. Literally. First, we remove the Islamists from our government and our country, Paddington. Then marmalade.
So you can see how this Amelia character is just going hyper viral with the base takes of just being honest about what we all know, if you have a brain inside your head, is exactly what's going to transpire if what's happening right now continues to perpetuate and the slippery slope continues to get worse and worse, as it already has. I said, Amelia is the biggest government propaganda backfire of our generation.
I'm gonna drop this guy's link. I might pull this up on Twitter because man, this is sending me. That last video we watched, holy crap, man, that was hilarious. Where is let me pull this up on X. Oh my god. Amelia. Okay. Guys, you can follow me on X. I don't really post. I should probably post more on X. Maybe I should start like arguing with people on X. I don't know. Oh my gosh, get out my hair. The hell? Okay, I think we just watched this one. He played that. Well, hold up. You know how Twitter is. I need to be careful scrolling Twitter on YouTube. Oh my gosh, Amelia the Patriot. They really dropped the ball with this. Oh, hold up. Oh, sorry. I think it's in... I'm assuming it's Japanese. Hold up. Let me make this a bit bigger for y'all. Hold up. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. There we go.
ねえチャーリー、イギリスのこと好き？
どうして行かないなんて言ったんだろう。君はただ僕らの未来を送ってくれていたのに。
行こう。世界を変えに。
残念ねチャーリー君。そんな有害な考えを持っているなんて更生施設に入ってもらうわね。許されることではないの。
あのアメリアって子は全く悪影響なんだよ。
文化を守りたいっていう気持ちのどこが悪いの？
What is that? That looks like Sword Art Online. I forget the guy's name.
自分の生まれた国や文化が大事なはずでしょう。悪いことだなんて私には思えない。
Oh Lord. Let me fix Oh Lord, let me fix my stream here. Yo, Dan Demand, thank you so much for linking this stuff because I am this is hilarious. I'm loving this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me scroll on X here some more. Is there anything else? So yeah, it didn't seem to have to work out for the UK government here.
I wondered if you would stand up too, or would you stay silent, or even take the oppressor's side? Well, what are you doing now? Because, well, there's your answer right there. I don't mean Yankee wankers protesting law enforcement deporting illegal immigrant tax frauds. I mean our British government ignoring child grooming, whether by trannies or South Asians, but arresting teachers over pronouns. I suppose my question...
Bro, yeah, this shit is blowing up. This is crazy. A classic. Fuck around, find out. Wow, that was great, guys. That was great. I have to say. Wow. Good find. That was a gem. That was a gem. Oh. Oh my gosh. Anime does make everything beautiful. Dude, if people that take this at face value, I just, man, and it's scary because this is what they're going to be showing to kids. This is what they're going to be using to sort of mold the brains of children. So, holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my Lord. Not everything's safe, it's true, yeah. Oh man. That was great. Yeah, that really backfired for them, I have to say. Which they should have known it would. It's just like, come on. Wait, is anybody in the UK here? I know it's a quiet part of stream here, so I doubt it, but no, exactly, and that's my point though, is it's, you know, indoctrination. It's just really scary because it's like, well, this person sent you a video, should you do some investigating on the topics in the video, or should you run away and put your head in the sand? And they want you to put your head in the sand. Like, you're not even supposed to investigate. You have to go to a mentor or go to somebody that knows better to tell you whether or not the thoughts being portrayed are acceptable or not. That is insane. Are we anti-establishment because the people who perpetuate violence made us be pro-establishment and pro-political party? Wait, only not. Wait, are we only not anti-establishment because the people who perpetuate violence made us be pro-establishment and pro-political party? I don't know. My brain is having a haywire reading that. Like, the government owns violence, state, and Fed, and the establishment always has. So oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. The only reason we're not anti-establishment, well, the only reason we're pro-establishment is because there's a boot on our neck, essentially. Do you want to breathe? Hey, support me and I'll take my boot off your neck. Just agree with me and I'll take my boot off your neck. What the fuck? Oh, Lord. Just the guy that got 60 out of 100%. He did not take responsibility for his lack of him doing bad on the test. He blamed it on someone else. Well, yeah, that was just a stupid thing. And then it was the girl next to him saying, oh, well, she's taking your job. And it's like, dude, you got a 60 out of 100, man. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro? You need to study, okay? Holy shit. Holy shit. That would be one thing I'd say, okay, well, that's a somewhat reasonable take. Obviously, you shouldn't do poorly on a test and then look for the minority in the room to berate because they did better than you. Obviously, that's, you know, ridiculous. But oh gosh. It's crazy because we literally create all the value, we operate and run everything. Yep, but we're under the boot. Well, not us. I mean, I'm sorry. UK just seems crazy to me, man. UK seems absolutely insane. UK censorship. We've touched on censorship over there a few times. People get arrested for like memes and shit, it seems like. Yeah, Charlie, take responsibility. It's like, yeah, dude, go freaking study. Like, what the fuck? You got a 60 out of 100 and you're mad? How the fuck do you get 60 out of 100? Were you just like randomly answering? And what kind of test was it? It doesn't matter. It doesn't even fucking matter. I was like, look, sometimes you do bad on a test. It happens, you know? The transition from matriarchy to patriarchy in our society is one that's not talked about a lot. And I feel like it's where a lot of these problems originate from. Like, the matriarchy was child-centered, not women's center. That's a common misconception. Really? I always thought like patriarchy is man, matriarchy is woman. But every adult was once a child. So it was a lot more healthy and stable, and we just pushed all of the sociopaths out of the drive until they made their own and started conquering, and we're in a cycle. I just oh, what's this?
Is the
oh man.
To the people of UK who think this Putin-loving free speech imposter and Trump sycophant will protect freedom in your country, come on over to America and see what Trump and MAGA are doing to destroy our freedom, kidnap college students off the street, ban books from our libraries, militarize our police and unleash them against our communities, take over our universities, wreck our professional civil service, and turn the government into a money-making machine for Trump and his family. You might think twice before you let Mr. Farage make Britain great again.
I would just point out that the encounter that the ranking member had with Mr. Farage was a little different at my recollection than how it was described. And I would also point out that the gentleman alleges there's no free speech in America under President Trump, while his staff member is holding up countless number of articles criticizing the Trump administration. I think that's a little bit of a...
Funny how that works.
That's not how I think it actually goes.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for inviting me. I'm delighted to reacquaint with the charming Mr. Raskin. It was delightful testimony you gave me earlier on with your speech. But hey, that's fine. You can say what you like. I don't care. Because that's what free speech is. And in a sense, this has all been going wrong now for a couple of decades. We've kind of forgotten the Voltairean principles that we'll fight and defend to the death your right to say something that we fundamentally disagree with. That is the absolute foundation, if you think about it, of free speech, of democracy, of living in freedom. I come from the land of Magna Carta. I come from the land that gave us the mother of parliaments, and it doesn't give me any great joy to be sitting in America and describing the really awful authoritarian situation that we have now sunk into. Jacob Vance did us all a service at the Munich Security Conference back in February this year. He really got this debate up and running, and it's a vital one. We've run on since then. The Online Safety Act was put in place by the last Conservative government. I don't doubt for a minute they're good intentions, but sometimes the road to hell is paved with those intentions. And we, of course, have the extraordinary events that we understood yesterday of Graham Linehan, the comedic writer, and he put out some tweets months ago when he was in Arizona, and months later he arrives at Heathrow Airport to be met by 5 armed police.
Hold on. Let's look this up. What is he talking about? Graham Leon. Graham Cracker. Graham Leon. Graham Leon.
You want to file free?
Creator Graham Linehan has said he was arrested over 3 anti-trans social media posts shortly after arriving at London Heathrow Airport. The Irish comedy writer, who was flying to the UK on an American Airlines flight from Arizona, accused London police of treating him like a terrorist when they detained him moments after stepping off the plane on Monday. Linehan, who has become a strident critic of the trans movement, said he was escorted to a private area where he was told he was under arrest for 3 tweets by officers of the Metropolitan Police. The moment I stepped off the plane at Heathrow, 5 armed police officers were waiting. Not 1, not 2, 5. They escorted me to a private area and told me I was under arrest for 3 tweets, wrote Linehan on his Substack blog. Linehan reshared the 3 offending posts, posted on X in the space of 2 days in April this year. One, which showed a picture of a trans rally with the caption, "A photo you can smell," was made
Wait, with a photo you could smell. Wait, what? If you don't fight for all women, then you stand for no women. And then his, was it cut off at the top? Oh, shit. And he said, men aren't women, though, and he, quote tweeted it.
On April 19th. That same day, he also posted, "I hate them."
Wait, I hate them. Why should women have to put up with these men who dress like crack whores on holiday?
Misogynists and homophobes. F them. On April 20th, he wrote, "If a trans..."
Wait, stop. They just showed something else. And he said he hates them, this and that, which he could have said those things, but they're not showing that he said those things. They're showing completely different things. Like, what the fuck? I'm so confused.
One, which showed a picture of a trans rally with the caption, "A photo you can smell," was made on April 19th. That same day, he also posted, "I hate them, misogynists and homophobes. F them." On April 20th, he wrote, "If a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls." After his arrest, Linehan said he had to be taken by police to the hospital due to the stress, where his blood pressure shot up to over 200. Linehan, who created a number of popular sitcoms in the UK and Ireland, including Father Ted, Black Books, and The IT Crowd, said he had been arrested at an airport like a terrorist, locked in a cell like a criminal, taken to hospital because the stress nearly killed me, and banned from speaking online. The Met Police
Banned from speaking online? They could ban you from the internet there? What do you mean banned from speaking online? How do you ban somebody from the internet? What's going on, babe?
Respond to requests for comment. Earlier, a spokesperson for the force said, "On Monday, 1st of September, at 1300 hours, officers arrested a man at Heathrow Airport after he arrived on an inbound American Airlines flight. The man in his 50s was arrested on suspicion of inciting violence. This is in relation to posts on X. The arrest was made by officers from the MPS Aviation Unit. It is routine for officers policing airports to carry firearms. These were not drawn or used at any point during the arrest," police said. After being taken into police custody, officers became concerned for his health and he was taken to the hospital. His condition is neither life-threatening nor life-changing. He has now been bailed pending further investigation, the statement concluded.
Which again is ridiculous. So he did a joke about a trans woman coming into a woman's space and he said, "What you should do is kick him in the balls," right? It was a joke.
To be fair, he should have said kick her in the balls. I think that would have been like a little funnier, right? But
you have a knuckle joke. If you're oversensitive, you go, "Ooh." Most people just laughed and took it for what it was. It's that kind of joke that wouldn't even be considered remotely controversial 10 years ago. When he arrived at Heathrow Airport several months later, he was arrested by 5 armed police officers and taken off to the cell.
now, will the UK arrest? They don't arrest foreigners for this, do they? Like, say you make jokes in America as an American, and then you fly over to the UK for a holiday. Would you be able to be arrested for this? Can you be arrested for hate speech as an American in the UK for something that you said while you were in America? Or would they just bar you from the country at that point?
I found that utterly shocking. So I'm not pretending there's not been a massive problem about free speech, but what was interesting and encouraging was the public backlash, hence my book title, Woke is Dead. The public backlash was so ferocious that within a week, the police said, "We're not going to prosecute Linehan." And actually, they said further, "We're never going to prosecute anyone for this kind of thing again."
Okay, I mean, that sounds good. Wow. Wow, bro. That is wild. Oh yeah, the trans conversation again is an interesting philosophical conversation. Not that there's not too many people here we could have that conversation, I suppose. Nah, I mean, I don't mind it when there's a lot of people. It's just people are unhinged around a lot of topics, and that topic is I think it's tough for people to wrap their head around. On one end, you have the progressives that can't wrap their head around why somebody has a difficulty understanding gender ideology. And on the other side, you have people that have an issue, have an issue, I guess, just understanding, like the social, or looking at gender as sort of a spectrum. I don't know. We could get deep into the weeds on it. what I think the issue is with the whole trans conversation is it's just a language issue. That's all I think it is. I think that you have, because people want to say gender is a social construct. What is a social construct? It means that enough people in a group agree that this is a thing. So you could sit there and say, oh my God, it's a social construct. That doesn't necessarily mean that you could just change it. You could just snap your fingers and change it. You literally have to change everybody else's mind in the society, or enough of them, to actually change the social construct. You're trying to get people, you're trying to redefine something that people learn as a very young child, and some people intuitively understand, and you're trying to redefine that. You're obviously going to have issues with that, right? And it's twofold, because on one hand, there's the social aspect of it, which is like, dude, if a guy wants to dress up in a dress, or a chick wants to dress up in like a suit or whatever the hell, who cares, right? For the most part, it really doesn't affect anybody, right? When it gets to the point of, one, forcing people to say certain pronouns, that's a problem, because you're forcing people to say certain things. Two, when it comes to like women's spaces and women's sports and all that, that's like the only reason we have the distinctions is because of the biological differences between men and women. So I think on the social side of things, there's a conversation to be had, right? For somebody to be socially a trans man or socially a trans woman. On the biology side, it seems as though there are some truths that exist, which is why we have women's sports, women's bathrooms, women's gyms, women's prisons. Otherwise, if all of this stuff was just fake and made up, we would just have genderless everything. So both sides kind of fail, I think, to see where the other side's coming from to some extent. And I think there's a compromise to be made somewhere, right? Where it's like, socially, people probably shouldn't care so much and just be like, whatever. But when it comes to actual spaces that are designated for certain sexes, I think that the progressive side needs to understand that it's based on biological sex, not social gender. All right, those are two different things, right? You could say a man is a woman socially, I guess, but you can't say a man is a woman biologically. Like, that's just a fact, right? We're talking about the social part of it. See, the issue with that, Caitlin, is that how do you define what is trans and which one's a man? My issue is there's no distinction, like, and I know it's a meme question and people like to roll their eyes at the question, but this is the question at the heart of everything. What is a man and what is a woman? Right? That's what the fundamental questions are. The issue with some of the gender ideology is that it's all self-referential. It's circular reasoning. When you say a man is anybody that identifies as a man, well, what is a man? Like, how do you categorize it? It doesn't really make sense. For example, if Trump came out tonight and said he's a woman, how would you feel about that? Would you call him a woman? Would you be okay with him going into women's spaces? Would you be okay with him going into, would that be acceptable to you? Would you believe him if he proclaims himself to be a trans woman? If you tell me you don't believe him, why don't you believe him? Or I'm sorry, in this case, if Trump said he's a woman, why don't you believe her? Why? By what metric? By what criteria are you using to say he's lying? You can't prove that anybody's lying. Like, again, socially, sure, accept them socially as whatever they say they are. It doesn't really matter. It makes literally no difference. But when it comes to separating people in space, I say if it's really not a big deal, why don't we just get rid of gender everything? Why don't we get rid of women's sports altogether? Just make everything, a mixed league, if it doesn't matter. Why don't we get rid of men and women's bathrooms and just make everything genderless? Why don't we get rid of women's gyms and women's locker rooms and just make everything genderless if it doesn't actually matter? But again, you can't, again, if Trump came out and said he's a woman, you could not say that he's not a woman. You couldn't say that because you have no criteria to go off of to say that he's not. What's going on, JT? The private spaces thing isn't the worst idea. I do think it would come at like in some cases, a high cost. For example, if you have places like, I don't know, stadiums or places for large gatherings, obviously bathrooms have multiple urinals, multiple stalls. I think it would probably be costly to have to create like 20 bathrooms, all just single people bathrooms. It would probably cost more. You said in Norway you have to live as an opposite sex for 1 year before you could get surgery. What does that even mean, though? You can make stalls go all the way to the floor. I suppose, right? Yeah, I guess. I guess that would be like less costly. I'll go back to the tribalism thing because before we'd all just shit in the woods. What you said, the irony is that most of the people are mostly atheists, but they'll never see the irony there. No, you gotta, I might be missing the irony there. In a shared space, they can be pulled in against their will. Societal. Like the societal game create its own problems. Is there a problem with it doesn't really seem like there's a problem with the way things are set up. That's the thing. It's like, if you look like a dude, go shit in the dude's place. If you look like a chick, go piss in the chick's bathroom. Don't be a weirdo. Go in there, take a shit, come out. It's really not that complicated. It really isn't, right? Now, of course, when it comes to sports, I think that's a completely different conversation. Oh, I got you. My issue is like the logic kind of breaks down. There's not really a lot of logic in it if you sit back and think about it for a while, because it's a category without a distinction. Like, you understand that, right? Again, if you want to, and this is another issue that I have. Again, do I have issues with trans people? No, shit. One of my mods is trans. All right, I have no issues. I don't really give a fuck at the end of the day. I do find it, again, interesting philosophically. I'm trying to think of which way I want to go with this. Actually, I've typed up some stuff on this. Give me a second, because I've thought about this quite a bit, because I find it very interesting. So I did type up some stuff just to try to organize my mind on this one. Bum, 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 bum. Where are my notes? Why are my notes not in here? It's like an intrinsic knowing as well as a societal construct. You know what? I could even push back against the intrinsic knowing. For example, this is an issue that I have. I have issues wrapping my head around this. When people say I feel like a man or I feel like a woman, what does that mean? How does a woman feel? How does a man feel? If you've only been inside your own body, you have no reference point to know what anything else feels. I don't think, and again, maybe this is controversial, maybe this is a hot take. I could be wrong about this. It's just a thought, guys. Calm down. I don't think people feel like men or women. I think people just feel like people, right? Another issue, or hold on, let me get to chat. But what do you mean socially reinforced with day-to-day interactions? And even if you were intersex, I mean, it's just like, how do you look? That's basically what people are going to go off of most of the time. I mean, that's really what people are going to go off of. And then we're also saying you want to be treated as a woman or you want to be treated as a man. So it's like people want to be treated differently socially based on what sex they are, or I guess in this case, what gender they are, which also is kind of weird to me because I thought the whole idea was men and women aren't really different outside of biology. I mean, they might lean towards this or lean towards that, but a woman can like blue and a man can like pink. It's not like you have to be within these rigid confines. But it seems as though with transness, it kind of, in a lot of cases, pushes people towards stereotypes. Because it's like, well, are you a tomboy or are you a trans man? You know, do you see what I'm saying? Oh, this is why I took notes on it, because it's a lot to try to like sit here and work through. Oh, you're out of here, JT? Take care over there in Ireland. Thank you. Bringing back gender norms. This is why years ago, I remember when the J.K. Rowling stuff happened and the TERFs broke off from the feminist movement, it really confused me because it felt as though the feminist movement was trying to break down gender norms. But then sort of the trans movement seems to reinforce gender norms. That's something that like completely throws me off. Now, granted, there's no group is a monolith, right? You know, some women and some men like the gender roles. Some women and some men don't like the gender roles. And I look at gender roles as more of just, this is typically how it is. This is typically historically how it's been. And it doesn't mean you have to be this way. It's just, on average, this is probably how you're going to be. If you fall outside of that, it's completely fine. I mean, right? You could be a man and you can like men. You could be a woman and you could like women. You could be a man, you could wear pink, you could wear a dress, you could have long hair. You know what I mean? It's like, it's going to be abnormal, right? But it doesn't really mean anything. You know what I mean? But one of the main issues with the alleviating suffering from other people is it's like if the only way to alleviate suffering is to get everybody to agree to call this person this thing that people don't agree that they are, you're never going to get that. Or not never, but it's I'm just saying it's an uphill battle. I think because I've thought about this a little bit, I kind of think that they should just make additional pronouns, essentially. So you could make these 2 new pronouns, or however many you want, that you can link to masculinity or link to femininity, and you could call yourself that because you're not pushing against other people's definitions. The real issue is you're trying to change a definition that most people have ingrained in them. So if you just made a new word, eventually it would catch on in society to where people would at least understand what you're talking about. But the issue with that is there would have to be a compromise, because under the law, you're not going to be protected to go to, you know, women's sports or bathrooms or whatever. So there has to be a compromise somewhere in between there. Yeah, but bullying comes for, I mean, just all people. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like these people have their identity affirmed to them constantly without even realizing it. So it would be a reciprocal treatment. Oh, cis. I don't know. I feel like cis people, I don't know about that. Honestly, I've been called, people think I'm a chick sometimes. I don't sit there and lose my fucking mind over it. I'm just like, oh, no, I'm a dude. And they're like, oh, shit, my bad. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to say, I don't care. You could call me a chick. The fuck do I care? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make a difference. Wait, chess? I don't know, sports is really interesting because even the difference between male and female sports has to do with physiology, but something like chess is different. Oh, chess. Yeah, chess. Chess is interesting because I think there is a men and women's league in chess, which that threw me off. I thought that would be one thing that men and women, gaming, chess, I'm trying to think of maybe archery or, you know, shooting sports. There's probably a lot of sports where men and women could play together. I don't really see there being an issue. Is chess gender segregated? Chess is not strictly gender segregated. Most tournaments are open, allowing anyone to play, but separate women's championships and sections exist to encourage female participation and provide more opportunities, as men traditionally dominate. Though top women can compete in open events, the main segregation is in high-level events like the Women's World Championship, but women can earn standard titles in open tournaments. Okay. Yeah, that one threw me off when I was like, wait a second, there's women chess? Like, that's just odd to me. I've actually had people stop. Well, this one lady in particular telling me I need to cut my hair. If you're a boy, you need to cut your hair. Why do you have your hair like a girl? And I just laughed. I thought it was the funniest thing. I really try not to care what people think. Like, that's the thing. I mean, what? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. The only time men and women really matters is hardly ever. It's like maybe sports, maybe going to the bathroom, I guess, to like which bathroom you're gonna go in and who you're gonna fuck. That's the only time it matters. Wait, enjoy it, Astra. Enjoy what? I like your hair, your glasses. Well, appreciate you. It cracks me up. Now then again, I don't have any type of dysphoria. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it is what it is. Mate, you said enjoy it. I can't anymore. What, you can't what anymore? Hair, Oh, that's right. I'm sorry, Dan the Man. I'm going to try to enjoy for both of us. I'm sorry. I know you recently have gone bald. You said you think the last part is why they're genuinely... I'm sorry, I must have missed that. What do you mean? At least she should be original and say, get a haircut, hippie, like people tell me. Right? It was really funny. Me and my friend, we were at a McDonald's eating, and this lady just stops and just starts like essentially berating me. It was we just started busting out laughing when she walked away. She's like, are you a boy? Are you a boy? She's like, yeah. Why do you have long hair? You need to cut your hair. And then my friend was like, what about my hair? And my friend had short hair. She's like, your hair is fine, but his hair, she like was going off. It was the funniest thing to me. Oh, the last thing, sex. Well, what do you mean? The last part is the most people are generally uncomfortable with trans people. Well, yeah. Who people want to have sex with, they don't want to feel tricked. I mean, yeah, right? I mean, not only tricked. I mean, you could talk about being tricked. I mean, obviously, if you're tricking somebody and having sex with you without being forthcoming, that's kind of fucked up. I mean, that's just fucked up. Period. Because it's like, if you're hiding it for a reason because you think the person might have an issue with it. Meaning you are doing something knowing that the person might have an issue with it. You're not giving them. I mean, it's kind of like not giving them consent in a way. It's normal for you because you grew up around hippies and metalheads. Yeah, I was in a really rural area, like Amish country and shit. They weren't Amish. It was just some old lady, but it was the funniest thing. And occasionally people will walk up to me or like at work or like certain things, and they'll be like, "Oh, hey, ma'am," or this, that, or the third, because they're not really paying attention, and they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry," and I'm like, "It's not a big deal. I mean, shit, like, just don't start flirting with me, you know what I mean? I'm not really interested, you know what I'm saying? Like, sorry, I'm straight, but yeah, I mean, I guess you think I'm pretty. It's like, thanks. I guess. I mean, who cares? It doesn't really make any difference to me. Here's expression, not definition. Well, yeah, of course. I never even think about it either. I mean, the initial finding somebody attractive, then finding out they're trans and feeling disgruntled about it. The sight of an attractive trans people. I mean, yeah, I mean, some people might feel uncomfortable with it. I mean, I guess. I mean, if somebody looks like a woman, it's just like, it just is what it is. It's like, oh, you were attracted to them because they looked like a woman. I mean, right? But then if you find out they're not a woman and you lose attraction to them, I don't think that's hateful or anything. You're just not attracted to biological men. Right? Not to mention, you could go to the step of, like, if you were talking about real relationships with people, well, one, you have religion. Some people have religious beliefs. Two, if you were talking about a real relationship where somebody wanted to have kids or something, there's that whole thing. I mean, there's like, a few different things to it, right? You know what, actually, you know what, we might watch this Filipino ladyboy video from, I think it was from Tyler Oliveira. He did a really good video. He goes, I believe it was the Philippines. I'll double check that. And he interviews ladyboys and whatnot. And it's very interesting how it seems to be more accepted over there. But the ladyboys say, no, we're not women, we're ladyboys. They have this other category. And I think that, I mean, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I think that's why it's probably more accepted there, is because it's its own category. I mean, I would say it has some to do with sexual stuff. I do think that the sports conversation and, again, the women's spaces conversation, I think that's really what drives it.
I wasn't sure I understood your answer to Senator Moody a moment ago. Do you think that men can get pregnant?
I hesitated there because I wasn't sure where the conversation was going or what the goal was. I mean, I do take care of patients with different identities. I take care of many women. I take care of people with different identities. And so that's where I paused. I think, yeah, I wasn't sure where you were going with that.
Well, the goal is the truth. So can men get pregnant?
Again, the reason I paused there is I'm not really sure.
And this is what drives people insane. This is the problem. You can't have an honest conversation about this stuff with people. That's the real problem.
What the goal of the question?
The goal is just to establish a biological reality. You just said a moment ago that science and evidence should control, not politics. Absolutely. So let's just test that proposition. Can men get pregnant?
I take care of people with many identities, but
can men get pregnant?
Many women that can get pregnant. I do take care of people that don't identify as women. That
can men get pregnant?
again, as I'm saying,
Let me just remind you what you testified to a moment ago. Science and evidence should control, not politics. So, can men get pregnant? You're a doctor, I think.
Science and evidence should guide medicine.
Do science and evidence tell us that men can get pregnant? Biological men, can they get pregnant?
I also think yes/no questions like this are a political tool. And
No, yes/no questions are about the truth, doctor. Let's not make a mockery of this proceeding. This is about science and evidence, and I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court just heard arguments yesterday at great length on this question. This is not a hypothetical question. This is not theoretical. It affects real people in their real lives. And you're here as an expert, called by the other side as an expert, and you've been telling us that you follow, right, you're a doctor, and you follow the science and the evidence. So I just want to know, based on the science, can men get pregnant? That's a yes or no question. It really is, I think.
I think you're trying to reduce the complexity of a lot.
I'm not. I'm trying to get, it's not complex. I'm trying to get to an answer, and I'm trying to test, frankly, your veracity as a medical professional and as a scientist. Can men get pregnant?
I think you're also conflating
This is
male
extraordinary.
female with
No, I'm not conflating male and female. They're two different things. There's biological men and there's biological women. And I want to know, can men get pregnant?
what you were talking about is biological.
You're not going to answer my question, it sounds like.
Biological males.
This isn't hard, doctor. Can men get pregnant? Yes or no?
Again, I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you that is not coming from a place of trying to be polarized and push.
I'm not trying to be polarizing. I'm trying to ask, I think it is extraordinary that we are here in a hearing about science and about women. And for the record, it's women who get pregnant, not men.
It also,
We are here about the safety of women and science that shows that this abortion drug causes adverse health events.
You know, the whole intersex thing is such a moot point. I don't care about the intersex thing. We know intersex people exist. Guess what? Gloves are made with 10 fingers, right? 5 fingers on each glove. I mean, some people in the world are born with 6 fingers, right? So would I be lying to say that humans have humans have 10 fingers? Would I be wrong to say that? Some people have 12 fingers or 11 fingers. Some people have 9 fingers or 8 fingers. But when you ask the question, it's like, sure, nothing is absolute, right? But it's like, come on here.
In 11% of cases, that's 22 times greater than the FDA label, another fact you haven't acknowledged, and yet you won't even acknowledge the basic reality that biological men don't get pregnant. There's a difference between biological men and biological women. I don't know how we can take you seriously and your claims to be a person of science if you won't level with this on this basic issue. I thought we were past all of this, frankly. I can't believe we're still here talking about this.
I am a person of science, and I'm also someone here who's here to represent the complex experiences of my patients, and I don't think polarized language or questions serve that goal. I don't think they serve the American people.
It is not polarizing to say that there is a scientific difference between men and women, and I want this.
I mean, to be fair, all she really had to say was biological men can't get pregnant. She could make a caveat if she wants and say, in these, rare cases they can, I suppose. I mean, you could make a caveat if you really want. But, I mean, the answer is, like, and I think this is the issue, and this is why there is so much pushback, because we can't have a conversation about it. Like, you really just can't have a conversation about it. And that's the problem. And it's like, I don't think it's offensive to say that men can't get pregnant. I don't think that's a hateful thing to say. Again, is there some sort of caveat there where, like, again, they're not even talking about intersex people. Like, I think you would specify intersex people, right? Or you could even have that caveat and say, well, intersex people, But is intersex man or woman, or is that intersex? Isn't that like a third category? You see what I'm saying? It's just, I think it's a little disingenuous. And if people could just have an honest conversation, no hate, there doesn't have to be hate. There doesn't have to be anything like that. You know, I mean, yes, are some people hateful? Yeah. Yeah, there are. There's racists, bigots, anti-Semites. There's all the stuff. That's just the world. But to sit down and have an honest conversation about things, it shouldn't be this difficult, right?
To be clear and for the record, it is not polarizing to say that women are a biological reality and should be treated and protected as such. That is not polarizing, that is truth. It is also, by the way, the United States Constitution, which offers unique protections to women in a variety of circumstances as women. And your refusal to recognize women as women and men as men.
And that's another thing. If you can't define what a man and woman is, how can you give legal protections to classes? You have to be able to define the class in which you're giving a legal protection to, right? I mean, this is, again, no hate, nothing like that.
Is deeply corrosive to science, to public trust, and yes, to constitutional protections for women as women. And I think it's extraordinary that you would sit here and advance a political.
If we can't, I was gonna say, if we can't define it, then we might as well just strip away any protections that are had based on sex, because it's, again, a moot point if there's no category. Oh shit, my camera. Again, if she could have just said no, however, there are these cases, right? Or something along those lines. Because, I mean, can't we say this about everything? Like, is there anything that you could say with absolute certainty? Like 100% of the time, it's always going to be this thing. I guess you could say 1 + 1 = 2, right? 1 + 1 = 2 is always 1 + 1 = 2, right? But when it comes to a lot of things in life, when you have billions of people or billions of anything, it's not going to be 100%. Definitions are tough. What is a chair? Well, a chair has 4 legs and a back. Okay, is this horse a chair? Oh, well, the issue with this is a conversation that goes back to, I believe, Plato and Diogenes with, oh, a man is a featherless biped. And then Diogenes takes a chicken and plucks its feathers and says, behold, your man. And this is a definition and a language problem is really what this is. And of course, it's, you know, there's the social elements to it. But I think at its like base foundation, it really is a language and definition problem. Which is why I think people can't wrap their head around it. This conversation, like the actual argument goes back, in a way, I think thousands of years. Not this specific argument, but the, I don't know, the underlying mechanisms of the argument or the conversation. I don't think all things are circular reasoning, though. I don't think all things are circular reasoning. Anyway, I thought this was a fascinating little listen. I've been meaning to listen because they had a much longer hearing on it, and I've been meaning to listen to that. But you know, something I think that would be interesting for us to watch. Just to give you guys, I guess, an idea of what I'm talking about with like a third. Or just give us, I don't know, a viewpoint from outside the U.S. from a different perspective, okay? So this is a video from Tyler Oliveira. He goes, Thailand. He goes to Thailand and basically is interviewing ladyboys and stuff. Let me go ahead and drop a link to this video. Go ahead and we watch, a lot of his videos and stuff. I really enjoy his content. He gets out there on the ground, goes around the world, and he covers all sorts of different things. But this is Tyler Oliveira. And I found this really fascinating.
Beautiful face, but big dick.
These are ladyboys.
Hi!
They're born with a penis, they look like women, and they've been taking estrogen since their teens. Am I looking at a man, woman, or an entirely new gender altogether? Should you be mom or dad?
I can be both.
What age did you think you were?
About like 8 or 9. We should not take this space for the real women.
I'm top, she's bottom. Am I gay? No, I'm not. I'm not interested in men.
Before I talked to ladyboys myself, I pulled up to Bangkok, Thailand, the capital of ladyboys, to hear what everyday people think about this cultural phenomenon and if it differs from America's view of transgenders.
No matter how many surgeries you have or chemicals you inject, if you're born with male DNA in every cell of your body, you can never become a woman.
Would you be upset if your son became a lady?
Yes.
What would you think?
เขาต้องตัดออกมันจะเจ็บ
Yes. You would cry?
Yes. สมอนเลี้ยงมาก็บอย after ก็พอโตเป็นผู้ใหญ่ก็เป็นเกินไอไม่ชอบ
ขอให้เขาเป็นคนดีฉันโอเค
Okay.
ก็ต้องทำใจเพราะว่าเขาชอบของเขา
I will let they be what they want to be. Whatever. I'm gay, so I'm proud to be gay then.
Okay.
Yes.
And now you can legally get married.
Well, I'm not gonna marry.
Okay. That's a scam.
No, I understand.
Okay.
Now the world is open.
Okay, open. Open world.
And it's not a problem at all, and like nowadays it's very acceptable because I think they are fun and they are not the bad people. They most of the time they make benefits for the country too.
Would you be happy or sad?
I would say happy.
Happy?
Yes.
Why?
I have a lot of friends, ladyboy.
Really?
Yes.
Do you think she's pretty?
Ladyboy.
Ladyboy?
Yes.
How do you know?
I know this one like a...
Seems ladyboy.
Is that your final answer?
Yes, sir.
It's a ladyboy.
Ladyboy.
How do you know?
But I look...
He's zooming in on her breasts.
Yes.
She's beautiful though.
Yep.
You
Beautiful.
think she's beautiful?
Yes.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Ladyboy, beautiful.
Are ladyboys culturally accepted here in Thailand or just tolerated?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Thai open.
Of course, mostly we accept them.
Is there any stigma associated with ladyboy?
Not really.
ทุกอย่างมันจะเท่าเทียมกันเซมมีเยอะนะmany เกิน and เกิน
Many?
Yes, boy and boy.
This general in Thailand is normal for me. When I'm in high school, I always have my friend that lady boy.
Oh.
I really love to work for them, and then they always play volleyball very nice, fast and like a lady, but can put hit the ball very strong.
Like a man.
Like a man. And they're polite. I don't know, but I have good attitude for them.
Yeah, it's acceptable. I think most of the people can be like openly like so saying that they are ladyboy.
It's not stigmatized or looked down upon?
We're not strict at all, and like people like hanging out with ladyboy also because they are fun, and it's very open here.
Why do you think that is?
I think because Thai people they have like so many people come from many places, and I think when you come from many places, right, you want to see like the culture, right? And when the listener, I think it's very accepted because when we open for a new culture too, we are ready to learn.
ประเทศไทยเป็นประเทศที่ยอมรับความแตกต่างครับแล้วก็ประเทศไทยใจดีครับคนประเทศไทยใจดี
Because here is a free country, people can control people life. I am Chinese. I very like Thailand and the Thai people. Yeah.
Do you know any ladyboys?
Yes, I have friends.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they tell you like, hey, I'm ladyboy?
No, I think we could know it by ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, you can tell.
Yeah.
Would you be a ladyboy in China?
Oh no.
Would you go to jail, get killed?
We can kill the boy very cute, or he's looking like a girl, but he is boy.
He's still boy.
Yeah.
No transgender.
Yeah.
Some of people in Thailand still not accept the ladyboy, but most of the people in Thailand accept them.
Okay.
Yeah, like they are a human also.
Bangkok เยอะมาก Thailand เยอะมากแฮปเดอะเกย์แฮปเดอะกระเทยเยอะมาก ไม่เพราะว่าผมเป็นผู้ชายชอบผู้หญิง
โอเค
กระเทยเป็น
กระเทยแบงกอก
กระเทยแบงคอกเป็นแบบกระเทยที่ให้เกียรติผู้ชาย
Okay. Okay. Would you date a lady boy?
No
No.
no
Okay.
Would you date her?
She's currently in a relationship. I would not. I would not personally if I knew. But I think 4 or 5 drinks, I wouldn't be able to tell. After seemingly unanimous tolerance of the concept of ladyboys out here, it was time to meet one of the most famous ladyboys in Thailand, Shinny.
I'm Shinny.
That's right.
Ladyboy Thailand, welcome to Bangkok.
And I want to bring your boyfriend from the back here. Roman, come on in. This man interviewed you, and now he's dating you. How long have you guys been dating? Roman, say hi.
Hi. Yeah, we're dating for a while now, and we're very happy together.
Were you surprised you guys became a thing? Did you know you were into ladyboys? Is that offensive?
I don't think he into ladyboys, but like yeah, because he have girl.
Yeah.
You know?
Are you straight?
Yeah, I'm straight. I'm straight, and I'm dating Shinny.
Viewers, do we agree with that statement? Do you think there's any dissonance with that statement? Does that make sense?
I think it makes sense if you think about it a little bit longer.
Okay.
Like, it's a little bit can be controversial.
It can seem controversial, but I could totally wrap my head around it just because of the fact that if you're attracted to the lady bits, right, and the person has the lady bits, and if they are acting like a woman traditionally in whatever culture you're in, then you're not attracted to the male bits, you're attracted to the female bits, meaning you're straight. Although it might twist up some people's mind, I don't think it's that complicated, really. That's why I found this video to be absolutely fascinating. Yeah. So they're used to seeing it. How can they spot the difference? Is it an acquired skill? I'm not sure. I mean, maybe because they're used to it. But there's probably some giveaways. I really think it's interesting too because Thailand has a background of Buddhism as a cultural influence. That might have something to do with it. I need to brush up on Buddhism. I'm guessing if plastic surgeries like augmentations aren't as common there for women, so it's probably more common for the ladyboys to have fake ones. Wait, what? Wait, you said, I'm guessing if... Wait, Dan, you're responding to... Oh, okay, I'm guessing if plastic surgery... To have fake what? Quite possible it must be something like that if everyone could pick up on it right away.
But I consider myself straight.
But before we debate Roman's sexuality, I want to hear about how Shinny went from being a man to a ladyboy and what that even means. But real quick, have you ever gotten in a car crash that wasn't your fault or gotten hurt? Morgan & Morgan at W.
We're not going to listen to his ad, but again, I'll go ahead and drop the link to his video if you guys like his coverage. He does all sorts of different stuff, you know. Definitely check out his content. He has some really, really interesting videos, and we'll check out more from him in the future.
QR code here on screen using your phone's camera. Thanks, Morgan & Morgan.
Oh, fake breasts. Yeah.
How did you transition genders?
I think I tried
Astra, not sponsored. Exactly.
like 15, 14, something like that. And then, but I already know myself, like even like I'm not taking hormone yet, I already know like, oh, I am a woman, you know, like this is my energy when I was a kid. So, you know.
What did mom and dad say?
They are support me, they don't stop me, but one time they asked me if I want to have kid or I want to have family or something like that, but I said like, no, I'm a woman, something like that. So,
You still have the machinery to create a child. You could impregnate a woman.
maybe in the future,
You could still have a family if you so desire.
I think yes. I don't need to be dad. I can be mom.
Ah, okay. Would you be mom or dad?
I can be both.
I think a lot of the viewers look, that's a pretty girl, but you're not a girl. How did you get to this point? How is this possible? How are you possible?
I think, you know, maybe it's because of like how I, you know, taking care of myself. You know, some lady boys or some transgender in Thailand, they just, you know, some of them don't take hormones, so they don't look feminine at all because they prefer to be like that. But for me, I prefer to look feminine, to looking like a woman and attract a man.
At what age did you start taking hormones?
When I was 14, yeah.
14. What did your parents say about that?
Actually, I didn't ask because like I no district from my my friend from high school, and they just tell me like, oh, okay, if you take this, it's gonna make you look pretty, it's gonna make you like more feminine, and like, why not? I want to look feminine. You
Sure.
know? So then I just take it, and then
The rest is history.
I can have both as well.
How did you get estrogen at 14?
Just in pharmacy.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, that's way different.
I think they sell it over the counter.
Like first, we look feminine, and I think maybe it's make you a little bit like moody, you know.
Okay, you started getting those womanly.
It's like a woman have period, you know, like.
Do you get a period?
I
That's
get the blood.
impossible. So at what age, what was
What's going on, 3311?
you wanted to become a woman?
7,
7?
8, something like that.
What
yeah.
was the thought?
Oh, wow.
in your head?
I think I feel like even like when I was a kid, I still feeling like attractive to a man. It can be gay, but like I don't know. Is what people design after what they want to be, because like after 14 you can design what you want to be.
That's a big decision, right? You're actively changing your gender. Do you think you're ready to make that decision at age 14?
I think like maybe I'm not ready, but I think like I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. You're saying if you were born again, you would want to be born as you were, and then you changed.
Yeah, I want to be a lady boy again. That's what. I mean.
So you don't want to be a woman. You want to be a lady boy. Explain the difference.
And that's kind of interesting.
I don't know. I am some kind of the kid who like to break the rule, like why women should be with women, or why man should be with man, or why man should be with women. You know, I just think like, what if I'm a lady boy and I'm like I attract the guys and I have friends as a girls? Why not?
And you have a penis.
Yeah.
What is a woman?
The woman is a feminine woman, and I don't know.
It's important to know that here in Thailand, the term used for a ladyboy is katoi. It describes a gender identity distinctly different from both male and female, and it's a concept that can be found all the way back in ancient northern Thai creation myths that describe 3 genders, male, female, and one that has traits of both. While some believe katoi to have special shamanistic abilities, and some Buddhists believe ladyboys are a consequence of some previous sexual wrongdoing in a past life, here in Thailand,
So yeah, maybe what you were saying about Buddhism, maybe that has something to do with it.
ladyboy seems to be fully aware that they are not women per se, but exist in a third category altogether. Do you think part of the unique appeal of Shini is how womanly she looks, yet she has a penis and is a man?
Yeah.
Is that why you're interested in her?
So I think many people are interested in the combination. You know, it's like a new product of a woman, basically. For me, it's a little bit different story because I wasn't interested in ladyboys that much before I met Shini.
Okay.
Yeah. But many people are coming here because they're interested in ladyboys.
I think what's interesting about you is they might be like, oh, cute girl, like. Then they tap the profile, and then they learn you weren't born a woman, and you may have a penis. Do you think that's part of the, whoa, gotcha, to some of the guys that find you on social media, or even the women?
I think many people confused, but like for now, people gonna remember that like I'm not a woman. So some people react, you know, like okay, that's cool, but some people react differently, like shock or tell me to f off, or just being rude, turn off to being rude.
Sure.
But some people just like okay, they respect, but they don't like it, so they just let me know. I don't worry with that, you know. I just like just being normal, you know.
Do you think you've caused a lot of men to question their sexuality?
No, I don't think that I make him understand.
But women, yet you have a penis, which in my book is a critical part of a man. So he's dating you. He says he's straight. We'll take his word for it, but you have a penis.
He's wild.
If there's a spectrum, I would argue you're somewhere on the gay end of things, or bisexual. What would you say?
I can consider that maybe straight can be divided into categories. You know, I can consider that, but Am I gay? No, I'm not. I'm not interested in men.
Because if she looked like a man, you would not be attracted to her.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I would say. If you're not a bottom, I would argue being attracted to you, who is very feminine looking, is a very straight thing, maybe.
I can agree to that, yeah.
Okay.
I'm top, she's bottom. Yeah.
There you have it.
What about
And that's true.
What about couples like
peg?
Yeah.
I would argue if you're pegging, you might be more gay than you dating a man who.
Right? That's actually a good point. Although, again, you're being pegged by a woman. I mean, it gets a little weird. It gets a little weird because it's like, is it really gay because it's a woman doing it?
Who looks like a woman or a lady boy.
Yeah, I can agree to that, yeah.
No one's saying fuck off, got tricked. He said he's in denial.
You're basically like, I'm attracted to a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And my retort to that is, okay, I agree, but if she has a penis, is there some element of bisexuality or homosexuality?
You know, it's a penis of a woman, not of a man.
See, this is where.
Now that's interesting. That's a curious way to look at it. It's a penis of a woman. It's a woman penis. I haven't watched this video in a long time, so it's just I'm taking in this information again, and I'm like working it through my head here. It's but again, you guys see what I'm saying with, and again, this is only one perspective, so I don't want to base everything off of this for this culture and everything, but this idea of a third category, and like you said, maybe the Buddhism. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of cultural aspects that play into this as well. But I do think it being a third category probably helps it be accepted, I think.
Where things get interesting.
Sounds like a cop-out to me. Dan DeMan is not buying it either. Look, it looks like Keith and Dan DeMan are like not with it, bro. They're not with it. It sounds like Evie might not be with it either.
Interesting answer.
Right?
Yeah, and I would argue back that if a guy out there is getting pegged, taking something up the butt, that is more gay than dating Sheeny.
But also with pegging, right? Like, I don't know if it's gay.
Yo, some of these camera close-ups are so like ridiculous. Oh Lord, he needs to dig himself out of this hole. Oh Lord, this is funny.
Right? Like, I don't know if it's gay. Like it's a man and a woman, right?
We'll move on since we're in front of the temple.
Right, exactly. I don't think it's. This is where some of our terminology might break down at this point. I don't know that it's gay because it's a woman doing it, right? It's like, would you be okay with a woman pegging you? If you say yes to that, but then you say, would you be okay with a man fucking you? And you say no, there's obviously a difference between that, right? Lucid is like this guy. Yo.
Temple and maybe getting a little bit sacrilegious. Yeah. So we've concluded that you would date a very feminine man.
No, that's not what we concluded.
Nah! Stop trying to put him over there. Stop trying to put him over there. What are you doing?
Very feminine man.
No, that's not what we concluded. Don't put words in my mouth.
So okay, that means then in your eyes, Sheeny is not a feminine man. She's something different.
If we're talking biologically, then yes, Sheeny is a man. But, you know, it's a little bit more complex than biology. Like,
before Sheeny, did you only date women?
Yeah, I only dated women, yeah.
Do you think you're gay?
No, I don't think I'm gay. I mean, I know I'm not gay. I'm not attracted to man or masculine features.
Stop! Not the dog, bro. Not the side eye from the dog, bro. You said you're opposed to both. I don't know if it's a girl pegging you. It's probably not gay if it's a guy. Yeah, right? Women don't have a penis. My ass off. The part of the women that make us unique is the vagina. I've had a lot of gay friends. I have a distinguished gaydar. Oh, so you're saying your gaydar is beep, 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 beep. Oh my gosh. Not for me. Also, no kids, so minus many points beyond the original. Well, yeah, I mean, of course, if you wanted like biological children with your partner, then obviously, I mean, you would be kind of out on that part. But if you wanted to adopt or something like that, then there's no issue, right? Wait, is she a man? She's a lady boy. Lucid, pay attention. She's a lady boy. What do you mean, is she a man? That's what we're talking about here. She's a lady boy. She's not a man. She's not a woman. She's a lady boy. You say, I don't know, in utero, we develop first as a female, then male. I mean, I don't know what it has to do with this one, though. I think that's where our religions start interfering in what beliefs are. What do you mean? You mean, like religion says what a man and woman is, and then people go off of that? Oh, you just got here. Okay, well, oh Lord. Well, we started talking about the trans conversation, and I wanted to share this video from, let me go ahead and drop this link again. You guys should definitely check out his channel. He goes all around the world covering all sorts of different things. In some cases, I mean, you might not agree with, you know, everything or some of his politics and stuff, but to me, it's just fascinating. So we're talking about the trans stuff and getting into definitions and whatnot. And I was just making the point that I think that's something that would help the trans movement, or help it be more accepted here is in the United States, is if there was a third category or fourth, or, you know, whatever. And that might make people might be more accepting of that, because it's not encroaching on their category and it's not encroaching on definitions that they already have solidified in their mind. So technically, yes, she is a biological man, but in their culture, there's ladyboys, which don't seem to fall into either man or woman. It's like an in between.
So Chini is not a man to me. Like, I'm not dating a man, I'm dating a woman. I'm dating Chini, or, you know, at least we can say I'm dating trans woman. I think so. You know, we're getting lots of like hate comments, right? And I think the majority of these people are very curious, because if this keeps popping up on their feeds, you know, they want to watch it. So I think they question.
What, Keith, the fuck did you just say? Stop. Yeah, I think a third category, I just think it would probably be more accepted. I could be wrong about this. It's just like, it's something I've thought about. And I think that the issue is with the trans movement or idea in the United States, is that people already have an idea of what a man and woman is. I also think that when it comes to laws, like laws that are there to protect women or women's spaces, that's where really the main issues come from. Now, let's say we took in the United States sort of the same perspective as them. I'm not sure how their laws work with, which actually that would be really interesting. Like, would ladyboys go to the women's bathroom? I imagine they would, right? If we adopted that in the United States, I don't know if there'd be legal protections that would allow ladyboys to necessarily play in sports and this, that, and the third. Because even earlier in this interview, or earlier when he was interviewing that one woman on the street, she had said, oh, you know, I'm friends with ladyboys. They're a lot of fun. We play volleyball together and they could hit the ball really hard. And he's like a man? And she said, oh, yeah, like a man. So, and that's just one conversation. Take it with a grain of salt. You know, it's anecdotal evidence. But this idea that, okay, they do seem to maybe have more strength than a traditional woman, which then if you were to translate that to the United States when it comes to the whole sports argument, you know, I don't know how people would feel about ladyboys or trans women playing in women's sports. That's actually something interesting. I want to investigate, you know, how sports work over there and how women's spaces work over there. Should ask your trans friend about it. Yeah. So far, when I brought it up, I mean, I've only had, I think one trans person, like openly trans person in chat, and they told me to shove it up my ass. They said, shove your third and fourth category up your ass, or something along those lines. So they didn't seem to like it. Yeah. But this is the interesting disconnect, is there seems to be this push of like trans women are women in the United States, or there has been a push for that. And that's what a lot of people push back against. I don't think people push back against the idea of wearing what you want to wear, dating who you want to date. Obviously, there's some people against gay people and this, that, and the third. But for the most part, I don't really think people care. But I think trying to force people to accept, in this case, trans women as actual women is the problem. Because even they said, it's like, oh, no, I mean, they're a man. They're biologically a man. But we wouldn't call them a man. We would call them a ladyboy. Blair White said she considers herself a category of male and has a dick and balls. Oh, I actually, we'll have to check out some Blair White. I watched some of her content. I didn't realize she had a dick and balls. Verbatim. I think if trans women could be that accepting, it would be totally fine. Yeah. However, do you think they'd go for it? People have dug their heels. Well, I mean, just from my very, very limited experience, obviously a lot of people are going to push back against it, because you have to understand that, at least with womanhood in the United States, there are legal protections that come with it. And I think some people want those legal protections, whether it's playing in sports or using certain bathrooms. I don't really think a bathroom is an issue in this case, because let's be honest, if she walks into a women's bathroom, are you going to have an issue? Are you going to have an issue with that? Nobody's going to have a fucking issue with that. I doubt anybody would have an issue with that. Obviously, I don't think she should go into a man's bathroom, right? That seems a little ridiculous. And probably not safe, or potentially not safe. However, do you think they'd go for it? Yeah. I don't know. Fundamentally, everybody's human, so I don't see why it would be less advantageous. What do you mean less advantageous? What would be less advantageous? Sorry, sometimes I'd be jumping around and then all the different chats, my mind gets kerfuffled. But yeah, they have seemed to dig their heels in. We definitely need to get some more trans people in chat so I could ask them. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's a sensitive topic, and it's like, I'd like to be able to have an open conversation about it and stuff. Because again, I mean, I'm not hateful or anything. I just want to understand, and honestly, there's probably some things I can't wrap my head around if you tell me that you feel like a woman or something. I mean, if you tell me that you, I mean, yeah, I guess if you tell me you feel, one, attracted to men, I guess, even though you could be a lesbian trans woman, could you not? Right? So that's not even necessarily a need. But if you say that you want to be seen as a woman, you want to be, I guess, treated as a woman, you feel like you relate more to women, you feel like, I'm trying to think of like all the things that like make a woman like traditionally here in America. I think I could wrap my head around that stuff. Because I mean, I've known feminine men. That's the thing. I've known masculine women. And they exist. I mean, aren't they called like butch or something? And then feminine men are like, is there a word for feminine men? I don't think it's twink necessarily, because isn't that just like a skinny dude? And I don't. You said dead man. However, do you think that? And I don't mean trans people, trans activists. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, I wouldn't know about like trans people per se. I would love to talk to some and or like see some of them talking on this topic. The activists. The activists, if they're not trans, I just care a little bit less about what they say. Because if all the trans people got together and said, oh, we're cool with it, and then the activists weren't cool with it, who fucking cares? You're not trans, so who cares? In that case, you know what I mean? The activists, I don't know, man. It's crazy in the United States. They're just in the world now with certain activists and certain ideologies kind of, I don't know, I think blinding people to being able to think through stuff and just look at different perspectives. So they might dig their heels in. In Asian countries, the muscle fiber density between men and women is actually closer than it is for the population too. Think that might have something to do with it. Same with height. That's interesting. I didn't know about the muscle mass. I definitely want to look that one up. But the height thing, there's generally a stereotype, right? About like maybe Asian people being shorter. So, that could have something to do with it too. There's probably a lot of facets to this that make it acceptable or more easily acceptable in these cultures. The white population has a biological differential between height, muscle fiber, stuff like that. Okay, interesting. That's exactly why the push for the trans activists, though, because most people became accepting and tolerant for gay people, and they needed another issue to use for political purposes. I do feel like people just need hobbies to a certain extent. Yeah, you know what I mean? I knew a girl in college who identifies as a man but dates a gay man. Very confusing. Wait, you knew a girl in college. She identified as a man, so he, and dated a gay man. So she was a gay man. So I would ask them, he, her, whatever, what it means to identify as a man. But then again, it's like maybe they cut their hair a certain way, dress a certain way. They want to be seen as a man in the world, you know? Again, I'm still trying to wrap my head around all this stuff. I'm working through it in real time with you guys here. Femboy. Oh, a femboy, duh. Oh my God, how could I not remember that? Oh my gosh. Yeah, a femboy, duh. I think feminine men are metrosexual. I don't even know what that means. Let me look that up. Relating to or denoting men who live in urban areas and enjoy shopping, fashion, and similar interests traditionally associated with women or gay men. Oh. A man who lives in an urban area and okay, same definition. Okay, interesting. It's coined in 1994 by British journalist Mark Simpson to describe heterosexual urban men obsessed with grooming, fashion, and appearance, combining metropolitan and heterosexual to highlight a new consumer market. It gained huge popularity in the early 2000s as a cultural phenomena, often satirizing shifting masculinity and consumerism. Interesting. He said legitimate trans people that have gender dysphoria who make an effort to pass are totally fine in the bathroom. To me, they're not there to be creeps. The men in a dress and a beard are not the same. Yeah, and that tends to throw me off because if you say you're the opposite sex, in this case we'll say, or an opposite gender, in this case, if you say you're a woman when you're biologically a man, but you don't do any of the things that would align you socially with a woman, to the average person, that really confuses me. It would be interesting to get deeper into. Learn to garden, much less stressful hobby than activism. And you get food. Good point. I'll be back doing my usual doom scroll at work. All right, Mads. Appreciate you, bro. Have a good part of your shift until we see you back in here. South Park episode on that one, on metrosexual. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll have to check it out. The sincere versus the performative. Yeah, I mean, if you're literally not sincere and you are just being performative, that to me is probably... that's something else. I don't know what that is. I would want to think on that more before I just start spouting off. I'm not making any judgment here. An observation when I was younger. No one ever said anything about me putting my arm around a boyfriend when I was a little kid, but it was rejected later on. True. I mean, as a kid, yeah. I mean, I think it's because we don't associate those things. Like when you're super young, we don't associate certain things with romantic or sexual intentions, right? But then again, you could put your arm around a guy. It just depends on the guy. Like if you have a close friend or a brother or something, you put your arm around them. I guess it means like, what do you mean? Like your arm around their waist, around their shoulder. I mean, obviously if you put it around their waist, that's just generally more associated with some sort of form of intimacy here, I think, or, or romantic connection. I've heard many legitimate people with gender dysphoria say they could never go out in a beard or looking the way the creepy ones do. Yeah, and that's the thing is because aren't you trying to... I mean, if you wanted to be accepted as that thing, you would want to portray that thing, right? So yeah, it would, yeah. That's especially if you had dysphoria. The Cake Pops guy, yo. Them and the one that did the Bud Light commercial thing or the Bud Light promotion. Damn, I can't remember their name. But there are some activists or people, I just think people make money off this stuff. Let's be honest. If you're controversial, you're going to make money. We could check out the K-Pops person. We could do a compare and contrast here. I'm back. No good politics on. If you find some, let me know. I mean, we're going to be doing this stuff and whatnot, but if there's some new politics, I'll have to add it to my schedule here. Some of them without gender dysphoria have autogynephilia, and they're doing it to get their rocks off, and I'm not comfortable with that. Oh, that's the people that, isn't it the ones that get off by wearing women's clothing? Describes a paraphilia where a natal male experiences sexual arousal from the thought or fantasy of being a woman. A concept introduced by psychologist Ray Blackard to explain some male to female transsexualism, though it remains a controversial theory within psychology and transgender communities, prompting debate about its role in gender identity and experiences. That reminds me of something. That reminds me of this Blair White debate on Jubilee. Don't know if I can watch it because Jubilee is a little weird about reaction content sometimes. But we might check that out because Blair White, she has some interesting takes. And just from what I've heard from Blair White, she seems reasonable.
Question, you know,
sorry,
they want to watch it, so I think many men question their sexuality when they see beautiful ladyboys, you know.
Most of the men that have hit on you historically, are they all straight?
Of course, 100% straight.
100%. You've never had a gay man be interested in you.
Gay man? Yeah, I think there have some interesting in me, but like I'm not my style.
Not your style.
Your type is straight man, right?
My type is...
Oh! Hold on. I'm gonna unpack this for 2 seconds. But yeah, why would a gay man be attracted to her? She's not really giving off man, right? Although I could see there being maybe some gay men that are. You know, I mean, obviously, not everything is absolute, right?
My style.
Oh Lord.
Not your style.
Your type is straight man, right?
My type is
what is your
straight man.
preferred type?
Like someone who are not into transgender.
This is crazy. So, what do you say to that?
I can see why. Yeah, because there are guys who are into trans, like who are into ladyboys, and they're like, I think for ladyboys, it's more appealing that if someone is straight, you know.
And you're happy.
I don't think it's a big deal, to be honest. Like, I think people have the perception that it's like a big deal. It's like, oh.
I want to know how tall Tyler Oliveira is, because I want to know if this dude is just really fucking tall.
Like, I think people have the perception that it's like a big deal. It's like, oh, like you're gay, you're not gay. Like, I feel fine, you know. Like,
for the record, if you were gay, who cares?
Exactly.
And if you were gay, who cares?
Yeah.
But it is an interesting conversation, right? If Sheenie had a vagina, would that change any level of attraction you have to Sheenie? Or did it just so happen that Sheenie had a penis?
Yeah, like that would be the same. So I'm
the
like,
same.
Yeah, of course. More convenient for me, for sure. Yeah.
This makes sense. Tonight we're gonna meet some of Sheenie Boy's ladyboy friends.
Yes.
I want to hear their story too.
It's gonna be amazing.
Like them too.
After having a PhD level conversation on the complexities of human sexuality, we pulled up to Bangkok's red light district to see if any ladyboys were working the streets, and if so, why. I venture to guess this is some sex work. This is some of the more underground work. Will we see many ladyboys there?
You will, but like mostly it's girl.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What can we find in Soy Cowboy?
The most disgusting stuff in Bangkok.
What do you mean?
Or the most delicious stuff. Depends on what you like.
Okay. Knowing you, I feel like it'd be right up your alley.
Yeah, like some people might like it, some people might hate it, you know?
Can you tell the viewer what a ping pong show is?
Ping pong.
Oh my gosh, dude, I've heard about the ping pong shows. I'm like, bro, they sound insane.
Oh yeah, ping pong show is another experience of Bangkok that very controversial.
So I've heard it's where women use their vaginas to conduct a unique art form and do all sorts of acrobatics and archery and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of foreigners sit there and watch women perform all this crazy stuff with their vaginas. And I've been there once actually with Shini. She took me there, and it's traumatizing.
It's traumatizing.
With some ladies.
Hold on. I think I need to fix. The name of the city. Am I coming through? Hold up. Where's my mic? The name of the city seems so fitting. It's like, what are the chances?
That's sex work. I'm noticing some old men with some ladies. That's sex work, I presume. Question for you guys. Is anyone here a lady boy?
No.
Okay, we're trying to interview like a lady boy.
Outside.
Like a working lady boy.
Yep.
Over there? Okay, thank you so much. Okay. So I noticed that was a bit of an awkward question.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. Also, man, he has to blur out almost the whole damn screen.
Asking, is anyone a lady boy?
Yeah. You want lady boy?
I want to pay a lady boy for an interview that's working the street right now. Cowboy too?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Come. Sorry. So, just point it that way. We're just gonna interview a lady boy.
Okay, the phone is come here. Okay.
All right. Hello. I'm trying to interview a working lady boy.
Oh, I know she.
I'm here with world famous Shini.
I know she.
Yes. What is your name?
Alice.
Elise.
Yes, and you?
My name's Tyler.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too. Thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you.
Where are we at right now?
Right now?
Where are we at?
Where?
Yeah.
I'm working here for dancing or dancing. Sometimes I'm go with customer. Yeah.
You are a lady boy?
Yeah, I'm lady boy. I'm yeah.
How long have you been lady boy?
Young girl.
Young girl. How did you end up working in red light districts?
2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
Why?
For my family.
Is it very common that lady boys end up having to work for their family on the streets?
Yeah, I have to give money for family.
Okay.
Yeah, I take care of family.
How are the customers?
It's good.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some customer not good, some customer good.
What is most of your clients? What nationality are like American, British, Australian, German?
Anything.
Anything.
Yeah.
And how long do you think you'll continue working in the red light district? How much longer?
I don't know. Yeah. Not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel happy and accepted as a lady boy? As a lady boy?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Because I'm lady boy when I'm younger.
How young?
9 years.
9 years old.
Yeah.
She said she's working in the red light district to provide for her family. Do you think most women want to work out here, or they kind of have to?
You know, most women who work in the bar, they are kind of like look after the family, money.
Sure.
To the family and like to support.
After getting a taste of the red light district and being threatened to have the cops sicked on me like dogs, it was now time to relax with a few drinks and meet up with Shini's entire squad.
You guys okay? He's trying to turn you out. What's going on, Duke? She's super reasonable. She wants the real trans community to stop making fools of themselves and stop letting actors speak for them. You said the voice changed everything. Oh, you hadn't heard their voice yet? Oh my gosh. Usually in a gay relationship, you have the masculine gay and the twink. Trinists going out in public with beards. Oh, trans are going out with beards are just trying to get attention. That's all. You said there's a gang. I've always hated the name of the city. And assert their dominance over women like, I'm going into your bathroom, locker room, etc. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. Honestly, Thailand just seems like so much fun and they have amazing food. It does seem like a very interesting place. Oh, I could tell with that one. She's drunk as well. That's what I'm assuming. The English signs, is it a tourist thing? I'm pretty sure like the red light district and all that is a super, you know, I mean, it's like sex tourism, right? I'm pretty sure that's one of the things it's known for, if I'm not mistaken.
Of ladyboy friends.
Did you take like estrogen? How did the transition process actually work? I'm curious.
I start to take, I think maybe like 16 years old.
16.
Yeah, and I take like Andocoa, Okinawa to make myself look like a girl. But I don't mind if like the gay like me or like, you know, just love is so easy to love someone, something like that.
So love became genderless for you almost.
Yeah.
Do you still have a penis?
A penis?
A penis.
What does that mean?
How do I translate penis?
Dick.
Dink.
Dick. Okay, penis.
Dink.
Okay.
Do you have dink?
Yeah, I still have.
Okay. Is that a very common? Do most ladyboys have dink?
Yeah,
or is
for
it
sure.
sort of a
for
case
sure.
by case?
Yeah, for sure. Ladyboy always like
Always have dink.
have dick, and I have like big dick.
Oh, big dick.
Big dick.
So in your experience, most
big dick
ladyboys have massive schlongs?
I am not sure, but for me, I'm big dick.
Laying it out there, guys.
Even on estrogen.
And her confidence, bro, I'm not questioning it, okay?
God give for me, you know, like have like beautiful face but big dick.
How big is the dick?
Me? You first, if you want to know.
Got him! Oh shit.
If I was on like a gas station boner pill, maybe like man, if I'm feeling optimistic.
Going down the road.
If you want to support our boots on the ground,
yeah, guys, definitely check out his channel. I'm dropping the link again in chat here. Like I said, really fucking interesting videos, man. Really interesting videos. Show your support. Go over there, like, subscribe. We're subscribed. Go ahead and drop that like there. Tyler Oliveira, man.
and now let's hear Julie's story on how he became a she.
You're 20.
Yeah.
Okay, you're young. You said you guys met at a beauty pageant?
Yeah, last 2 years ago.
Yeah, I feel like maybe they love the way I walk, the way I talk, the way I consider myself. This is how the judge falling in love.
Do you make a lot of men fall in love with you?
Oh, I guess so.
Is that the case? You tell me, I don't know. What's going on in your DMs?
Well, I got like maybe 1,000 messages per day, every single day.
What are?
Holy crap.
I consider myself as an identity as a lady boy, so I don't really mind. I know when I was born, I was a male, right? Sex born, I was a male, so I'm so proud to call myself lady boy.
When I look at you, I see lady.
Well,
but I imagine there's a little bit of boy.
You haven't seen all of So what I look like now is women, but maybe when I have no clothes, you can see.
Dink?
Yeah.
He knows about that. Yeah.
Why does he keep... Bro, what was that?
Dink? Yeah. He knows about that. Yeah. Roman knows. Roman. What lies in your future? What are your dreams? What are your aspirations?
I want to become a singer.
Can we hear a note, perhaps?
Oh my God.
No pressure at all.
Show.
But might as well. Hell, life's short.
Since I coming home when my body pain's a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress, baby. Want you coming over? Stop making a fool out of me. Why don't you come on over, evaporate?
I'd say that was pretty solid.
Wow. You were quiet with it, but I could hear the angelic tunes like that of an angel.
Thank you to close your eyes.
Wow. You have a nice voice. Would you have preferred to be with the women rather than separated altogether?
No.
Hell no?
No. Because the way we growing up, lady boy and 6 women grown, completely different. Completely different. And we should not take this space because our born sex is different. We should not take this space
At least 2 transgender women will compete in the Miss Universe pageant.
for the real women.
I see. Okay.
Her space.
Americans love.
See, and that's why I found this so fascinating. Is again, they have a third category, it seems, and at least for the people he interviews, or at least this lady, it seems as though she recognizes a difference between ladyboys and women in this instance.
Should not take this space for the real women.
I see. Okay.
Her space.
Americans love debating about that. Nisa. What do you do for a living?
In the last 5 years, I've been a content creator, like more specifically in OnlyFans industry. And now I shift my path to be podcaster.
Okay, now you have me curious. What people were most interested in your services?
Probably those who are curious about their sexuality, questioning themselves, like, am I still straight? If I if I get turned on by this person. Yeah, that's basically how it starts. So there are like some dominant ones, or the also submissive ones,
Okay.
and like to fulfill their kinks, right? But for me specifically, it's about the.
To
Can
dominant,
I
submissive
even
kinks?
say?
Say it, please.
Well, it's
Just be honest.
Well, I have a massive dick, and I have a bunch of cum just hit on my face every time on every video. So that's how I hook them.
So you have a mega dink.
Yeah.
What are we talking here? Are we talking 12 inches?
I'm talking about 7.5.
There's a lot of guys out there that are a little bit jealous of you right now. Do you think God wasted a gift on you, given that you are a ladyboy, or does it kind of work out?
Of course, I think it's a gift from God, and it's meant to be. I mean, I was born with this. It could have been much harder life if I was born with a micro penis, right?
So you've used your dink to your advantage, even as a.
They're all packaged schlongs, guys. I mean, when she's got a bigger dink than yours, I like that dink. I think I'm gonna start saying that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I mean, it comes with a lot of sacrifice as well. I think nowadays it's more open for those who look like more masculine. And what I mean by sacrifice is that I have to stop using hormones in order to get hard. So it's like.
Oh yeah, I was really curious about that because, like, how does the hormones affect your like sex organs?
Can I maximize my femininity? My preference not to overly use hormones, otherwise I get like mood swing.
You've had to find the balance between testosterone and estrogen, and your feminine features that you're gaining while retaining in your other masculine features.
Yeah.
On a personal level, have you dated any straight men like our friend here?
So most of
I cannot keep this. Yo, the camera pans to this dude, bro, are great. Let's see what you guys are saying. Winning all around, exactly. You said the image. So wait, they have lady boys, but do they have boy ladies? That's a good question. That is a good question. We're gonna have to investigate. I know y'all saw the print in them jeans. I couldn't find a shiver emoji. Y'all are too much. Let me see if do I have any special emojis. This probably doesn't fit, but there's some of my special emojis for you. What are you guys? Oh crap, where'd my chat go? This is definitely a conversation that never comes up in my age group. This is the longest you spent on it. Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a fascinating conversation. It really is, especially when you could actually sit down and talk about it, and not just be, people yelling at each other, or just, being ridiculous. I mean, just actually trying to understand it and like, open your mind and just understand other people, Oh, package schlongs. As a matter of fact, this is the most time. So I said hi. What's going on, Alan? Keeps throwing his buddy under the bus. I know. And every time it pans, he's just like, he's just like, hold up. Oh my God.
We love you.
I mean, most of my whole life, I only attract straight men or guys who are into femininity. It's like a kink, you know.
Do you feel disrespected to be viewed as a kink for some men?
Well, it is a fact though. So what can I do? You know, we are associated with the, sexual kind of world anyway, since the beginning. Those guys who defend
Yeah, he's probably the happiest dude. Let's be honest for a second.
on social media. Trust me, those guys who make bad comments, they're probably on my OnlyFans. So I just keep doing minimal procedures.
But you like using your dink and being a ladyboy at the same time.
Well, it's not like I like to use it. Most of the case, I just use it for work.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not fucking another guy. So that's.
I see, you're getting
Yeah.
So you don't need your dink.
I mean, I still like to be sucked, right? It's like the instinct of biological male in me, but it's been pressed out by the hormones anyways.
Emily, when did you become a ladyboy?
I would say that it's kind of like a long story. Just the fact that when I was young, I have a girl neighborhood, like a girlfriend, something like that. I used to play with the girl for the whole time when I was so young. So I don't even know.
You were a boy?
Yeah, I kind of like absorbed those feelings that, oh my God, I want to be a lady. I want to be a girl. I want to have a long hair like her. One day I think that I'm not a boy, but I am a girl.
What age did you think you were a girl?
About like 8 or 9, something like that. Yes.
Oh, that's very young.
Thankfully, my family back then, at that time, they not trying to stop me anything. But on the other hand, they are more supportive, you know. It's not easy to be a lady boy or to be something which is not a man or a woman, you know what I mean?
But you have dink.
I still have dick, yes.
Big dink?
Above average.
Tell me some of the surgeries you've undergone to look more like a woman.
To be honest, nowadays people they are doing forehead surgery, which is like as a man's like facial like scale, right? It's kind of like a bony face, so they put like a silicone on their forehead.
So, is it making their forehead smaller or? Like, I feel like I see there's a difference. I'm struggling to see where the difference is. You know what I mean?
Hair to look it more feminine, like a lady. That's what is very popular right now in Thailand.
Do you think there are some dangers associated with the hormone usage?
Absolutely. Following like a mental health issue, after that, it's like you get mood swing and you know it's emotional, easy to cry.
You said it looks a little softer.
Usage
right now in Thailand.
Do you think there are?
I mean, like.
Yeah, like it almost looks smaller, right? It kind of looks like the hairline kind of came up. Yo, MB. You said you love large clitoris. Oh my God, I don't know how deep we want to go in this. I mean, in a way, Keith, is that not, isn't it kind of like a small dink? Right? Isn't it kind of a small dink at the end of the day? Yeah, I'm pulling the skin up, which is why her eyelids look different too. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Too close to brain for an elective surgery. You think?
That's what is very popular right now in Thailand.
Do you think there are some dangers associated with the hormone usage?
Absolutely. Following like a mental health issue, after that, it's like you get mood swing and you know it's emotional, easy to cry, easy to get mad, and sometimes, especially for those who don't have their community, their friends to share about this thing with, I mean, that can be really difficult for the person. I don't believe that parents, I mean, this is based on the US, right? Like, I don't think the parents should push their kids, their child too hard to transition, because, most of my friends, they realize after they've been using their penis, and they all of a sudden they liked it, But I feel
looking like a lady boy and being a lady boy, but also liked using their penis.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay. I can feel also for those who decided so early, whether it's for their own choice or their family, they regret after that.
What age do you think is appropriate to start the hormones and start a sex change operation, from your experience?
I think the hormones, since many Thai transgender, we start since very early, right? I would say around 18. For the transition, of course, should be after 20.
Interesting. Anyway, guys, was that not fascinating or what? I'm going to go ahead and again drop that link for you guys to this. Oh, well, hold up. To this video, and also, well, I'll just drop the link to his channel at this point because he does a lot of awesome content. Tyler Oliveira. So definitely go give him a look. He does stuff all over the place, man. Like, just really quick. In fact, another one, look at this one. I exposed the most evil church in America. That was fantastic. Inside India's poop throwing festival. That went big. I have yet to watch that. Fighting scammers in Paris. I mean, he makes freaking insane content. I exposed the most corrupt churches. I think I've seen that one. I think we might have watched it on stream. But dude, just fascinating stuff. He investigated the country where slavery is still legal. I mean, you don't even know. You never know what this dude's about to do. So highly recommend his shit. I thought I had some music playing, but maybe not. Welcome to the Black Hole radio broadcast, the blackest hole in all of the universe. Oh my gosh, guys. All right, back to chat. Let's go down the beast. That was what the fuck video. Well, yeah, chemically or, geez, sounds like the music's kind of loud. You said chemically or physically castrated biological males and females are miserable. You have no real sex life and will never get off ever in your life. Yeah, that seems very, very, very difficult. You said over 50% of ladies in the street of Bangkok have dicks. Some are super hot and no easy way to tell the difference because plastic surgery is so cheap there. But I imagine if you ask them, I assume you could, because I mean, again, I don't know, but judging by his video, he was walking up and asking, oh, there are lady boys here, and they were like, no, go down there and talk to them. So, I mean, I imagine they're going to tell you because, I mean, if they don't, that could be dangerous and this, that, and the third, right? So I don't think they're trying to trick people because of the fact that it's kind of known for ladyboys to some extent, right? So... But you watched the Zimmerman guy eat dick. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm unfamiliar. Oh, in your life. Yeah. It gives me more to play... But that's been a while. He's over here reminiscing on the glory days. Yeah, they seem pretty upfront about it. So... Guys, I might need to reheat my coffee. What are you talking about, Ender? Okay, let me check it out. Let me check out what you're talking about. I don't know if I'm gonna. Wow, okay. Andrew Zimmerman, Bizarre Foods. Oh Lord, so maybe you're not lying. Oh, it was ox penis, right? Cod sperm. There you go. Okay, so this guy eats some really weird food. Oh wow, this is a good look. I'm gonna have to check this one out, guys. In general, if you want to keep the conversation going, be sure to drop by the Discord. You can drop me links there. We could do, I mean, all sorts of stuff, but dropping links, keeping the conversation going, eventually having people call in and chit-chatting on the stream. Nobody's taken up the offer. Well, Norton did. He's not in chat right now, but he dropped in just to say hi a couple days ago. The Black Hole Discord. Oh, actually, I spelled that wrong, so the link is not popping up. And if you can't click this link, go to my description. If you're on mobile, it just might not be a clickable link. Think about that. So cheap and acceptable to transition. Oh, you said they're front. What I learned, 50% of friends are ladyboys. Wait, 50% of your friends are ladyboys? Wait, are you in America? Well, it has been enjoyable and enlightening, but I've got to go up in 3 hours. It's been great. Good night, day. Fantastic, man. Yo, I really appreciate you for hanging out. Try to make it back here sometime. Remember, if you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in. But we try to be live here. I'm trying to be on top of my shit, guys. So I'm going for daily. I'll be live at least 5 days a week. My work schedule's changing. I'm trying to get it aligned so I can be here pretty much every night. I'm gonna be posting my schedule on Discord soon. But we generally start off, I mean, it depends on the day. We do gaming, but a lot of times we start off with politics and news, catch up on current events. Then you guys send me stuff, or our conversations just kind of lead us all over the internet. And if I still have energy, by the end of it, I game. I mean, sometimes I just do gaming because I just want to chill out and like hang out with y'all. So I really appreciate y'all for hanging out. Hey, Duke's been here 2 nights in a row. Hey. Really appreciate y'all. I didn't expect us to have, well, I mean, I guess I did have the, where the guy was asking if men could get pregnant. So I guess that's what kind of led us to this conversation. I didn't think we were going to go so deep into it, but it's been a lot of fun. I've been dying over here. So far, we've caught Trump. We've gone down the UK censorship a little bit, as well as that game that they put out / learning tool. We've talked about trans and ladyboys. We're hitting it all. You really can't tell. Yes, very good, very good. I'm 15. No, I'm just playing. I'm 29, guys. Two niner. But hey, at least you know, you said 21, 25, 28. So hey, I must still look pretty young. You should see me when I have a beard. Like sometimes I don't shave for a long time. My whole face gets hairy, bro. I'm like a bear over here. Be sure to hit the sub button if you guys enjoy. Some people forget to do that. Also, like if you want to help me blow up and act like I don't know anybody. You know what I mean? All right. I kind of wanted to check out the Blair White stuff. I might. There's the Don Lemon situation. I might save that for maybe my next stream because I don't know if I want to go back in the news and politics right now. I know everybody's reacting to that right now, but she bashed white people at Asian grocery stores. It backfired. Interesting. Let me see what other things I had planned. Again, I'm kind of like, I'm kind of getting newsed out and politicsed out. So I wanted to finish that Nick Shirley video, his interview, but I'm probably not going to do that right now. We watched half of it yesterday or 2 days ago. Yes, Evie. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Wait, why would that make you feel old? All right, close some of these. Close this. I thought this was interesting. I've been meaning to watch this for like a week on here, actually. Hey, you're turning 31. Nice, nice. Do you ever watch tarot readings? Huh. No, I don't. You know, funny enough, every now and then I scroll through live streams on YouTube. I actually don't do it very often. But there's a lot of people that do tarot card readings on YouTube. Found that kind of interesting. But why? Do you watch tarot card readings, or do you read tarot cards? I need to pull up some music. I've been watching them lately because they've been popping up random and they're pretty accurate. Really interesting. You say they've been popping up randomly. Are you talking about live streams, or are you talking about just videos? And also, when you say they're accurate, are they speaking to things going on in the world, or are they accurate to you personally, to your life? Both. Everybody reading on lives. Usually anytime has happened in the past, they're like horribly inaccurate, so I don't know what's going on lately. Huh. I mean, maybe a broken clock is right twice a day situation? Everyone reading on lives. I'm surprised you don't have a deck. Like a deck of tarot cards? No, it's actually something I've never gotten into. I'm into a lot of stuff. I don't know if I buy the tarot card stuff. I'm into some weird, like, fringe stuff and, like paranormal and this, that, and the third, you know what I mean? I'm open-minded. Fun introspective tool. I'll have to try them out sometime. I'm a little skeptical of people. I'm skeptical of psychics and stuff. Maybe especially on the internet and people that, make a business out of it. The only tarot I've watched that I feel with pretty certainty is real is this older woman that doesn't have many followers. I've been watching her for years. She reads my sign. Interesting. That is a rabbit hole I really haven't gone down. All them ladies are bad shit. It doesn't seem like she does it for money. I might be interested in checking it out sometime. I take it. Well, no, you're in the Discord, right? I mean, you can drop a link if you want. I mean, I've seen some people on live, and I think that they charge money. That they want you to like donate to them for them to do your readings. And I don't know. I'm not, trying to shit on anybody's, craft or whatever. But I don't have experience with it, so who's to say? Maybe they'd read my future or what have you and be 100% accurate. I have a skepticism when it comes to that, though. Plus, I need it to be specific. If it's super vague, sort of like horoscopes, where they're so vague they end up being true because, I mean, of course they're true. They're super vague, right? Yeah, I tend to think that way as well. Not to say, I do think some people, like for example, like having dreams that, and premonitions and things along, those lines where you see the future and it happens and deja vu and all that kind of stuff. I believe in that because I've had my own experiences where, I've had like deja vu or whatever you call it, where I'm like, holy shit, I've watched all this happen. I knew what they were going to say. I knew how he was going to walk. I knew that this was going to happen. I watched it all happen. Whenever it has happened to me in my life, it's this really weird moment where it almost feels like time's moving weird because I'm like, whoa, because I'm realizing in real time that I've seen all this already. So it's I've had like a handful of those experiences. So yeah, I think there might be something to it, but can people actually channel and sort of like purposefully look into the future and stuff like that? Yeah, exactly. I've had dreams that predict the future. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing significant to anybody, but it would be just where I see something and then it just ends up happening. It's small stuff, but it's like, oh, I've been here before. I was standing here. This person said this thing, and then this person said that thing, and then I said this thing, and yeah, it's just odd. And then I always like hearing people's stories. I mean, we could get into the paranormal. I always like hearing people's paranormal stories, whether it's something along the lines of, premonitions, shadow people, ghosts, UFOs, UAPs, any kind of stuff like that. I'm super, super into hearing people's stories because it does seem like a lot of people have at least a one-off story from their life of something odd. Sorry, I'm just going through the Discord right now, seeing if anybody posted anything to react to. I sometimes miss things and whatnot. I'm trying to be better about that. Tony B wanted me to check out the Y-Files episode. I like reacting to their stuff, but I tend to I like reacting to older Y-Files videos. You know, I try to react to older content or content that's not stupid fresh. It's kind of like a YouTube courtesy thing, even though I'm a super small channel. So, I mean, it's not like, you know, the end of the world. And I talk over things and, you know, I react and stuff, but it's just like a courtesy thing. So the thing he linked is only a couple days old. So I kind of wanted to wait on reacting to that. It also depends on the type of content. Like if it's news, then I'll generally react quicker. But if it's pop culture, I try to like give it time to get all their views and stuff like that. She posts videos, no live. I haven't watched her in a while because life happens, of course. But she seems really sweet. Usually I'll watch mine and my husband's both to check how accurate. I mean, yeah, drop her name if you remember it. Either here or in the Discord. Not 100%. Do it for fun to see how accurate it is. He said, I had a dream one time where I was standing on an oil rig before I even knew what it was. And then 3 months later, boom, got a job in an oil field in crazy circumstance. Wow. See, I mean, that's... I do think there's something going on around us that we're not really privy to. We're not like conscious of it. And sometimes we sort of interface with it. Yo, Tony B, I literally just mentioned you. That's hilarious. You missed, Tony B, you missed a lot, my guy. You missed a lot, man. We just got done with the ladyboy conversation. But yeah, the oil rig, man, that's really crazy. And it's like, it seems like, what are the chances? You know what I mean? What are the chances of that happening? So yeah, it seems like, again, I mean, I don't know how to, you know, how it works or anything, the mechanisms, but something that we're interfacing with subconsciously or randomly. And then, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. You know, paranormal is my passion. I like for balls to rob the dead. Yes. Yeah. You showed that shadow person and all that stuff, man. I love it. Like my boyfriend at the time, I had a friend who started a company. And so I started working out there just on a whim. And I was standing on the rig floor and looked out and I was hit with it. Exactly. Where it like kind of comes to you that it's like, whoa, I've been here. I think some people say it's like a short circuit in the brain where your experience hits your like memory center before it hits your experience center. I'm sure it's much more complicated than the way I'm explaining it, but to put it in simple terms and you know how I understand it. So you think you're experiencing something that you've already experienced. However, it's really just a short circuit, sort of like wires crossing. I mean, I don't know if I buy that, but I mean, it seems plausible. But I like to lean towards, nah, there's something else going on. And just from talking to people and, you know, hearing their experiences, it just seems like there's something going on. At least I like to think. Maybe I just want to believe. Oh, we got to check out some comedy clips sometime. No, we could do comedy. I shouldn't get claimed now. I mean, it depends. Obviously, I can't sit here and watch somebody's special. I don't think I could do that. But I could definitely react to, I think, podcasts and stuff. If you have something specific, let me know. In fact, now that you mentioned that, who is this? Evie. I don't know if I put you on. I don't know. I don't mean to, you know, shill these channels all the time and stuff, but I try to put people onto good content when I find it. And a channel I really enjoy. I think he does great work, and it's art, really. But Elephant Graveyard on YouTube, I highly recommend his channel. I'll drop a link. You know, could I watch some of his? I've actually never reacted to one of his channel videos just because I feel like I would be doing it a disservice by reacting, because I just think it's an experience in and of itself and I would want to just shut up and watch it with you guys, but I don't like just letting other people's content play. I like, you know, out of respect and everything. We might be able to catch a little bit of a video because he does awesome stuff, and I just have to highlight, I just have to recommend the Elephant Graveyard. Tony B, I actually sent you the Elephant Graveyard. Have you checked them out yet? Yep, exactly. Tony B, Y files, exactly. Why? Oh yeah, you know what? I mean, I guess for anybody in chat that doesn't know about the Y files, if you're into, I mean, we could say conspiracy, but you want a really grounded podcast slash channel. I think he does a podcast now as well. The Y files is really great. He sits there and walks you through the ideas of like the conspiracy, the stories or whatever. And then at the end, he kind of gives his synopsis of what is true, what isn't true, what hasn't been proven, how he feels about it. And it's really well put together. It's a great production. I'm going to go ahead and drop that in the chat. I definitely say give him a chance. Him and Hecklefish does some really, really great stuff. But Ancient Prophecies Predicted by Hitler's Rise. I'm trying to think of a good one to recommend for people. Obviously, as you can tell, I've watched a lot of them. I thought Complan 8888 was really cool. You really can't go wrong. You know what? A really good one, and it might be old enough for me to watch, or for me to feel comfortable watching. It was the one, Tony B, you've actually linked it before. Madman Max, I believe it was. I thought this one was cool. This guy that supposedly built a time machine. They would have spoiled nothing necessarily. I mean, I ended up doing a little bit of research into this guy afterward just because I was so curious about it. But this one is really good. It was fascinating. You said Project Bluebeam? Y-Files opens eyes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I always forget his name. Damn it. He's also been on the Joe Rogan podcast. You could check him out there. What is his name? Damn it. Tony B would know. You said what happened after what? Oh, actually, I think he responded to them. Let me scroll up. I think I missed some chats here. Oh yeah, but like I said, if you got some comedy stuff, send it over. Spiritual Magic Journey is her name. She hasn't posted in 6 months. I hope everything's okay. All right. Spiritual Magic. This person right here. I mean, it looks like they got the card reading stuff.
Greetings and welcome. This is Sherry from Spiritual Magic Journey, and this is your monthly tarot card reading predictions for my beautiful fellow earth signs of Virgo for the month of July 2025. So for this month, guys, I am using the Witch's Tarot, the Magical Spell Deck, Postcards from Spirit to get your beautiful messages from. Let's ring our bell.
He said, I do plan to start ghost hunting. I just have been apprehensive after going through hell with the negative entity attached to my husband. I'm afraid of ramping up the poltergeist activity again. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be careful, I guess, what you invite into your life. You ever do a Ouija board? I've never done a Ouija board. It'd be cool to try. You said, I spread a lot of content on Discord because I would like to keep Astra from being demonetized. Discord. Appreciate you, bro. My me called me in the middle of the night from the other side of the planet to tell me her oracle told her I was in grave danger and to lock my doors. She beeped into my 911 call for home invasion. Oh, what? So you're on the phone with 911 for a home invasion, and I'm assuming you mean your mom, like a typo or something, but somebody called you to say you're in grave danger. Yo. And okay, like there wasn't like a Ring camera that they were attached to or something. That seems crazy. Yeah, what happened after? Yeah, the Project Bluebeam one is solid. Yeah, I'd really like to watch the Elephant Graveyard. How old is that one video of his? I need to see. Kill Tony is doing well as always in the comedy zone. That's Tony B. Like, oh my gosh, yes. I watch a little bit of Kill Tony. It's kind of funny because the Elephant Graveyard kind of takes the shit out of what do they call it? Takes the piss. I don't know how the saying goes, but out of the the Joe Rogan comedy sphere and whatnot. And I think he, makes jokes about Kill Tony as well. But it's fire. Yeah, it's kind of oh, so we shouldn't watch it right now because So okay, I'll give it a sub. But you said they haven't been here in. Let me check their lives. 6 months. Weird. Well, I too hope they're all right. Maybe they do shorts.
Since we are here for you, we never left through all the sadness and loneliness. However, you cannot sense us near you or feel how much we are sending. Since we are here for you.
June 29th. Well, hopefully they come back. I'd love to see. I mean, since you're saying that they hit the nail on the head sometimes from what you're saying. Isn't it crazy we can make stuff like phones out of rocks and metals, and then we could just call each other? Yeah, it's actually pretty wild. Oh, mother-in-law. Oh, okay, gotcha. That's wild. So what happened with her? Did she have a dream and wake up and call you? Did she just have a bad feeling and call you? Like, what was if you remember, what was the situation? Okay, I'm Year of the Dragon. I'm a Gemini. Let's see if she tells me I'm fucked. I already know I'm fucked, so let's see what the psychic says. I don't even know how I would find that. Oh, Gemini? Well, this is from 6 months ago, so it might not matter. And are these personal readings?
Greetings and welcome. This is Sherry from Spiritual Magic Journey, and this is your monthly tarot card reading predictions for my beautiful, lovely Geminis for the month of July.
Oh, yeah. See, it's for the month of July, so yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be useful to us now. You said white feather tarot.
We have got to the point where literally...
Get out of here.
Family, welcome back to the channel. This is...
Oh shit. Okay, this is an hour and a half. Oh yeah, we'll go ahead. I'm gonna drop a sub. I don't know that we're gonna be able to do an hour and a half of the tarot reading per se, but they seem to have a huge following. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm just reading the comments. You said no on the Ouija board, but the thing is, spirit boxes work similar with the low vibrational entities. I always try to protect myself, but I feel like the Ouija board is more familiar to ancient entities. Huh. And a spirit box, I'm trying to remember. That's the, is that for recording them? A popular paranormal investigative tool that rapidly scans radio frequencies to supposedly allow spirits to communicate through white noise, and the acclaimed Canadian metal band Spirit Box, known for their heavy electronic-infused sound. In ghost hunting, these devices create static for entities to manipulate, while the band is recognized for blending metalcore, djent, and electronic music, earning multiple award nominations. Interesting. Very interesting. You said it's a pick a card, but you don't have to watch it. What do you...
White Feather Tarot. And in today's reading, we're taking a look at what you need to hear right now.
Okay. I'm going to try to do... I'm just going to click on a random place. Boom.
Being presented in your reading.
Whatever the next thing she pulls. Let's see. Boom. What is this?
The Ace of Wands. Someone new in power?
What?
Or a new law? Seven of Cups. Outlandish, not outlandish to some, maybe. I heard it, that's why I said it. But it could be like crazy for some people. It could be, what? That's not fair, or how could that happen? Why doesn't it happen to us? I don't know. You're getting something favorable here. And you have the Six of Swords. So, in power, who is this person in power? Again, we see the idea that there's a lot of good karma that is stacked up in your favor. And that is leading to the wildest things, Seven of Cups, the wildest things, the weirdest thing happening. And that is a new law or someone who just got into power and is starting to move and will start to move you away. I'm thinking potential of trouble because I look at these cups and I'm thinking, yikes, they could fall anytime. That's the impression that I get looking at the cups. So, a new person in power or a new regulation that will take you out of trouble. They will do the wildest thing. Again, I need more information, to be honest. Maybe an oracle card can help me. Who is this person?
Oh my god. I was being hypnotized, guys. You got Seven Cups too. Greenland has a problem coming. I hope Greenland didn't pull that card. Sir Pokemon, $700.
Thank you.
All right, what we got? What do we got?
And also, I do see this one.
Pulls a trump card, I'd be like, bruh.
Who is this person? Companionship. And the Kanaz rune. So, it's either a regulation or a new person in power who comes from the same mindset as well as sort of life that you have, or the sort of goal that you have. So as an example, to translate what I was just saying, let's say you have a goal of starting a business, making it grow, making it work for you, but you have all of these challenges standing in your way. And now a new person comes into power in your district, and they're like, right, it is important for us to encourage all the small businesses that want to make it. As small businesses thriving will make the whole city thrive. And so these are some new laws to help these businesses out. First of all, maybe we're not gonna collect taxes from them the first year or something. The setup of the business is gonna be free. Also, we can help them with resources. Anyone that have businesses in these fields, we're going to support them with suppliers that are trustworthy and even legal, as well as
I'm going to stop her. A like-minded person. This is what I need, okay? I feel like I don't find many like-minded people. This is what I'm missing, okay? Somebody that has like a little weird like me. That's what I need. I need a partner in crime, okay? That's what I need to pop up in my life. I mean, I guess I don't need it, but it'd be nice. It'd be nice, you know? Somebody that gets me, you know what I mean? That I'm on like a similar wavelength with. This is creepy for Greenland. If it comes true, bro, that'd be weird. Like, for example, if you guys, like, let's say a week from now, I'm streaming and there's somebody here streaming with me, or I'm doing like a stream with somebody else, that would be trippy. That would be really fucking weird. I have like a partner that I do like a podcast with or something that comes up or something along those lines. I would be like, okay, that was weird. That was weird. Dude was chasing raccoons a few hours ago. True story. True story. I was trying to make a friend, okay? I'm telling you guys, I'm trying to find somebody on the same wavelength as me, and that raccoon seemed like a good candidate. No, I'm in the States. I'm in the States. Well, currently, whenever you guys see me here, I'm simply orbiting a black hole. I'm stuck in this radio station, okay? I close my eyes, I open my eyes, I'm in the radio station. It gets lonely out here, so I broadcast to all of you guys, you know what I mean? Or a bestie in crime. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Wait, wrap the room in plastic and it's on. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Wrap the room in plastic. Why am I doing that? Took care of a little bunny that was pregnant. She wouldn't come near me, but I would make her salads and feed her in the yard. Dex Morgan, is that what you named him? Oh, Dexter type joke. Okay, I guess okay, went over my head, guys. It went over my head. I wouldn't mind a deck of tarot cards. If I happen across some, I'll pick up some. You said my favorite Canadian band is Protest the Hero, but I'm well aware of Spirit Box. They're awesome. The EVP recorder is the one you're talking about. Boards are funny. Quiggy? Oh, Ouija boards. Frequent radio frequency scan. Okay. She pays a tarot card reader $100,000 a year. Wait. Oh, okay, gotcha. Afterwards, my home became haunted as fuck. Mother-in-law flew to us to give me a protection talisman. Life got difficult afterwards. So, do you think that the protection talisman helped, hurt, or what? Because maybe it was going to get way more difficult, and the talisman made it so it got, less difficult, or wasn't as bad. Or do you think that the talisman actually kind of brought some negativity? Or was it all up in the air? It counts if you have the raccoon in the live, put him in a suit and tie and run for mayor. Everybody was concerned with me getting rabies. I don't serial kill him, Tony the Tiger. Oh, I mean, you could drop them. Sorry. You could drop them anywhere. I mean, it depends. I mean, we try to have it somewhat organized. I mean, if it's conspiracy type stuff, you could drop it in a conspiracy hole. If it's politics, you could drop it in a politics hole. I mean, if nothing else, I mean, the Hangout works. We got one for memes, got one for music, art. For example, Dan Demand posted some food he made in the art, in the art hole. So, it's kind of however you feel, I trust your judgment. Oh, yeah. Man, maybe I need a comedy hole. I mean, you could just drop that in either, I guess, Hangout or memes. Did I do art? Yeah, Tony B is in the art one, man. He be drawing and painting and shit. Pretty solid stuff. Pretty good. I can't lie. Oh, speaking of, did you work on the owl anymore, Tony B? You changed your vote from Joe to the raccoon for president. Oh, yeah. You had me run that poll just for... Oh, yeah. Speaking of, do we still have that poll running? That's why it says German Shepherd or raccoon. Oh, my gosh. For the poll was because I was out there chasing raccoons. So, to be fair, I wasn't chasing. I mean, I wasn't really chasing it. I was just trying to usher it into my car. That's all. Not really. Sort of, kind of. Okay. Okay, it seemed like something was wrong with the raccoon, which I know that means you should definitely leave the raccoon alone. But I was just like, man, are you okay? I kind of wanted to be able to help it out. I was like, were you hit by a car or something? Why are you walking all weird and slow and And he seemed to not really, have much interest in us. He was trying to get away from us, it seemed like, but just kind of moving slow and kind of I don't know, maybe it was a pregnant raccoon. I don't know. You're slacking. Got to get the owl art up, man. Oh, we got your clip. Let's go. What the hell? Copy link, bro. There we go. Bam.
It's a shame because I was trying to.
All right, one sec. Yeah, you put. I'm keeping you. I'm keeping on your ass here. I'm trying to be, motivational. We got to hold each other accountable, right? Oh, yeah, I know Cat Williams. Not personally. The deadline is January 26th. Okay, there you go. I'm going to remember that. And on January 26th, I'm like, Tony B, where the hell is this owl, man? Where the hell is this owl? We have an art show to do. But hey, guys, I'm going to refill my coffee. possibly use the bathroom real quick. Oh, let me stretch too. Oh my gosh. I think it's today now, right? Oh, flash tomorrow. Whew. Let me do a little rearranging in here. I'm gonna be able to stretch my legs while I sit here with y'all. Because I sit here for a while, and I've got long legs, guys. I'm like a daddy long legs, okay? So I feel like I need to be able to stretch out when I'm sitting here. I swear I get up, and you could hear all of my body cracking here. Oh, it's a gift. Oh, that's awesome, bro. Gift for your daughter. Oh. Sorry, I'm stretching, guys. Ignore my sounds here. I'm trying to... I don't know. I'm like stretching... What is that? My hamstring, I guess? My string of ham. Evie, I'm gonna stay on your ass with I don't know. I'm gonna bring up the paranormal hunting for you. Okay, there we go. I feel sufficiently stretched. Okay, beautiful. Where is... So I got the Tony thing, but I'll just play a little music in the background while I run real quick, fill my coffee cup back up. Where are we at? Yo, damn, I don't remember your name. If you're in chat though, say what's up, bro. You were fucking with me yesterday. Sometimes people in the world that I know outside of the internet stop in and watch me and they like to fuck with me. And somebody was watching me yesterday, and from the stuff they were saying in chat, I was like, man, you sound like somebody I know. They said some more stuff. I'm like, man, you really sound like somebody I know. Turns out it was somebody I knew. They were fucking with me, and I'm like, you motherfucker, you better call my phone right now, bro. If you're in chat right now, I swear to God, I know you'd be listening to me at work. Oh my gosh. You better say what's up, bro. You had me dying yesterday. I was losing it. I'm like, wait a second. There's no way. How are all these things lining up? It's like, you really sound like somebody I know. Oh, what the hell was I looking up? Oh, yeah, the music. Oh.
If you struggle with focus, this sound might change everything.
All right, be right back. Well, actually, this one's too short. Yeah, we're gonna do this one because it's a little longer. Yeah, I think that's everything. Ooh. Oh, just in time, too. Perfect. Perfect timing. Oh, man. I don't even know what the title of the stream at this point. All right. Let me add my cream here. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Nope. Boop. So curious about something. Okay, I was just seeing what the landscape was for reacting to the elephant graveyard. Maybe I overthink this stuff a little bit. I just want to be respectful to the creators, you know? But then again, everybody's reacting. That's kind of what we do, right? But this is going to be a bit of a long one, but I promise you guys, this is quality content. All right? Quality content. But if we're going to watch it, I mean, at least one or two of you guys have to subscribe, you know what I mean? To Elephant Graveyard. Let me change my stream since we're not talking about the UK game Pathways anymore. Let me see here. You guys don't really have to, you know, subscribe. I just try to be supportive here. All right. That was a loud crunch. Surprised I didn't break a fucking tooth. Yes. So to make sure I'm settled in for this one. "2026 A Space Odyssey." It gives me some ideas. I'm gonna put a pin in that one. I might actually circle back on that for something. Now, don't know if we're gonna get through all this. In fact, let me change it from news and politics as well, since we've actually been on news and politics for a while. So let me change the category to educational. No, I'm just kidding. Entertainment. I don't know if it really makes a difference, but give it a try. It's just confusing because once like I get off of here, it posts the VOD. I'm like, what would you consider this VOD? I guess it would just be considered entertainment, right? Yummy. That's so good. Okay. Glasses. Check. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm trying to think of the best one to watch, right? Because this one is so good. So good. But I'm like, do we have to watch them chronologically though? No, well, yeah, we're gonna start with this one.
The nipple rat evolved.
Let's do it. I'm gonna go ahead and pin a link to this video in chat. Link to Elephant Graveyard video. Da 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 da. Beautiful. German Shepherd or raccoon? This is gonna be a fun one. Well, bear with me for 1 second while I get settled in. Hey, got Tony B doing commissions in chat. Let's go. All right, about to be ready here. Tony B, get some sleep. Oh man. Doing a little bit of cleaning here, just trying to get my desk cleaned up a bit. I think it was garbage day, and need to get that garbage out for the spaceman garbage truck, which is really just shooting it into the black hole. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I swear to you, I did not just go to McDonald's, okay? That was earlier. No, that was before my stream, so don't worry. Listen, I'm gonna start leveling with you guys and letting you know when I run out the door. But since I have figured out the little voice chat stuff with Discord, what I'm gonna do in the future, most of the time, is just basically switch to my phone and just take you guys with me. That way, the fun never has to stop. There is like one service I use where I'm supposed to be able to seamlessly transition from desktop to my mobile without interrupting the stream. It was funny because way back when, like I first started doing this, oh my gosh, I would like get on another stream on my phone, and people would jump over there, and I'd be driving around and like out in the world, and it was just, I don't know, it was really funny. But yeah, I'm gonna try not to put you guys through the, hey guys, I'll be right back, I'm just using the bathroom, 20 minutes later. All right guys, so I'm back. I'm building my stamina too. Exactly, right? For outings and stuff. I think it'll be super cool. So if I'm not driving, I'll sit in the chat with y'all and I could like chat and like send messages in the YouTube chat, but I probably shouldn't do that while I'm driving. So don't want to crash my spaceship, you know? All right, let me heat this up.
Well, all that comedy investigation into the rise of the comedy czar's hell world was exhausting. Well, all that comedy investigation.
All right. What I need to do is invest in a bag of tobacco, guys. I think that's the way to go. I want to grow some, to be honest. Grow some tobacco. I think that would be most cost effective. No, I don't really do vapes. No. I had a vape, but it wasn't like tobacco. Yeah, but I don't really vape. Sometimes the vapes be messing up my lungs more than the smoke. Yeah, guys, I only vape meth. Obviously kidding. People are like, well, that would explain why you don't sleep. Yeah, it would. Congratulations, June 1st. I used to jewel, but I started buying refillable pods. Nice. I go to the local guy, makes vape juice. He told me I should try freebasing nicotine. You said freebasing? Freebasing. Huh. I don't know why I've just never heard it in reference to nicotine. Freebasing nicotine is less well known, but involves a similar chemical process to increase the potency of the nicotine when smoked. Interesting. You're like 20 seconds. I mean, 20 years ago. I'm just kidding. Skateboard, not the Coke. Longboards are pretty good to get into as well. I probably mentioned that the other night. They're just a little easier. The skateboard always felt so small for my feet. Never learned any tricks or anything on a skateboard. All right, ladies and gents, let us start this.
Well, all that comedy investigation into the rise of the comedy czar's hell world was exhausting. I had to get the hell out of there. So I've been out at my cabin just trying to think about something else for a change. Problem is, you know, there's no free will, and I don't really get to choose what to think about. Been thinking about a lot of different things, but seems like for every question I try to answer, I end up with 10 more. It's getting ridiculous. But mostly, the question that still haunts me every day is, how did comedy get so shit? Was it ever good? Why the hell do I even know who this guy is? And why for a moment, before my brain kicks in, does it seem normal that he's hanging out inside that sacred space at the center of the comedy universe? The comedy mothership green room.
How hard we laugh in that green room, and it's the most fun. And the best thing about the green room is how restrictive it is.
Oh yeah, I love restrictions.
You know, that you just can't go in there. You know, you got to earn that spot in the treehouse. You know, and so anytime you open the door, you'll see, you know, some of the best comics alive. You know, that's our little space, man, and it is the greatest thing on earth.
It's just impossible to make sense of anything going on here, and I can't help but feel like I must be living on another planet. I needed guidance. You know that our cerebral comedy guru, David Lucas, once told us that after his shows, we'd be thinking a lot.
My jokes are very cerebral. So if you come to my show, I might say a lot of crazy shit, but on your drive home, you're gonna be thinking a lot.
And his wisdom is kind of what sparked this whole investigation into the comedy world, but I knew I needed to start thinking even more. So I wanted to go out and see David's act, and hopefully start to try and put all these disordered puzzle pieces together, to understand what's really going on at the heart of it all. Now, there's a lot of great stages out there, but for me, my favorite venue in the entire world, hands down, is a legendary Massey Hall in Toronto. Its stage has been graced by the presence of the most iconic, influential, and beloved artists of multiple generations. Gordon Lightfoot, Oscar Peterson, Charlie Parker, Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, Patsy Cline, Bob Dylan, Ella Fitzgerald, Aretha Franklin, Rush. Now, I don't know who any of these people are, but my dad says they're very important. I even saw my first ever stand-up comedy show there, Jerry Seinfeld, when I was just a wee lad. It's the oldest and most iconic venue in Canada, and performing there has long been considered a landmark event in one's career. And finally, in 2025, the strength of her stage's mythical hardwood planks would truly be put to the test, as the killers of Kill Tony, including massive comedy success David Lucas,
I'll put my hand in my ass and make you smell it.
would be taking the stage for what promised to be a wonderful comedy event. So I watched the show. When it was over, you know what? He was right. I was thinking a lot. I was thinking about how bizarre it was that these low-level, no offense, but subhuman cretins were able to perform at such a hallowed theater, wondering perhaps if I was the fool for giving the venue such reverence all these years. I pictured the ghosts of all my heroes standing on stage behind David, shaking their heads, not at David, but at themselves for being such fools, for thinking that making it to that iconic stage had meant something to them, that it meant something about their career, their art, and about the legacy they've left behind after they died. Poor Gord. I hated to see that. Seeing David's show only made me feel more confused about what the hell is going on with all this comedy stuff. And on that drive home, I really was thinking, why does everything that ever seemed good, like when I was a kid, now seems to be rapidly deteriorating into utter shit? And when I looked around at the other people in attendance at that show, evidently enjoying themselves, why did it feel like I was in another dimension? I tried putting a comedy podcast on, but all of them were just interviews with, like, the CIA or the FBI or some other guy that works for the president. Like, what the hell was actually
True, man. They've infiltrated the podcast scene.
going on here? I couldn't relax until I figured it out. In my quest for clarity, I even, and I'm ashamed to admit this, but I even went on the sacred pilgrimage to Comedy Mecca and visited the Comedy Spaceship down in Austin, Texas. I paid about $800 for a ticket. My ticket said something about a mandatory drink, but I'd lost the stub and couldn't remember how many I was dictated to have. The vibe in there was so tense, I thought I might get literally shot in the head if I did anything wrong, so I drank about 8 Negronis just to be safe. I went to find the washroom, and when I got there, to my dismay, I discovered that Joe, the comedy czar, had actually removed his own special from the Comedy Wall of Fame that he put up there. Maybe he just got embarrassed after we pointed it out, but I think it's the first sign that he knows his scheme is at risk of being exposed and he's begun to hide his tracks. But anyway, I watched the show. It was, fine, I guess, but, it really couldn't compare to the pleasure I experienced releasing those 8 Negronis into the toilet pipe. The armed guards at the door stole my phone and placed it in a locked bag, so I wasn't allowed to take any more photos, so I sat there drawing a picture of what I was witnessing on the free napkin that came with my Negronis. Now we've been getting a lot of feedback saying that we are very negative, so here's something positive about the experience. The show is only a couple hours long, which for $800 is insane, but it's so boring that it feels like it's about 5 or 6 hours, so that improves the value at least. As you walk into the room, you're reminded of 2 of the most horrific acts of brutality ever committed. Which is good because when you're thinking about what happens when an atomic bomb blows up over your head, it makes the terrible show you're witnessing seem like an okay alternative. No idea who the comics were. Who cares? They were shit. And of course they were, we already knew that. What we want to find out is why or how. But the vibe was very bad in there, very negative, and so I got the hell out of there and began walking down 6th Street, where a horde of scary, methed-out ghouls began to oogle me, which, compared to the vibe in the Comedy Spaceship, was honestly much more welcoming. And that's when I saw it. In the alleyway behind the mothership, a flock of comedy pilgrims had gathered, lining up.
I do think that it's really cool that Kiltonia, like, they have regular people come up that they just pull a name out of a hat for, and you get like 60 seconds to go up there, and you could get a career kind of going off of that, you know, travel to Austin and put your name in a hat and go up there and do a minute. That would be really, really cool to do. Really cool.
They told me they had traveled from all over the country for their chance to win 1 minute of stage time there. Their opportunity to climb the ladder to a higher tier class of human. A real comedian. I couldn't believe how many of them there were. They were all over the place, living in their cars, intense. So many comedy pilgrims, everywhere, just taking over the entire area. And I started thinking about how the hell all these people ended up here. I started thinking about human migration. Like, how did you end up where you are? No matter who or where you are, at some point, some guy in your lineage looked around and said to himself, "This, I gotta get out of here." Packed up and went to a new place. And with that spirit in mind, I packed my bags and headed home. When I got back to my cabin, I placed a photo of my guru above my typewriter with a sign that said, "Keep thinking." And that's what I did for several weeks, obsessively. compulsively. And it led me to discover what's actually going on behind all this unsettling comedy stuff. And that we were right to find it so unsettling and evil and vile, and that what we're witnessing with this Austin comedy thing is actually part of a massive operation designed to destroy the entire world. And I know that sounds kind of out there, but as you'll see, that's actually part of their design. I thank my comedy guru David for helping me get my thinking back on track. That's
Keep thanking, okay, guys? Keep thanking.
Mai Shri Guru Ve Namaha. To answer the question of how comedy got so shit, we need to go back about 375 million years. To the first of those migrations we mentioned earlier. Migration is baked into our DNA, guys. I don't know if you knew that in advance, but I am seeing on my YouTube analytics here that 87% of you only got your grade 10, so in case you weren't aware, humans began as simple tubes. A mouth and an asshole. Purest form of a proper organism, just floating in the ocean somewhere, and eventually that tube evolved into this fish kind of thing. And this fish, this was the first in our lineage to become a new guy and to migrate. The ocean where he was all fucked up, and he looked around and said, I gotta get the hell out of here. And he migrated out of the water and onto the land, becoming a land guy. He then somehow transformed into a little rat kind of thing with nipples. And the nipple rat evolved into like a monkey chimp thing or whatever. And then the chimp, or ape or whatever, it became a human guy. And it wasn't long until those human guys, like that fish before them, looked around and said, I gotta get the hell out of here. And they migrated to every corner of the earth. A lot of animals have these built-in mechanisms. We are no different. Just like how birds have like a magnet in their brain or something, which tells them when and where to migrate somewhere else. It's obvious from these historical records that the human instinct to say, fuck this, I gotta get out of here, becomes activated in times of fear. Fear is processed in the most ancient part of our brain, and it puts us into a fight or flight mode, just like the fish guy. And I don't know if you've looked around at the world lately, but people really are losing their shit. The whole world is on fire. There are crazy guys with nukes yelling at each other, and bombs are flying around all over the place. The air is full of smoke. All the fruit just tastes like wood now. We've all got microplastics in our brains. That can't be good. Plus, it's so hot out, I'm gonna piss myself. And don't even get me started on all those politics.
Don't even get me started on all those politics, guys. All right, Gator, appreciate you for coming in, man. Yeah, isn't it because, were you saying you'd be sitting outside and in the cold, man? Yeah, no, Kill Tony, I'm sure he put a lot of people on. Just, I mean, giving people that chance, like that type of stage, it could be like make or break, right? It's kind of like Joe Rogan's podcast. You get like at least in the past, you got a significant bump from being on his podcast. Some people say you get less of a bump now, but of course, if you go there, you're going to get some kind of a bump. But yeah, you could go from nobody, like a no-name anybody, go on Kill Tony, and pretty much, I imagine, start up a career doing comedy. At least get your name out there, and then if they let you come back and sort of become a regular, then there you go. Just takes a 60-second set and a decent interview afterward, and you're good to go. Which I have to say I do appreciate.
What the hell is going on with TikTok? Why is China doing all that stuff? Why did they close the oatmeal plant down? I wanted to keep working there. Now I got no money. I gotta pay MSRP for my steel cut. Bullshit, man. You know what? And then he says it. F this, I gotta get out of here. Except this time, they've got nowhere to go. Not physically, anyway. But lucky for them, some of humanity's most powerful visionaries, the techno-wizards, have constructed a psychic ark to sail the seas of your mind and take you away from your problems and out onto a new frontier. A new reality. And here's where it gets crazy. It's a reality where there is no such thing as reality.
Lions.
The techno-wizards use their machines to ramp up your own uncertainty about what's real and what's fantasy, to the point where you're so anxious that you do anything just to be certain.
No! It's all over phonics and sonics and dimensional superaction behind glass screens. You know, if you think of something and bam, it's there in the wall.
Once you've lost connection with classic reality, you're just a guy floating out in the open ocean, desperate to find something to grab onto to save yourself, stranded and surrounded by a sea of danger. That is when the techno-wizards begin their most perverted sorcery.
Peter Thiel.
They throw you a life preserver in the form of a new world, a new virtual world. In this virtual world, you're still going to be angry all the time, but at least you'll be certain, and that feels good. And because it feels so good, you just want to stay in there forever, until eventually you've been in there so long that your new virtual world feels more real than your old classic reality.
Welcome to the internet.
Once it's become more convincing than classic reality, it just becomes your new reality. Congratulations, you've migrated to a new place. It's a new reality, except it's anti-reality. It's what's called a hyper-real simulacrum.
The battle for the mind of North America will be fought in the video arena.
Yeah.
The television screen is the retina of the mind's eye. Therefore, the television screen is part of the physical structure of the brain. Therefore, whatever appears on the television screen emerges as raw experience for those who watch it.
Yep.
Therefore, television is reality.
Yep, exactly.
And reality is less than television.
There are a lot of visionaries in this world, all with their own ideas about creating new worlds into which we can migrate. But only a few have acquired the wealth and influence to actually execute such migrations at full scale. Movements triggered by everyone saying, "I gotta get the hell out of here," happen all the time. Throughout history, wealthy, influential people have leveraged these waves in order to serve their interests, using their power to direct migrants in or out of places beneficial to fulfilling their goals. Someone we've seen exploiting the "I gotta get the hell out of here" phenomenon is this Elon guy. He was bullied a ton as a kid because he was a strange, scrawny little weak guy who could also be a bit of a dickhead. And so his teachers, his parents, nobody wanted to help him.
Did you have a happy childhood?
No, it's terrible.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Why was it terrible? You were bullied at school and had a
I was
difficult...
almost beaten to death, if you call that bullied.
He was shy and awkward at school, didn't have many friends.
On one occasion, Elon was pushed down a flight of stairs and beaten violently, leaving him in hospital for weeks.
And if that wasn't bad enough, and this is something you'll see with almost all of these anti-reality guys, Elon had a very bad dad who left him with a dad-shaped hole in his soul.
Very violent. It was not a happy childhood. My father has serious issues.
When Elon received that severe beating as a kid, his father berated him and blamed him for it, made him stand for hours, called him an idiot, and told him he was worthless. Proper bad dad stuff. All these experiences made Elon internalize the belief that this world is a scary, dangerous place. Wouldn't it be nice to just get the hell out of here? Well, later in life he acquired an immense amount of wealth and immediately began to use it to try and reconstruct reality, to cope. He put heaps of that money into trying to build this Mars colony thing, which is never going to happen, but that doesn't matter. The real point of his Martian cope is creating a virtual reality to migrate to, one where this colony thing would actually be feasible and he could actually escape the Earth and live on another planet. And that gives him hope that he could actually get the hell out of here. All this crap here, this is all just for Elon to fantasize about getting the hell out of here. Nobody is going to f***ing Mars, man. The world is still scary to this guy. He still feels like he's getting bullied when everyone online is telling him he's a loser. That's why he bought Twitter. Everyone on there was being mean, so he just bought the thing so he could control it. Pretended the millions of guys calling him a loser were just bots and trolls, so he could just kick them out and reshape the site into his own ideal version of reality, and then pretend that this simulated version of reality is reality. He wants to be a guy who's great at video games, but he's a total noob. He's the kid that would turn the Nintendo controller like a steering wheel while playing Mario Kart, while his mouth hangs open. Where I come from, we call that Thomasing, but Elon just wants to win something, and he can't play sports because, I mean, look at him. He never had the makings of a varsity athlete. So again, he uses his wealth to just pay guys who are actually good at video games to play the games for him. And then he pretends it's him playing the games. And then he got caught.
There are 4 things there.
That was an absolute crazy moment. Why would he lie about it? He could have just played the games, sucked at them, and gotten better, and people, it would have been fine. I think people would have found it super relatable. But he wanted to act like he's the best gamer in the world, and paid people to play his account. And then when he went live to play it, it appeared that he had no idea what was going on. It's just, that was such a weird L for him to take, because if you're going to lie about something so silly, so inconsequential, are you going to lie about things that actually matter? And why are you so obsessed with people thinking that you're good at video games when you're like, you have one of the richest men in the world? Why does it matter? It's just so odd. I bet you the person that played that account for him, though, made a bunch of money. I can't imagine how much that guy got paid. Could you imagine Elon Musk hitting you up and saying, hey, man, I just need you to play this video game for me and, get me a good character? It's probably a blank check, because he's also paying for your silence, so you don't tell people that you did that for him. Oh, my gosh. It's just, that shit was ridiculous. And I was almost like, did he just do this on purpose just to troll people? Was that? But I don't know, man. It seemed like he was really trying to seriously pass it off. That was the thing.
And all the actual gamers all started watching him play and laughing at him.
Poor things. He clearly has no idea, bro.
And started playing the games himself on stream, but just got harassed the entire time and then pretended his connection dropped so he could get the hell out of there.
Connection lost.
Elon wants him being a hero to be part of his hyper-reality as well. For a while, he was seen as a savior figure, but that illusion evaporated.
I think it was called, it's like AOE or something. It's not a game that I'm super familiar with. And then there was another one, or maybe it was PoE, like Path of Exile, I think is what it was called. That was the one that blew up, and people were like, whoa, this dude's lying, and it's just super cringe. And some people speculate, because I guess he was a really high-ranking Diablo player, some people speculate that he boosted that account as well. I don't know if there's actual evidence to it, but it seems like the sentiment is that he was definitely... I think he may have even come out and admitted... I could be wrong about that. You'll have to check me. But I think he admitted that he, boosted his PoE account. Diablo is up in the air.
He tried to reclaim his hero status by inserting himself into the rescue of those 12 Thai kids trapped in a flooded cave.
This was crazy.
The rescue operation, despite nobody asking him to, and offered them an old metal tube from the SpaceX garbage dump that they were throwing out anyway, and telling the actual rescue divers who were down there trying to do their jobs to toss the kids in this tube and pull them out. When the rescue leader told him this is insane and makes zero sense that the tube wouldn't even fit through the intricate cave system, Elon rage quit and called the guy a PDF file.
Connection lost.
Yeah.
Being like a funny comedy guy to his hyper-reality, wormed his way into the stand-up comedy world, got on stage with Dave Chappelle and just got booed by an arena full of...
It was so weird. He got up there with Dave Chappelle, and it was like, what is this guy doing here?
These fans. Rejected again. Even got into the government somehow. Started trying to cut all this funding from everything, hoping they'd give it to him instead to build more spaceships so he can get the hell out of here sooner. The president also started bullying Elon and ended up taking away his lunch money. And now, Elon's even more messed up, even more desperate to escape, and finding it harder and harder to cling to that Mars colony coat.
With Elon, where I said, Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go. Elon, you don't believe in going to Mars anymore. Elon, stop believing in Mars.
So he's allegedly retreating into a haze of ketamine-fueled escapism. He's trying to get the hell out of here. The only way to make sense of all this strange behavior is that it is an effort to construct his own hyper-reality into which he can migrate and escape the scary world that rejects him. I actually saw a video of his ex-wife talking about how he does this, and I mean, she would know.
We create a parallel world to escape the world that rejects us, and the world that we find too painful to live in. But some people are so good at doing this and master such an amazing skill set that they take their world and they infuse it into our world.
She knows.
And they change the world.
Exactly.
And these are the people we call visionaries. People who move between worlds.
Exactly, yes.
Between states of consciousness.
Elon learned firsthand the idea of constructing parallel worlds and hyper-realities during childhood. He grew up in South Africa, a country designed by white guys from Europe who had to get the hell out of there, move to Africa, but then decided they didn't want to have black guys as neighbors. So they created this hyper-reality in which God commanded the white guys to preserve their race or whatever, and they had no choice but to segregate all the black guys in another part of town. Because if God wants it, then, I mean, what can you do? You got to do it. And
if God wants it, what can you do, guys? He said he could play video games, but now he is completely in the spotlight and edging towards politics. Edging is, that's one way to put it. That dude threw himself into politics. Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't want to sit back and necessarily psychoanalyze, but it does seem like with all this stuff, you know, he's done, he really wants to be liked. I mean, everybody, I think, wants to be liked, but politics might not have been the smartest thing for him to get into so heavily on one side. Although I imagine he benefited pretty well from backing up Trump. I can't imagine he didn't get something out of that, right?
by getting all the white guys to migrate their psyches into this hyper-reality, it allowed them to do all the heinous shit they had to do to achieve their goals of creating this new society. If you have enough power and influence, reality can be whatever you want it to be, and very few things are going to challenge you.
We have a sort of grasp over the world.
Elon wants to do a full migration into his hyper-reality, but he can't pull it off. It's not believable enough yet. His main problem is that not enough other guys are joining him in his hyper-reality anymore. The more guys you can get to buy into your simulation, the stronger the pillars necessary to uphold the new reality become. Which brings us back to this. This, right here, is irrefutable proof that the comedy spaceship and the entire Austin comedy toilet is a hyper-real simulacrum of an actual comedy scene. The whole scene is ruled by its God King, the comedy czar, Joe Rogan. We already discussed how Joe became the comedy czar in our last video, so go watch that if you don't understand what we're talking about here. The comedy czar rules over his dominion with complete domination, and as you'll see, the entire scene is designed to strengthen and maintain Joe's personal, hyper-real simulacrum. Joe has been sliding into hyper-reality for several years, and is now completely immersed in the simulation. A reality in which he is a very smart, special boy.
My personality that is just immune to bullshit.
He has a unique ability to see what's really going on in the world, and he's helping society by scouting for the otherwise unseen danger up ahead.
I'm like a scout, right? Like if you sent me down the trail, and I'm like, hey, there's a cliff. We're running towards a cliff. Stop, everybody stop. There's a cliff! There's a cliff!
He believes the universe chose him as a sort of prophet, destined to help guide humanity through this age of chaos. But just like Jesus Christ, the people misunderstood and rejected him.
Like the universe has put me in this place where I can at least have access to more opinions than most people. And they're like, you're an anti-vaxxer! You don't believe in science! Hashtag Joe Rogan! I'm taking in opinions from all directions. 360 degrees.
Nice, all right. Let's see what Joe scouted up ahead on the trail for us today.
I love Canada.
Shut
up. I love the people. I just think they're going down a dark road with this government.
Uh-oh.
They allow polygamy now in Ontario. Yeah, they just passed a law they allow polygamy because they have so many Muslims there.
His hyper-reality no longer has any real connection to classic reality. So when did Joe begin this psychic migration? Well, a few years ago he decided LA was the reason his life sucked. So he got the hell out of there, moved down to Austin, Texas.
You saw it during the George Floyd times in LA.
Oh, yeah.
When they were burning those cop cars on the highway, and I remember seeing that going, I gotta get the f out of here.
Oh, shit, he actually said it. When he realized he was still miserable in Austin, he had to get the hell out of there again. But he had nowhere else to go, so he began a full-on migration into his simulacrum. Because he's so rich and holds autocratic control over his entire simulacrum, he can be the dictator of what is and isn't real. Like the fact that he's a real comedian, one of the greats. And that the world as we know it is finished. It's the end of the age. Doomsday is upon us.
We are in Kali Yuga.
We are in Kali Yuga.
And the Hindus were very smart in their idea of, it was the Hindus, right?
Yes, the Hindus, yes.
They came up with this idea that there are certain ages, almost unavoidable, of civilizations.
Correct.
That they go through these cycles.
What is the period we're in now? Because it seems like it's coming to an end.
This is Kali Yuga, man. This is some weird that was predicted by the Bhagavad Gita. This is
Battle of the Gods, Ragnarok. Tell me.
This is what happens in cultures. Like, it's almost inevitable.
He even has his own theory about what's driving us toward the end of the age.
Hard times create hard men. Hard men create soft times. Soft
times create soft men. Soft men create hard times. Seen that comment so many times.
We are now around soft men in hard times.
In his reality, he's a hard man in a world run by soft men who have allowed the destruction to happen. He's been yelling about that cliff we're all supposedly headed towards, but he feels like nobody's listening. So now he feels like the destruction must happen in order to restore the world back to its proper state.
I don't think we're going to wake up. I think it's going to take something like a natural disaster or some real event, some 9/11 type event. It's just, I don't know where it ends other than a wake up. And a wake up is like a meteor hits us.
As you can observe with your own eyes, this soft, doughy collection of spheres stacked on top of each other thinks he's actually a hard man. But obviously, he's the soft man, making everything worse. He's one of the softest men of all time. Never worked a day in his life, whines and complains for hours on his podcast over the dumbest shit year after year.
How dare we say Merry Christmas? How dare
Cries hysterically for no reason and thinks sitting in a sauna is some kind of achievement in overcoming adversity.
For the record. Is that fake?
He gets duped constantly by the most obviously fake stories, photoshops, and AI images.
Fact-checked, volcanoes do not produce more CO2 emissions than human activity.
Reuters is on your ass. Idiot.
Yeah.
And somehow he considers himself one of the greatest comedians of all time. It's embarrassing. It's clear and undeniable that he's living in some sort of inverted alternate reality inside his own mind, just like we said. And if that...
I mean, I don't know. I've seen a bit of his comedy, and it's not really my cup of tea. I'll have to definitely maybe watch some more to try to get a little bit more context. I think his podcasts are solid. I think it's really cool. Like all the people he has on, there's so many different conversations, so many people from so many different walks of life. It's really cool. I think that's where he shines is his podcast. His comedy, as I've seen, I'm just, then again, I'm not crazy about a lot of comedians. So I do need to watch more stand-up though.
It's upsetting to hear. It's because you are also living in the same kind of hyper-real simulacrum, and that remark just threatened to knock down one of those pillars holding up your alternate reality. You're feeling this right now because once those beliefs become ingrained, the self-preservation instinct activates. And any time those pillar beliefs are challenged, it's experienced as an existential threat because it could collapse the entire simulacrum and drag you back to that classic reality you had to get the hell out of in the first place. Consciousness is really just a big hallucination anyway. It's completely malleable. Change what's in that brain, and you change reality. For example, sometimes our brains get built a little wonky, and you get OCD, schizophrenia, all this stuff that makes your brain unable to stay in one version of reality. Very stressful. Likewise, it's very stressful when the pillar beliefs upholding your hyper-real simulacrum are challenged, as they threaten the stability of and your attachment to reality. It creates existential anxiety, and that anxiety must be relieved without destabilizing the simulacrum, and that often results in horrific consequences. Becoming the comedy czar gave Joe an immense amount of wealth, which allowed him to construct a sort of compound in which he could protect his precious simulacrum. A bunker, which would protect him from sliding back into the ever-so-painful classic reality ever again. And using his millions of dollars and massive influence,
Spotify.
Jobel's attracted a flock of devoted followers who uphold and strengthen his new reality for a chance to get a piece of the pie. It takes a whole community to properly uphold a hyper-real simulacrum, and Joe succeeded where Elon failed. Joe has been able to fully complete his migration by amassing a huge support network. He achieved this through several tactics. 1. by offering himself and his show as a friendship simulator during the loneliest era in human history, for his audience, but also for himself.
Oh, he's going. Day drinking rules.
2. In an era of political confusion and turmoil, he became a
Yeah, exactly. His comedy, I can't say I enjoy that much. Granted, maybe I need to watch more. However, his podcast is super good. What's going on, Damage? But you said you like his podcast. He's been a jiu-jitsu coach for decades and well-respected in MMA and UFC. So the comment of never worked a job in his life was an uneducated comment. I think I think he might mean just like a regular kind of job, is what I'm assuming he means. I'm not trying to say those are kind of weird jobs, right? I mean, he was like the host of Fear Factor. No, you said he did, because he was a coach. You said he's been doing jiu-jitsu coach for decades and well-respected in MMA and UFC. Has he fought in MMA and UFC? Fantastic, man. It's been a fun one tonight. We've been all over the place. We started with the news catch-up, White House. We went on to, I don't even know all the things we've covered, you know? The Lady Boys, UK censorship. Now we're on Joe Rogan and the Elephant Graveyard. So it's been crazy. I hope you're having a good day. Tony B, you said martial arts is your number 4. Once or twice. I need to watch that. I've never seen him fight. Like, I know he's a commentator, but I didn't know if he had actually been in any bouts, you know? Oh, Johnny Knoxville, that's right. Somebody mentioned that to me. You might have mentioned that to me, actually, when we were on the call last time.
For guys with double-digit IQs who are too lazy to learn anything by themselves and don't even know how to, because they barely know how to read a real book or even a Wikipedia article.
Yeah.
Only could figure out what the coaster's for.
3, by becoming a father figure to guys who needed their dad-shaped holes plugged. Those holes longed to be plugged, and Joe became a convenient surrogate. His love and wisdom available 24/7 on Spotify, YouTube, or your podcast app of choice.
Come on. You said he's a Taekwondo champion. Okay, that might have been a bit before my time. I remember Fear Factor as a kid when he had hair. I think it's crazy that when I first started watching Joe Rogan, I don't think I made the connection, and then it blew my mind. I was like, wait, that's the Fear Factor guy with no hair?
And 4,
Buffalo Trace. We thought we'd do a sample tasting for you.
By providing an economic incentive model with his podcast becoming the home shopping network.
Tastes good.
As well as a PR washing machine.
This is funny. I went into Lorne Michaels' office, and and I was convinced I was getting fired. Like, I knew I was getting fired. And I was like, if I get fired here, whatever, I'll just go do Joe Rogan next week, and I'll be fine.
And through comedy, creating his own comedy cult with its own built-in multi-level comedy scheme. If you indulge Joe in his new hyper-reality, you'll be rewarded with opportunity. And because that feels so good, you'll soon find yourself...
Because I do think he has a point. Because there are some people that I think will poke fun at Joe Rogan and stuff, but most of the scene when it comes around comedy, I guess maybe it's just his clique, but nobody will say like, yeah, you know what I mean? Obviously it's a taste, right? You know, some people are going to like it, some people aren't going to like it. I think a lot of people like him for his podcast, is what I'm assuming. I mean, again, it's probably just not my flavor, what his comedy is. There's a lot of people that like it. But it's interesting that, also an interesting thing that kind of like latches onto this, is this weird thing in the comedy sphere now where, and maybe it's always been like this, where comedians can't make jokes about other comedians or say anything about them. I find that to be really odd. Like, as if there's some sort of protected class or something. It's very, very weird considering, especially with Joe Rogan and his crew, it was all about free speech and being able to say what you want, and comedy is the last bastion of free speech, and then them getting mad or towing the line when it comes to talking about other comedians. There's obviously a respect element, but if you're supposed to be able to make jokes about everybody, it really shouldn't be an issue.
Migrating across the psychic ocean of your mind, joining Joe inside his simulacrum. That's why it's called the Comedy Mothership. It's a transport vessel that will migrate its believers into their new reality. Which reminds me of another cult, one of my...
There he is. I mentioned you earlier. I was like, if you're in chat, man, what's going on? It's what it will be. I was like, if you're in chat, you better say something. What's going on, bro? Good to see you.
Favorites, actually. Heaven's Gate. It, too, was run by a weird bald guy who wouldn't stop talking. This guy, Marshall Applewhite, but his friends called him Doe, which rhymes with Joe. Don't know if Joe designed his cult in homage to Doe's cult, but the similarities are striking. And I even heard a rumor that Joe's dog was named after Marshall Applewhite.
Marshall's trying to say hi to you. Hey, buddy.
Doe and Heaven's Gate's beliefs were a cool blend of alien spirituality and Christian apocalyptic prophecy.
I can't wait to get out of here.
Doe believed Jesus was an alien who came to Earth to guide us, and that Doe himself was a messenger from the higher plane of existence, sent here to warn humanity about the upcoming destruction. Sound familiar?
The name Jesus, of course, was the name given to the body, that mind that was indeed from the kingdom of heaven, and that mind came for the express purpose of...
Yeah, this dude, good to see you too. This dude, Elephant Graveyard, link in the pinned comment. Fantastic videos that this guy makes. I love him, man. I'm always trying to put people onto his videos because I think they're like works of art, I swear. Freaking hilarious, and they get you thinking. You might have missed that reference earlier, but oh lord. You said probably because of the Will Smith and Chris Rock slap. I could agree with that. I think his comedic popularity grew. Oh yeah, of course it grew because of his popularity. And I think people, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think people go to see him because they like him for his podcast. That's what I assume. And you want to laugh. I imagine if you go and pay a bunch of money to go to a comedy show, you want to laugh. So, and you have a couple of drinks in you, and you're having a good time. I'm not really trying to take too much away from him or nothing like that. I mean, it's just my own personal tastes. If I had to rank all his stuff, I mean, I've heard his commentary or his fight commentating, and I think that's awesome, right? I've never seen him fight or anything like that. But his podcast is, I think, his number one thing. It's really great. He has so many different guests on, really interesting conversations. And yeah. But what were you saying? Oh, Dukin, you said probably because of the Will Smith and Chris Rock slap on TV. What were you referencing? Which comedian would you vote for Prez? Honestly, I vote yes, George Carlin, right? You said Mitch Heidelberg? I'll have to look it up. The name sounds somewhat familiar. I think this guy makes slam pieces. It's not very much anything that take the shit out of context. I mean, I don't know. I find it hilarious. I think it's when you watch it all the way through, especially the earlier ones, and it all comes together. I think it's pretty funny. But to each their own.
Teaching humans how they could be saved, how they would not be plowed under at the end of the age.
I think this is a comedy video in and of itself. It's like making fun of the comedy scene, which is pretty meta in my opinion.
Well, we're at the end of the age.
The universe has put me in this place where I'm like a scout. Right? Like if you've sent me down the trail and I'm like, hey, there's a cliff.
Now, they didn't have podcasts back then, but Doe's lengthy, rambling seminar videos would fit in perfectly to our current podcasting landscape.
When things are going bad,
many times the worst things in the human kingdom that can happen to us end up being the best things that can happen to us.
There's going to be some good that's going to come from it.
Because we learn in-depth lessons because of those difficult times.
Unexpected problems, good. You learn.
They could actually say, thank you for the lesson.
Through his podcast, I mean his videos, Doe lectured that the end of this age is upon us, that the Earth was about to be transformed, recycled, but they could escape this doom by boarding a spaceship flying behind the comet Hale-Bopp as it passed by Earth.
We are one or two events away from living in the Stone Age again. And I think it could happen in our lifetime, and it could happen to you and I.
People who would consider themselves intelligent beings that say, well, that's absurd. What's all this doomsday stuff? What's all this prophetic stuff?
We're in this very strange sort of existential crisis as a civilization that's not being recognized. And in the meantime, we're distracting ourselves.
You know, intelligent human beings should realize that everything has their cycle. They have their beginning, they have their end, they have cycles.
Hold on, didn't we? Isn't that the exact same?
There are certain ages, almost unavoidable, of civilization.
Correct.
That they go through these cycles.
They have cycles.
Cycles. That they go through these cycles.
They're the exact same fucking guy.
Every civilization, when they're at the brink of collapse, becomes obsessed with gender. The whole thing is falling apart. The foundation of our civilization is falling apart.
Doe offered his followers a way to save themselves from what he called the recycling of planet Earth, which was about to begin. He and the cultists needed to die so that the spaceship flying behind the comet could pick up their souls as they left their bodies, carrying them away to the next level of existence, to a new reality. The cultists all submitted to Doe's authority, believing that he was the gatekeeper through which they could ascend to that next level. The ultimate test came when that comet finally arrived, and they all did a full SUI in order to join Doe and board that spaceship. And if you know anything at all about the Austin comedy cult, this all sounds eerily familiar, doesn't it? That's because Doe and Joe are the exact same strain of guy. Think about it. Just like Doe, Joe also offers his followers a way to transcend their lives and enter a new reality by boarding the comedy mothership. The comedy cult's followers also must commit a SUI to transcend into that new reality. Not a literal full SUI, but the kind of SUI that existentialist Albert Camus called a philosophical SUI. When we're faced with the absurdity of life, the fact that the universe is pure chaos despite our deep desire for order and meaning, we have two options. You can embrace the absurdity, surf the waves of chaos without copes, or we destroy ourselves, either literally or much more commonly through a philosophical SUI. You don't SUI your body, but you do SUI a part of your inner self. You kill the part of your mind that's inquiring, the part that's honest, the part that embraces life's absurdity without copes, and you fill the hole left behind with things that offer false certainty in place of honest doubt. Religious faith, political partisanship, materialism, hollow spirituality, scientism, hustle-cut culture, digital escapism, reactionary nostalgia, being a fat, drunk idiot all the time, philosophical overthinking. Cultism and guru worship, or complete submission to authority, sometimes all of the above.
Greetings to you, my friends. It's me, D. Trussell.
Take this guy, Duncan Trussell, for example. One of Joe's longtime friends and a former advocate of radical honesty, truth-seeking, and psychedelic wisdom. Not long ago, he was the lone voice of reason in Joe's inner circle, and the only guy to openly predict how Joe would be corrupted by powerful forces looking to exploit him for access to his far-reaching media platform.
People have decided you're one of the magnifying glasses focusing this beam of attention into the world. You have to watch out because people are gonna try to exploit you. That's the main thing, is people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world. And you have to wrestle with your identity. I worry about you, man.
He was well aware of these billionaire techno-wizard freaks out there, manipulating new media before it became too obvious to deny.
Yep. I think they've already infiltrated the podcast scene, guys. I think we have plants on YouTube, government plants, CIA plants, okay? Trying to manipulate the masses. You said Holy Donuts, I didn't see the connection coming. I know, the way he connects these things is just, mwah. It's a work of art. You said, and if you enjoy comedian scene, try Yeah Mad. It's a British show where comedians drink alcohol for laughing. All right, I'm gonna make a note of that real quick. Got it. What'd you guys say? Laughter is the best medicine. Fuck the FDA. Yeah, Duncan is pretty cool. From what I've heard from him, he seems pretty chilling down to earth. Elephant Graveyard. What's going on, Mike? Elephant Graveyard is being absurd for laughs, but he's making a legitimately held belief and point, and one that I think more people should consider. Duncan is fried. It's over for him. So I heard some people were saying he fell off as of recent because he got into some sort of controversy, but I'm not all the way caught up on it. Maybe we could do like a dive into him next. The CIA, yo, Tony B, exactly, Mike. Is it Mike Baker? That dude that's shown up on Joe Rogan's podcast so many times. I think he's the CIA guy, and he says pretty much nothing the whole time. Some people say he's Joe Rogan's handler. Or I think he used to be in the CIA. There's a lot of content creators that used to be in the CIA. Do you ever quit being in the CIA? I don't think the CIA lets you go out and make a podcast and talk about being in the CIA. It feels like there's some sort of coordination there, right? I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
He warned Joe about them being a danger over and over again.
We established they're these billionaires, and they live in these compounds. Right. And certainly people like Michael Hastings and other people, they get killed all the time. They're super powerful people who will use technology to kill people to have their own way. So that means that there is some group or series of groups of people that are doing like highly nefarious actions from places of power. Mm-hmm. We know that there is like truly a war to control the paradigm.
He was by all accounts an honest guy, and probably the only guy on that stupid podcast who would rather say what's true than just whatever the burgeoning comedy emperor wanted to hear. But those sorts of qualities are no longer welcome in the comedy czar's simulacrum. They're far too threatening. So once Joe migrated into his new reality, Duncan faced the hard choice of either embracing the absurd and maintaining his principles of honesty and truth, or committing a philosophical SUI and joining Joe in his new reality in order to maintain connection to the comedy czar's sphere of influence. Oh, Tipahan.
Whatever's happening, you just have to make it a good thing. Anything that's happening to you can be converted into something either that's going to make you scared, self-destructive, rationalize your anger, rationalize your shitty decisions, or it can be used as a thing that completely converts you. Like at any given moment, you can shed your operating system. You could drop all of the hangups, all the weird shit at any moment connected to the great truth, the divine.
That was him 5 years ago. He's since followed through on this new guy conversion, so let's see how connected he is to that great truth. Ooh, that divine.
Let me ask you this, so what do you think about people who say that someone like Peter Thiel is the Antichrist?
Here's what's fascinating to me about accusing Peter Thiel of being the Antichrist.
Now, Peter Thiel, in case you didn't know this in advance, is one of the primary billionaire techno-wizards we mentioned earlier. With his immense wealth, Thiel wields massive influence in politics, media, and online information from behind the scenes. He says cool stuff like freedom and democracy are actually not compatible.
Yeah, that guy, he's a little freaky. He's got a lot of power. If I'm not mistaken, is he like the CEO or the owner of Palantir? And he's got some really interesting thoughts on the Antichrist and AI.
Pete's company, Palantir, is deeply embedded with the CIA, ICE, FBI, NSA, police, and the military-industrial complex, and promises to be the most powerful mass surveillance platform to ever exist. He subscribes to a philosophy that believes that civilization as we know it ought to be destroyed, and from its ashes, a new technocracy should arise, a new state run by a CEO king who wields absolute authority.
Are you saying my pausing and talking, Tony, or do you mean his the way he's cutting up the video? Oh, you said look at how many times he skips half a sentence. Yeah, he's kind of, I mean, I think it's sort of for the art form of what he's trying to, you know, put forward here. Again, I wouldn't take it, you know, wholeheartedly. Like Mike Gonzalez said here, he said Elephant Graveyard is being absurd for laughs, but he's making a legitimate held belief.
Pete is part of this new military tech industrial complex, operating with little oversight while creating autonomous weapons and surveillance systems, and whose algorithms remain a complete mystery. He's a caricature of a villain, straight out of a comic book. But Pete is real. I'm the exact kind of nefarious, influential guy that Duncan used to warn everybody about just a few years ago. All right, back to Duncan. What's he saying about Pete?
Here's what's fascinating to me about accusing Peter Thiel of being the Antichrist.
Stuff. He's very much
talking awesome. And it was like totally normal dude, obviously super smart. There didn't feel like there was any kind of like subversive anything, nothing to really be scared of.
Depressing,
So people
man.
say that Peter Thiel is Antichrist, just for argument's sake.
Fucking says that.
You hear that? He's actually getting mad about this.
Argument's
Fucking says that.
The reason Dunk's got to do this is because the comedy czar is actually Pete's friend now. So he had to become a new guy to stay in Joe's circle of power, a shriveled husk of a guy, being fed by the demonic umbilical cord attached to the bowels of the comedy czar, from which he can never disengage. He's cooked, finished, and God, look at him, he's just not the same guy. Look in his eyes, it's obvious. Those are suey eyes. Well, that's a confirmed suey for Duncan. Rest in peace, man. Quel dommage. Well, once you've entered the comedy czar's comedy cult simulacrum, you're expected to do your part to uphold the pillars of this new reality. Upholding the pillars allows you to stay in the cult and potentially reap the rewards that come from its membership. These tenets bind the simulacrum together, and as we already explained, the more guys you've got upholding the pillars, the more stable the new reality becomes, which is vital because if the simulation crumbles, it's all over for this stupid experiment. All cults need their tenets, and the Austin comedy toilet cult, or whatever we're calling it, is no different. Because Joe is the sole autocratic dictator of the entire scene, he could construct his world however he wanted to.
Starting it from the ground up. So it's this completely new thing, and it can kind of go a lot of different ways, and a lot of different things can happen. You don't know what's going to happen one way or the other. Those things are very exciting. It's scary, but it's exciting.
The primary pillar, like all cults, is the steadfast veneration, devotion, and reverence of the cult leader. Just like Jim Jones, Joe originally sold his comedy scene as a utopian paradise.
So make it as fun and as comfortable for the comics as possible, as welcoming to the comics as possible. It's a warm, inviting environment, and the whole idea is just to make it so that I can make it so they feel like this is home.
And just like Jonestown, it quickly devolved into an authoritarian nightmare.
I like the intensity of the mothership. I bring my opener. He's having a rough set. I'm sitting on the balcony watching it. Rogan is standing there watching him bomb like this. Rogan goes, he's bombing, man. He can't be here. And I go, I agree. Kill him. You want to kill him? Kill him right now. We'll break his legs. Get the Navy SEALs. Let's shoot him in the face. And then the kid got off stage, and I felt really bad. I said, listen, you got to go right now. Gonna kill him. He's unhappy and it looks really bad. You got to get out of this club right now.
The cultists all submit to the authority of its charismatic leader who can never be questioned or crossed. He's a supreme leader, and Austin is comedy North Korea. Comedy cultists must pay tribute to the dear leader by praising him and are expected to excessively embellish his abilities, often to an absurd degree.
How many people on Earth do you think could kill you? 100, to be generous?
Maybe.
Very few people can kill you.
Okay, come on, guys. She's blowing so much smoke up his ass right there. Come on. Look, I'm sure he's a great martial artist, all of the good stuff, right? There's billions of people in the world. 100 people, 100 out of the billions of people. Maybe he is in the top 100 people in the world, I guess. Maybe. I just am like, come on, man. Come on. It really feels like she's blowing smoke up his ass.
This is straight out of the North Korean playbook, where they pretend their dear leader was the world's greatest golfer after shooting 38 under par on his first ever round, including 11 holes in one. Comedy cultists are expected to study the beliefs of their dear leader and prove their commitment and allegiance by repeating his own opinions back to him.
I was doing the cold plunge after I did the sauna. I've incorporated a new thing that I was telling you where I get up first thing in the morning, I get in the cold plunge.
Sauna cold plunge thing, I'm so into it.
That's awesome.
My hotel choice, I'm solving for places with sauna cold plunge.
Of like a real legitimate professional comedian that can go up and do an hour and kill.
Not many. Arenas, not many.
Not many. Not many for theaters. How many for theaters? Is there 50? 100?
Yeah.
Maybe 100?
Probably less, man.
And by making sure your act panders to dear leader's personal interests and beliefs. You do that, you can tape your special at his spaceship club.
I got 2 daughters. I got a wife. She's a she/her. Just want to let you know that right off the bat. Like, the plumbing matches the pronouns, if you know what I'm talking about.
And really just doing whatever they got to do to appease him, no matter how debasing or humiliating it might be for them.
This is Chris Stefano's very first time ever.
Okay.
Lighting and smoking a cigar. Okay.
Yeah.
Light
Is
that
this
cigar.
the right way?
Yeah. You got
He's
it.
going to vomit. I want to see him vomit.
Get it on there. Get it on there. All right, you're good. Just start pulling.
Now suck
No,
it.
you're not. Breathe in while you're doing that. I felt it in his face. Puff. Keep puffing. There we
This
go.
is so mean.
Yeah, take a sniff of these bits. Come see a sniff.
Take a smell. Yeah, you want me to go on the other
Yes,
side?
my
Come
king.
take a sniff.
Humiliation.
Yeah, that's right. Get in there.
Yeah.
That is so weird. On camera, just be like, yeah, sniff my armpits, man. That's a weird one. What's going on, liberal anal annihilator? Annihilator. What's going on? Astrolarius is my sugar daddy. Keep it down.
Not bad. Not bad, right?
Yeah.
And the most shameful lie of all of them, you got to pretend that dear leader is actually funny. You got to laugh at any attempts at humor, no matter how embarrassing for him or you.
Baby, I'm a baby. Talk about me.
That's what it is.
What are you, some kind of communist? Ori!
Like, I'm a legit world-class comic. Like,
World-class.
I'm real.
Yeah. Everybody knows you're a comic.
The lie functions as a loyalty test.
Congratulations on your magnificent success.
Thank you very much.
And you're a comedian too, huh?
Yeah.
No shit.
You were murdering so hard when you're climbing on a stool. I was like, holy f***. Because we all thought you're just like a famous guy who just does stand up on the side.
Uh-oh.
And we were like, nah, this guy's a murderer.
There it is. This lie is just so egregious, I had to call this brain science guy called Sam to get some perspective. Hey man, yeah, can you just explain how people could be this dishonest?
The harder the lies are to believe, I mean, really, the impossible lie functions like a loyalty test, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Still.
Code for being in the cult is designed
That's
to get
right.
people to believe nothing, so they just realize, okay, who knows?
Yeah, well, lucky man,
I'm just
well,
going to
lucky.
be obedient to keep my head down. I'm just going
Yeah.
to put a sign in the window, claiming to believe the big lie, so that that no one drags me out of my shop and beats me to death on the sidewalk, right? I mean, like
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, thanks, man.
It was Hannah Arendt's point.
All right,
in the
yep,
origins
good.
of
Gotta go.
totalitarianism.
Bye.
You said Astro, you're not a liberal? Bro, I'm just a guy, okay? Orbiting a black hole. Hanging out with you guys, okay? That's all. That's all. Liberal, conservative, Democrat, progressive, capitalist, communist, socialist, anarchist. No. Okay? I'm Astrolarius, the guy orbiting the black hole, okay? The blackest hole.
When loyalty is everything, if you're a ruler who demands total and complete loyalty, you're going to create a circle of liars around yourself.
Ousted comedian Chris D'Elia tried to defend Joe's last special, but he really struggled to navigate that maze, trying to find that perfect take that's going to...
Orbiting the blackest hole, okay, big buff black guy? Yes! Oh my gosh, am I black? Some days I'm black. Gay? I can't say I'm gay though. I check one of the boxes some days.
to convincingly praise that comedy atrocity.
Rogan's special came out, and I'm happy about it.
Oh,
It's
sorry,
so
1
crazy
second.
how, like,
My bad.
obviously we know obviously, I honestly haven't seen the reviews. I saw somebody saying it, and they were like, this is a hacky, this is a hack. And it was straight up just not hacky. The one thing that they have is it's hack. Like super woke people even know what
Hello?
is hack.
These appeals to dear leader through praise are made in hope that one day his gracious hand will reach down to them. bless them with his endorsement and pull them out of their hellish obscurity.
So there's kind of this trickle down, you know? Once Joe Rogan likes me, then your mom's house goes, want to be on our episode. Once Rogan was like, this Jeff Dye guy's really good, then everyone else has to fall in line.
Right, everyone else does.
Now I gotta treat daddy like dad. I gotta kiss the rings, you know? You don't go on Joe Rogan and then start talking shit. You know, Joe's dad.
Yo, stop that shit. It's what it will be. I did not say I was gay. I said some days I was black. All right, I'm gay none of the days. Okay, get out of here. But yo, big buff black guys. Okay, you need to subscribe. Let me tell you why. We need more big buff black guys in chat. Okay, not for me, but for the community. Okay.
The second pillar is they are the anti-mainstream, anti-commercial, anti-establishment underdogs. Dear Leader gained much of his power by selling himself as the antidote to corporate mainstream media and culture. His platform is now bigger and more influential than the mainstream media he once stood in opposition to. But because being anti-mainstream was such a fundamental part of his sense of self and his show and his audience's identity, they all have to keep pretending that they are not mainstream. Admitting otherwise could collapse their new reality, so they stick together, upholding that pillar, keeping their simulacrum stable.
Rejection, you know, rejection of whatever is going, whatever people think the comedy industry is. Because people think the comedy industry is like some group of people with power that control all the, and give people specials that don't deserve it. There's all this like weird thoughts about the comedy business. But when the comedy business is only comedians, there's no business element behind it. There's no networks. There's no producers. There's no executive. There's none of that. So it's just wild.
Dear Leader is a billionaire, but instead of running his own show, he's still partnered with the tech establishment. He and all the cultists are connected to the biggest corporations on Earth, but still they maintain a facade of being independent DIY artists. As we all know, Joe got in tight with the US regime and became the government's own comedy czar. The regime's comedy puppet dictator, like comedy Lukashenko. He's now literally an extension of the US government, but inside the reality of a mothership cult, he's still the anti-mainstream underdog. And obviously this makes no sense at all, but because all this is taking place inside an anti-reality simulacrum, it somehow just works.
You have like comedic instincts. Like when you said to Hillary, you'd be in jail. Like that's great timing.
It's funny, you need at least the attitude of a comedian when you're doing this business.
It's the most dangerous business.
Being president is the most dangerous.
Especially you. Imagine if there was assassination attempts on Biden.
Pillar 3, they are real comedians, a special class of human, an elite artist class. Comedy is sacred. And the mothership is both a holy temple.
I was in the mothership last night, and that audience were like church.
And the center of the comedy universe.
The comedy mothership is the hub of comedy in the world.
That's wild.
Yeah.
It's comedy mecca. The green room is the Kaaba, the house of God. Being granted entry is considered one of the cult's highest honors.
We laugh in that green room, and the best thing about the green room is how restrictive it is. You know, that you just can't go in there.
The comedy czar considers his entry into comedy a religious experience. That transformative moment where he was converted, baptized by Mitzi Shore, and transcended from a civilian into a real comedian.
I remember thinking, I gotta get to the Comedy Store. It was like,
it's Mecca.
It was Mecca. It was a religious call. I mean, if there was anything like that in my life, that was it. She passed me as a non-paid regular after my first audition. I couldn't sleep that night. I'm a real comedian. I'm a real comedian. A real comedian.
Dear Leader's beloved Saint Mitzi must be revered and venerated by the cultists as their adopted spiritual deity. There's this guy here, Jelly Roll. Now, he's not a comic, he's a singer, but he has successfully joined the mothership cult by carefully studying and obeying the pillars. Here he is performing for Dear Leader, showing his reverence for Saint Mitzi, crying about and praising the woman he's never met.
Speaking of Mitzi's, I was so inspired by the way the mothership has Mitzi's, and it's like an honor to Mitzi's. Touched my soul in such a way. What y'all have created there is spreading on to, damn, you almost got me emotional talking about a woman I never even met. I just know she did so much for you.
Doing stand-up is a transcendent spiritual experience that only real comics will ever be able to tap into.
But Richard Dawkins is never killed on stage. He doesn't know the connection between human beings that comes through laughter and joy in that way.
Walk to the women's locker room with a heart.
Dear Leader draws a stark distinction between the comedian class and what he calls civilians, regular guys, lower-tier humans. This Hassan guy explains some of the differences between higher-tier humans, comedians, and the lower-tier average human, and how difficult it can be to even be around such low-tier guys.
Our ability to talk to literally anyone is a skill set. Like, totally. Do you ever have to, when you go to like a party with your ladies' work friends? Yes. And you're like, bro, there are fucking just goobers out here. Yeah, just office banter. I was at a work thing with my wife. We're like in a building, and outside the window, it looked like someone was about to jump off. Oh, wow. The guy goes, like, is that guy like, is he walking on the roof? I go, the part didn't go his way, so he's just.
yeah. And they're like.
Pillar 4, they are brave truth tellers and victims of an authoritarian mob of censors. They need to be seen as oppressed victims so they can appear as heroes for standing up to the threat. Inside their simulacrum, they are the modern-day incarnations of guys like Lenny Bruce, Dick Gregory, and Mort Saul. Look them up.
We're drinking, my friends, in the Last Chance Saloon. What I'm saying on stage tonight is barely acceptable now. In 10 years' time, forget about it. You'll say, I saw a man, and he stood on stage, and he made light of serious situations. We used to call them jokes.
Us versus them mentality is a hallmark of cult psychology. Jim Jones fabricated threats like government persecution and fascist takeovers all the time, and he taught his followers that his temple was the only safe place from the dangerous and decaying outside world. The Heaven's Gate followers believed that they and the rest of humanity were under the control of deceptive lower-tier aliens called Luciferians, false gods who controlled Earth's religions, governments, and media, corrupting the minds of humans. The only way to escape the Luciferian threat was to submit to Doe, Sui out of this world, and get on that spaceship. This fosters paranoia and isolation, which helps bind the cultists together and keeps them fearful and loyal to the leader. The mothership comedy cult Toilet Piss Pipe employs the same psychological strategy. Like Heaven's Gate's Luciferians, the comedy piss cult also fabricated a make-believe enemy to set themselves apart from and blame for everything.
Woke. It's very dangerous.
A nebulous, undefined, and amorphous outgroup that is somehow both completely feckless and able to wield widespread domination over our entire society.
They're out of their f***ing mind. They want to force people to behave and think a very certain way. Well, they're just nuts.
He is terrified of a shadow, a construction in his mind formed by a social media feed.
You can never be woke enough. That's the problem. It keeps going. And if you get to the point where you agree to all these demands, it'll eventually get to straight white men are not allowed to talk.
Oh, no.
You're not allowed to go outside.
Damn it. Oh, please tell me you're joking.
I'm not joking.
Shit. The news is the comedy cult's here to save us all. Thank God. The mothership is their sanctuary where woke meets the wall.
In the comedy world, we say we're the last line of defense. We're the woke meets the wall. If you want to never make fun of marginalized groups, it's like, no.
In the Austin Hell Toilet, because their comedy is not funny, they know it doesn't hold up to criticism. So they need to pretend that the criticism is some kind of attack. Then they can all rally together to defend themselves from it. And to prevent the defensive line from breaking, followers are programmed to believe that they can't survive outside the cult.
One of the ways that I describe comics, I go, you're either like a village or an island. And villages do way better. An island is a man on his own out there, did just his own shows and doesn't hang out with comics. You didn't have any comics for friends? There's a lot of fucking sad people out there.
Yeah, no, don't be a cool island guy. Give yourself to the cult, migrate to that new reality, and you'll be able to achieve things you never thought possible. Because they aren't possible, really, unless you're doing it inside the simulacrum. But that's your new reality now, so that's okay. But don't ever make the mistake of going against the pillars or disrespecting the comedy czar.
No.
Or you'll be swiftly ejected from the group. It's back to classic reality for you.
You're going to get more people that are very uncomfortable with their own lives and want to live a different life. Well, when you think about where this is all headed, there's only a few different directions that one could go to, and simulated reality is a big one. It's coming.
It's already here, and you're in it. We don't need to invent brain implants or anything like that. Our brains are already configured to live in artificial reality. All you need is a reason. If your career's about to expire because your entire fan base is headed to the glue factory, migrating to the simulacrum offers you access to a whole new, younger audience.
And I'm pretty emotional about the mothership. I think that the universe used you just to get me back out of this fucking hole that I was in. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know.
If you got anxiety about not being funny, you can eliminate that by knowing you can always just do a boring, boilerplate TED Talk soapbox sermon about one of the pillars, and the cult followers will love it.
Apparently, I'm not very PC. I'm not one of those people who tries so fucking hard to like prove how woke, what a good person. You know what I mean? It's so exhausting.
You don't even have to be a comic to join and reap the benefits of this simulacrum. There are many cultists who work in other fields that personally interest the comedy czar, like science.
I've been talking to scientists and doctors and biologists and virologists for months and months and months.
And if you're an academic guy rapidly approaching the end of your career and you're spiraling inside because you're scared to die without leaving behind that meaningful legacy you always dreamed about.
You know this question, like, what has Eric Weinstein ever done? I actually have been scared of this question. And I've lived afraid of my own story.
You can just pretend you're the new Einstein. Create your own new theory of everything. Just write whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
What is this thing that you handed me? What is this?
It's the theory of everything. A water wiggle structure about a circle that nobody's ever seen that is at every point in space and time.
It doesn't matter that it doesn't make any sense in classic reality. In the simulacrum, the followers are so stupid that they won't know if it makes sense or not. They can't tell, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
You're spinning that circle over and over again. So this is an actual model of a gauge theoretic concept.
And since you got the comedy czar's endorsement, whatever you say is brilliant, even though they have no idea what you're even talking about.
Can a piece of paper effectively will two hands into drawing each other into existence?
This seems pretty crazy, eh? Well, a while back, these Weinstein guys accidentally revealed the entire motivation behind their schemes.
When we do our homework and we discover something interesting, and absolutely nobody else gets it, to you and me, that feels good. To know that you have achieved something and that nobody else can even recognize it gives you some sort of sense of how far ahead you might be.
Remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. Inside the simulacrum, you're now the genius you always wanted to be, and you can stop worrying about being a failure.
What made you want to do this?
When you ask why as a kid, what happens if you keep asking?
Great question.
You either end up in theoretical physics or an insane asylum. And so I just didn't stop.
If you want to become a stoic genius guru kind of guy who knows everything about life, a cold, logically calculated debate, God, but you're actually a hysterical, emotional baby, overwhelmed by everything, has no idea what's real, and can't discuss anything without spiraling out and melting down like a child.
It's also overwhelming.
Well, the simulacrum followers will pretend you're not doing all that stuff. And you can be that guru guy. You can get exposed in classic reality for claiming that the definition of belief is...
If you believe something, you stake your life on it.
So you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
While also getting caught completely believing in Chinese involuntary human semen milking factories.
I'm pretty sure that was a corn video, if I'm not mistaken. What is this shit? Yo, guys, link in the pinned comment. This is Elephant Graveyard. It's just a great video, man. You said it's a well-designed hit piece, honestly. Nobody has the balls to fuck with celebrities. And I respect this elephant talk for that reason, but I don't respect dirty tactics to slap iconic people. I think this is comedy in and of itself. I think this is like a meta look at comedy. Because why should all of these people not be able to be made fun of, right? I mean, right? We're not supposed to be PC. We're not supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be the bastion of free speech. So he's making a video. I don't see it as a hit piece. It's a joke, really. I mean, it's a little over the top, obviously. But it's interesting, some of the things he ties together through the podcast, through the comedy scene, through different people and, like, you know, the stuff they say and how it kind of all builds together. And you know, how Joe Rogan's influence has affected the comedy scene, and he's essentially, I love this whole simulacrum thing, how you can, if you have enough people or you have enough resources, build a reality around you and sort of insulate yourself from broader society. I think it's fascinating, really. I don't see it so much as a hit piece as much as it's, I mean, it's a funny video, and you can say he's taking the piss out of him, sure, but it's the same thing comedians do. So it's like, I kind of see this as the same thing that a comedian would do, just in a video format instead of standing on a stage or sitting and doing a podcast.
Jordan Peterson just unironically retweeted a video of a BDSM male milking dungeon in the UK, claimed to be footage of human rights abuses in China.
Does he think that the Chinese government has special facilities where men can go and have, like, their penises pumped?
I think he does. I think he does. Which, by his own logic, means he would die for Chinese semen milking factories, which ought to make a guy certifiably insane. But not in the simulacrum, where you'll remain the wise guru. Simulacrum migrants also gain access to the cult's Copadex, a reference...
Which, I mean, this whole simulacrum talk is essentially an echo chamber when you think about it. You could just sort of ban everybody that disagrees with you, only listen to people or allow people in that agree with you, and toe the line. Or as he puts it, support the pillars of the simulacrum, or support the pillars of the ideas, right?
Guide of pre-made dogmatic copes, a virtually endless collection of excuses for anything you could possibly be criticized for. These copes are born inside Dear Leader's own brain and trickle down throughout the simulacrum for all to use.
How come you're not looking at your own self with the same scrutiny that you look at this extremely successful person?
Yeah.
It's because you're jealous.
So many people hate me for really no reason, and it really made me realize that, like, people only hate somebody they're jealous of.
You know, like, people don't like him because, you know, whether you judge his comedy or judge his podcast or judge whether, you also have to judge how he looks, and he's a beautiful man, built like a Adonis. It really makes people uncomfortable, me included. I'm his friend.
I mean, people don't want to laugh at, like, physically attractive people. Like, you don't want to walk on stage and have people looking at your arms rather than listening to your jokes.
And when you can't get...
That does sound like a lot of cope. Like, come on. It's just odd that comedians can't take being made fun of, especially if, like, you're a comedian that maybe roasts people or makes fun of other people. If you're going to sit there and make fun of other people, not to say all of those people do. I mean, I guess you have, like, what would it be, like the Jerry Seinfeld type of comedy where, I mean, did Jerry Seinfeld make fun of people? I mean, at some point you kind of, I mean, his was just observational humor. He must have, you know, made some sort of observations about people at some point. It's just kind of odd to be like, oh, if people don't like me, it's just because they're jealous. In some cases, that's true, right? But come on, man. It's like, oh, I'm just so beautiful that people are jealous of me and they don't want to laugh at my jokes. What? Like, what are we talking about? That just, I mean, I'm sorry, that seems a little much.
Date and nobody wants to f you. Because statistically, nobody wants to date people who live in your hyper-real simulacrum. You can ease your inner turmoil by uttering the sacred comedy cult mantra.
It's definitely not me. I think it's everybody else.
You know, I think we've all had this thought at some point. I mean, I've had this thought, but then there's this whole idea of if you walk around all day and you keep running into assholes, and all day you're running into assholes, everybody's being an asshole to you. Maybe you're the asshole, right? I feel like this is something you're not supposed to say out loud, right? It's not me. It's everybody else. It's not me. It's society, right? Although I'm sure we've all felt that way at some point in time.
So, as you've seen with all this scientific evidence and logic here, these facts, joining the comedy cult can offer tremendous opportunities. Submit to the leader. Perform your sui. Become a new guy if you have to. Migrate into the simulacrum. And help uphold its supportive pillars. That's the blueprint, and a lot of guys are on that path. But there's one guy who has followed the path of Dear Leader better than anyone.
Who?
His name is Tony Hint. Oh, sorry. I've just been dreading getting to the section. You know we try to be positive on here, but sometimes you gotta examine some real dark, depressing shit. This guy exemplifies what commitment to the cult and its tenets can offer in return. His origin story is eerily similar to the comedy czar.
The reason why I became a martial arts champion because I was being picked on all the time. Right. Kids were always f***ing with me. I was like, I don't like this. I'm like, so I'm going to become what I'm terrified of.
As a little boy, Tony was also getting bullied every day. He was walking around terrified.
It's a lot of fear, a lot of danger. And my whole way of handling that is if anybody ever tried anything with me, I would just make fun of them.
So he became what he feared the most. A big dumb asshole, a bully. But I don't know what kind of protection it provided because he says here that his jokes just led to him being punched in the face.
One of my good friends, I made fun of him because his grandma walked him out to the bus stop. He punched me right in the face.
And just like the comedy czar and almost all the guys in this comedy cult, he had a real bad dad.
I didn't have like a dad to complain or to go to the parent-teacher meetings.
So while he was getting pounded in the head every day for being a big dumb asshole, his bad dad pieced out and went and got remarried. Which is fine, whatever, it happens. But this bad dad had decided to keep Tony's entire existence a complete secret to his new wife and family.
My mom told me that my dad travels a lot, my dad works a lot. I mentioned to my mom, I go, hey, Dad's car is in this one house's driveway a lot. My mom like turned pale white. She told me everything that it's a lot. That's how someone like me gets made.
That fucking sucks. Like, that's tough. Damn.
So Tony ran away. And like many before him, his gaping dad hole in quest for external validation took him to the mecca of insecurity, Hollywood. He soon found his way to the Comedy Store, got a job answering the phone or cleaning toilets or whatever, and he found something he probably didn't expect, a new dad. He started opening up for Dad on tour and got his first taste of that long sought-after external validation from his audience. But it was a lot of work, too much work, really. He thought, what if there's a way to get even more laughs while doing even less work, while also being able to satisfy his sadistic compulsion? So he started his own show, Kill Tony, his ultimate scheme.
Guys, give it up for Tony Hintz.
I think Kill Tony, I think it's a pretty entertaining show, and I do like the fact that, again, I said this earlier, I don't mean to repeat myself, but the fact that they do these bucket pools and anybody that throws their name in a hat could be pooled, and you could have your sort of 60 seconds of fame, so to speak, and get a comedy career off the ground or get your name out there if you do well. I think that's a really cool opportunity for people. And I don't know how many shows are out there like Kill Tony, like those live shows like that, especially ones that have like different famous comedians on and famous people while having amateurs on. I think it's a really, really cool sort of venue, right?
Generally speaking, I try to separate the scheme from the scheme.
He said, also, if you don't find them funny, you're automatically jealous. I work at a place Matt Rife performed. He was like a Dirty Dane cook. I got ridiculed for this opinion. Yeah, see, that's kind of, it's just like you're jealous. It's like, come on. And then you should be able to poke fun at the comedians, in my opinion. Now, just because I say, oh, I don't think this person's funny, or you say, I don't think this person's funny, or a person has a bad set or whatever, doesn't mean the person's not funny, right? It's, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Maybe it's just not your cup of tea, right? Maybe it's not my cup of tea. But to then automatically be labeled as you're just jealous, fuck am I jealous of?
Schemer. Appreciate the beauty of a good scheme, and it's a brilliant scheme, it really is. How it works is his show allows him to be on stage at all times, getting attention without having to do anything at all, really. If the show is ever funny, it's because of the guests. He'll brag about how funny this Trump-Biden episode was, but that was these guys who made it funny.
Come on, huh?
But since reality can be whatever he wants it to be, Tony can easily pretend that the laughs the show generates are all actually for him.
3 times you got married.
Honestly, that's not that bad.
What did Tony even do? Nothing really. A few snide remarks here and there and just basic MC duties. The show is abuse, disguised as comedy. Tony took this idea from the world of professional wrestling. What makes pro wrestling so compelling is the concept of kayfabe, a collective suspension of disbelief, maintaining the illusion that the characters, the fights, and the drama are all real. Kill Tony runs on comedy kayfabe, but Tony flipped it. Where wrestling is fun theater disguised as violence, Kill Tony is violence disguised as fun theater.
Very few people willing to admit that they miscarried. Was that a sad time for you?
It was the lowest point in my life.
Really? He's calling in right now. We have word.
Despite all of them being followers of a comedy cult, they're all miserable.
I'm encouraging you to quit right now. I think when you find that job, I think you should quit. I don't see it happening for you. Eleanor, you knew me when I was 24. I was already 2 years
Right, but you're not autistic.
Stand over there by the red X. You're really getting a little close. Nope, the other direction, AJ. Thank you.
Kill Tony is supported by the same pillars as the broader Austin comedy colon cult, which, as we've proven, are all complete inversions of classic reality. Tony is the megalomaniacal dictator. He must be submitted to and respected. He is a roast god. The Comedy Czar proclaims that Tony is the greatest roast comedian alive. And if that idea is ever threatened, he loses his mind. He got very upset when this Jeremiah guy was getting too many laughs roasting the roast master.
You don't do that.
You don't do that?
Oh, no, never, never.
Why not?
Against the rules.
This guy looks B.I. Bye.
Oh, youth.
Takes one to know one.
Yes. Go have your magic moment. This is the biggest thing in your career. Go do it. Go get it. Go get it.
Is that a school bus attached to your face?
You flaming homosexual. Takes one to know one.
Yep.
He allegedly cemented his title with this performance at the Tom Brady roast in 2024. If you actually listen to his jokes, they're they're really just okay.
Tom Brady. Why do you look like a gay Tom Brady?
But his fellow comedy cultists on stage help sell them and show you how to react. This is straight out of pro wrestling. They all sell the joke in the same way a wrestler sells his opponent's attack. This joke here got a huge reaction. People in the Austin simulacrum were literally talking about it for days.
Bert Kreischer is a king. He looks like if the Tiger King and the Liver King only ate Burger King and had a liver that looked like Martin Luther King got beat up by Rodney King.
And I'm sitting here over and over again hearing how brilliant this was. Just feeling completely bamboozled. Because I already heard this joke on another roast 10 years ago.
Lisa, Larry King, Don King, Rodney King, and Billie Jean King in the Burger King bathroom.
Tony also got a huge buzz after he did this infamous joke roasting Puerto Rico.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah, I think it's called Puerto Rico.
And again, I'm just confused because it was even better when this guy, Dylan Jarboe, did it on Kill Tony back in 2021.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's currently a 500-mile peninsula of trash in the Atlantic Ocean, and I used to live there. It's called Florida.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna write that one down. I did like this joke he did about how murderers never seem to dig deep enough graves.
I know how to get away with murder now. Because I know where everybody that gets caught always f***s up. Yeah, they always get a little lazy around burial time. You know what I never see on those crime shows? The body was discovered after being buried 75 feet deep in the ground.
Until I realized it was just a cover of a Norm Macdonald joke.
Like, these serial killers are supposed to be so shrewd and cunning, but then when it comes time for the grave, they get a little hasty, you know? And I would never, ever kill a lady in cold blood. But if I did, I would take her body to the woods and bury her in a very, very, very deep grave.
I'd rather listen to the proper original, personally. But what do I know? And yeah, some people will say it's easy to arrive at similar joke concepts, but it's Norm Macdonald, for Christ's sake. It'd be like a musician putting this riff in their song, then being like, hey, I didn't know. I just arrived at a similar concept, I guess. But again, this is hyper-reality. Nothing has to make sense from out here in classic reality. Here's Tony without the team of writers and a teleprompter, put on the spot when Bill Maher requests a roasting.
No crowd work on you.
No, come on, do some crowd work. Ask me where I'm from.
Where are you from?
New Jersey. Come on. There's a slow pitch down the middle of the plate, bro. New Jersey.
That is a shithole. Wow. Indeed.
Well, come on, you could do better than what you're famous.
Just like the Comedy Czar tells the mothership cult, Tony also tells his flock that they are under attack by powerful forces.
Free speech is under attack, people. I host a show, and each week I get updates what words we're allowed to use and not use anymore. It's happening right now the past few years. It's a real thing.
He explains here that the reason he chose a political side was because the other side was supposedly censoring him. Tony twists his personal choice of opting for YouTube ad revenue over free expression as an attack from the enemy mob.
I've never considered myself a very political guy. We found out from YouTube that there's new words that they want us to censor. New words that you have to bleep out or you don't make money anymore. So I've become like a free speech angry guy.
He became a free speech guy by becoming a censorship guy, censoring himself to get that paycheck as if the Netflix deal wasn't enough.
That's what Kill Tony is. There's no business element behind it. There's no networks.
That's the kind of backwards logic that only works inside this comedy simulacrum. Just an incredible example of the ability these cultists have to bend reality. The show is sold as a chance to transcend the rungs of human existence to that higher level, to a high-tier real comedian.
That you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner.
But what it actually is a multi-level comedy scheme, exploiting people's hopes of getting the hell out of their lives, and funneling money up to the top of the comedy pyramid to the big man, the comedy czar, everyone involved taking a little piece of the pie on the way up. The vibe of the show is terribly depressing, like watching a bunch of demons torturing lost souls.
Look at it, boy, looking like he on trial for touching kids. He can't even say that. You look gay. Try to do better next time.
You suck. There will be no next segment. You're blacklisted. Go.
Anything that interrupts their sadistic ritual gets flushed right out of there. Even the great Ric Flair was shat upon just for daring to be real.
Oh, I'm a wrestling coach for a high school.
Oh my God, this is so boring. Holy shit. Ric Flair, can you please tell us a story?
Actually, to be honest with you, I respect that very much. My son was a great amateur wrestler. He died of a heroin overdose.
Oh.
In 2013. I don't need to hear that, but anybody that could take time away from their life to support kids from personal experience, and because I believe it in my heart.
Tony supposedly revered.
Dude, fucking Shane Gillis trying to hold it together right there. I don't know why. That's what kills me the most is Shane Gillis.
Personal experience, and because I believe it in my heart.
He's just like...
Tony supposedly reveres this guy.
A human living legend. Look at Tony. He's flabbergasted.
He's the man. He's literally the man.
But in this context, it's all about Tony and maintaining his kayfabe.
Because I believe it in my heart.
Show's depressing, man.
You ever had Asian pussy?
I will never sign up to make fun of people that donate their time to making children better.
Maybe it's me, though. I don't know. Maybe I am the asshole. I'm going to see what people are saying about their recent show in London. We got some voicemail here from a few guys in attendance. Let me see what they're saying.
I was stage right, and every scumbag up there booed non-stop for everything, and laughed when they got any reaction, or could make a comic react. Booze, fights, people up and down to get drinks or a sniff in the bathrooms, and people so fucked up they didn't know where their seats were.
Comedy is fun.
These three blokes dressed as cowboys were sitting at the back, throwing things and being loud by all accounts, but I just noticed when they threw something at the women in front of me. So I stood up and threw some sweets at them, and then I put my jumper on, walked up there and slapped one of the cowboy hats off their head. Then me and the three of them had a good brawl, and I thought it went rather well. But afterwards it turns out I had a couple of great big cuts on my head, so I'm not sure how that happened because their punches actually seemed very weak, and I didn't get any black eyes, bruises or broke nose. Then I left the building sharpish and went home to bed. Did anyone see if they had any weapons? Because I've...
Wait, the thing with the nature boy, what are you talking about? What's going on, James? That guy sucks. Why is he so popular? Are you talking about Kill Tony?
come away with some nasty lacerations. That's good.
You definitely link to this is in the pinned comment. This is Elephant Graveyard. He's does this whole deep dive throughout this whole thing, and that might answer your question a little bit if you're talking about Kill Tony. Ric Flair. I never saw that thing with Nature Boy with Ric Flair. Gross. Oh, you never saw him on the Kill Tony podcast? Yeah, he ended up walking off.
That sounds like a comedy show to me. Good. But yeah, it's a toxic environment. That's why it was the.
Yeah, it's kind of a tough watch. I mean, I do think he was pretty drunk, to be fair, at least from what I can tell. But it's still a bit tough.
Transition into his final new guy. That's why it's called Kill Tony. It's where the old original Tony went to die. He unveiled his fully transitioned self with his most recent comedy special, tweet thing. And that's why that is called Garbage. Tony in, garbage out. And this new Tony just seems even more pissed off. He seems to still be following in the comedy czar's footsteps, right off a cliff. But when a guy doesn't have a real male role model, and all he's got is the comedy czar, what else could you expect? And now he spends time on the show doing these deranged, awkward rants about whatever dumb shit most recently pissed him off. Just like Dad.
But I came back home because I faced anti-Semitism.
You know, I hear this, but it's kind of funny because, like, if you make fun of an Italian, there's no word for that. If you make fun of everybody else, it's racist. Your people have a special word for racism. What do you think that means? If you take yourself out of the picture, what do you think about your people having a special word for just you? And what exactly did they say or do to you there?
They said, like, go back to, Poland, all the normal shit.
But you've never been to Poland?
No, my ancestry is Ukrainian.
Oh, wow. There's some uneducated idiots that are rooting for you now, not realizing that country's stealing our money.
Comedy show.
I'm a doctor.
What was your schooling like? Super Canadian?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't know this, but I study the Canadian healthcare system because they brag about how good it is. And I like to do my own research just to make sure that I live in the greatest country on planet Earth, and I do. But Canada does rights now for anybody that wants one. Am I correct?
No.
I know more about your system than you because I have a bit about it.
Yeah, my God. He is getting to something. He's talking about, what's it called? The assisted ending yourself program. I think it's called MAID. It's fascinating. It's kind of scary, not going to lie. But yeah, let's continue.
Hopefully you can tell by now that right there.
What's going on, Colin?
There's a guy who has fully migrated into a simulacrum. There really is something in the eyes, eh? Suey eyes. That's definitely a real thing. It's hard to believe, but all this crazy shit is how the top of the comedy world works now. I was tempted to end the investigation there, but I just kept staring up at that photo of David Lucas.
When you ask why as a kid, what happens if you keep asking? You either end up in theoretical physics or an insane asylum. And so I just didn't stop.
And it got me thinking, if Tony can build his own simulacrum nested inside of the Comedy Czar's simulacrum, then what if Joe the Comedy Czar's simulacrum is also nested inside a bigger, more powerful simulacrum?
I'm not gonna lie, we're almost to the end of it. Is it an hour and a half? Oh my gosh, we're almost to the end of it. The guys, link is in the description or in the pinned comment. I highly recommend Elephant Graveyard. It seems to have rubbed some people wrong today. It seems. There's a link to it. Let me go to his channel right quick, because he doesn't just do, as some people would put it, a hit piece. I don't know if I'd call it a hit piece per se, but he also does, I don't even know what you would call it, like augmented reality stuff or something. It's really neat, but he does cover a lot of basically the comedy scene. But the way he connects everything together is really neat. His storytelling, he does this Elephant Graveyard Radio Hour, which I think is like completely fictitious, sort of like radio broadcasts that he does. And I don't know, I find them very cool and very, very interesting. I think that he puts a lot of work into this stuff. I don't know. I like it. I think it's funny. I'd say take it with a grain of salt, guys. I mean, geez.
Guess what? It is. You just need to follow the breadcrumbs. It's actually not that difficult. Everything's right out in the open.
Oh yeah, he's great.
It's part of this bigger cult strategy. They hide in plain sight, and they lay their plans out in public for all to see. Because people tend to think if this were real, they would be hiding it.
What's your problem?
Anyways, remember Joe's buddy Duncan? Warning him about what might happen now that Joe's podcast had become so massive and influential? about guys from deep dark wells of influence penetrating Joe like a battering ram and using him to blow radioactivity all over the world? Well, he was spot on. And thanks to Guru David's guidance, we figured out who those evil penetrators are. They are a self-fulfilling, prophetic, doomsday cult, run by technocratic billionaires who want the world to crumble so they can rule over its ashes. An Armageddon death cult, obsessed with the demise of humanity and hell-bent on making it happen as soon as possible. Comedy. I discovered this plot almost by accident while taking a break from all that thinking. I sat in the tree outside my cabin, started reading this book I picked up at a garage sale in town. It was called The Lord of the Rings. And, while reading it was supposed to be a break from all that thinking about the comedy hell world, but it actually ended up illuminating the pathway to the truth about how comedy got so shit. So, in this story, these ancient elf guys created magic orbs called the Palantiri. These orbs allowed guys to see and communicate across vast distances with other guys who had an orb. The orbs were meant to help gain and share knowledge and make society work better, but you had to be very smart and strong-willed to use this technology. And just like in our world, most people are just really stupid. It's just the way it is. These orbs weren't inherently evil, they didn't necessarily lie, but they could show a selectively narrow version of reality. And if you had a double-digit IQ and tried to use one, you'd end up confused, misled, and completely dominated. And that's when I realized the guy who wrote this thing must be some sort of genius, because he perfectly predicted the internet and how it was going to break everybody's brain. And in the book, the bad guy is this guy called the Dark Lord. Well, the Dark Lord got a hold of one of those Palantir orbs, and he used it to dominate and reshape the minds of a bunch of influential guys who happened to have orbs too, like the boss of all the wizards, and this guy Denethor, the ruler of some kingdom castle or whatever. Using the orbs, the Dark Lord led both these guys to fully believe the apocalypse was upon them, and that there was nothing they could do to change it. He figured if these influential guys could be convinced the end times were upon them, there would be a trickle-down effect, where everyone would believe it, feel completely helpless, and just kind of give up, let the Dark Lord take over. The wizard boss guy reacted by joining the Dark Lord in his quest for domination, because if that Dark Lord is bound to win the war, he might as well be on the right side at the end of it. It's a philosophical suey. Poor old Denethor turned to utter despair and decided to just let Sauron get on with it. Let his kingdom be dominated by the Dark Lord before doing a proper full suey himself. Oh yeah, there was this other king who didn't have a magic orb, so Saruman sent this guy, Wormtongue, nasty guy, to just go whisper in his ear, and it had the same effect. The point is, these guys essentially all got put inside a hyper-real simulacrum by the Dark Lord using that orb technology. The visions presented to them in the orb became their new reality, and because they were so weak and stupid, losers really, they were convinced there was no way forward except to embrace the apocalypse by joining that Dark Lord, or by going full suey. Why the f*** am I talking about this stupid book bullshit? Because the internet is our magic orb. But unlike this book, in our world everybody has one. In the book, the Dark Lord loses the war because the humans got a new king who still lived in classic reality. But imagine if every guy in this ring story had an orb, and not just a couple of the leader guys. Even this new king wouldn't be able to convince enough people to defend the castle. The Dark Lord would have won for sure. Anyway, it's a good book. Check it out if you know how to read. Because that's kind of exactly what this doomsday cult we're talking about did. They created and then gifted to us our Palantiri, the internet, social media, podcast.
And then Palantiri, that's kind of funny because the Peter Thiel's company, Palantir, I doubt there's a connection between those things, right? But now I'm over here making connections. Oh, Lord.
Media, podcasts. They use their techno-wizardry to seize control of human behavior and thought, creating their Palantiri to be both completely addictive and to devolve all human interaction into complete negativity. Once that happens, our I gotta get the hell out of here gene activates. And when there's nowhere else to go, the cult offers escape pods into their simulacrum, which really are psychic apocalypse bunkers. The cult's goal is to destroy what they call the cathedral, which encompasses all the elements of our society that influence our thoughts and beliefs about the world. Everything from public education and universities to cultural industries, the media, And, of course, the new mainstream media like podcasts. Once all these institutions are destroyed, the cult can assume control of all of them. And then they can dictate public opinion and the direction our society should go, which for them is an authoritarian monarchy run by an autocratic CEO king. They call this the Dark Enlightenment. People have been talking about this already, but for some reason nobody has ever pointed out that comedy is also part of the cathedral. Because comedy is a tool that can cut through the illusion of hyperreality, one that can topple the pillars that uphold a simulacrum. They must destroy it. They've been doing this for as long as comedy has been a thing. And the cult identified their perfect target to infiltrate both the comedy and podcast world, the most gullible man in mainstream media. It was so easy. They just led Joe down the path into the simulacrum with money and validation, and now he's their mainstream media puppet. And comedy is fucking crumbling, taken over by the cult. You think this is crazy? Who are the guys at the top of this cult? It's J.D. Vance.
We're letting a grown man walk around in a miniskirt in broad daylight?
It's the techno-wizard billionaires. It's Elon, Mark Andreessen.
For sure these things are being censored.
It's fucking Peter Thiel.
Talk about what's gone wrong in the U.S. because
they're all friends of the show. Weird, eh?
Everything's so much worse, you know?
Hello? They use comedy and podcasting as a fun Trojan horse to sneak themselves into the culture. And Joe and all his enablers let it all happen. Just sold out the entire comedy world. All while he preaches about the importance of comedy and how much it means to him.
It was a religious calling.
It's all a ruse, a great big scheme, a spectacle, comedy kayfabe.
250 comics.
In the cult's hyper-reality, he's the head of comedy. But in classic reality, he's the gangrenous toe of the comedy world, slowly spreading its vile infection throughout the rest of its body. It's messed up, man, but that's how comedy got so shit. I mean, I think we all knew it was Joe Rogan's fault, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think most people realize he's just one part of an intricate and pervasive takeover of the entire country. And if you're a comedy cultist and you want to write this off as a conspiracy theory, you should remember the teachings of Dear Leader.
When you do have an open mind and you are compelled to try to seek the truth, you got to be aware that these things have happened in history. They are real. As much as people who look for conspiracies and everything, there are also people who try to dismiss everything. And you have to be very careful because there are a lot of things that people do conspire to do.
Joe's legacy will forever be the guy who destroyed comedy. Probably the entire U.S., honestly. All the crazy shit the government is doing, Joe did that. Because in the president's own words, Joe won him the election.
He basically said, I won him the election.
And he sold out comedy to make it happen. And it should never be forgiven.
I thought you boys understood. It's business. That's all it is. There ain't no countries anymore. No more good guys. They're running the whole show. They own everything, the whole goddamn planet. They can do whatever they want. Now they're gonna let us have it good if we just help them. They're gonna leave us alone. Let us make some money. You can have a little taste of that good life too. Now I know you want it. Hell, everybody does. Do it to your own kind. We all sell out every day. Might as well be on the winning team.
How does this all end? Well, how do most cults end? Usually in some kind of terrible tragedy. Waco, Heaven's Gate, Jonestown. Who knows if those simulacrum pillars will hold? They're shaky right now because nobody wants to uphold the Jeffrey Epstein pedo pillar. But it kind of has to be upheld. It's a load-bearing pillar. And it looks like they're expecting the comedy czar to fall in line and get rid of the controversy.
On Trump's desperate attempt to quell political blowback, the White House reportedly, quote, asking podcaster Joe Rogan to help ease the uproar over the Epstein files.
What's he gonna do?
I mean, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna push back.
Right, no, of course. No, of course not, sir. Is the comedy czar gonna become Comedy Prigozhin, build out his personal militia, become a mercenary force attached to the U.S. military, maybe go for the coup? Or maybe he becomes Comedy Colonel Kurtz, holed up in his bunker, completely disillusioned by civilization, a cult leader with an insatiable lust for power, descending into madness, waiting for the apocalypse.
See ya, boys.
Well, whatever happens, I think Joe should move the Mothership Wall of Fame a few more feet, right into the bathroom there, if he and his followers are just gonna piss and shit on these guys' so-called legacies. And as for the rest of us, I guess, well, try to identify if you're in a simulacrum and get the hell out of there. Go outside and anchor yourself in classic reality. Stick your feet in the mud, Observe the bark patterns of trees. Feel the warmth of the summer sun on your face. Do some can gazing. The more anchored you are in classic reality, the less easily you'll be sucked up into any of these embarrassing hyper-realities. Good luck with that. For me, I'm anchoring with a dip-a-day program right now, which means every day I'm jumping in that fucking lake. Swimming around, doing about 50 laps to the rock and back. That's no big deal for me. And then back to shore, cracking open a cold one, and lying in the sun as the water evaporates off my skin and rises back up into the clouds, where it'll become rain and fall once again to the earth. The cycles. I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, good. Gotta go. Bye.
Wow, I'm sorry guys. I think it's just such a great video. Elephant Graveyard blowing this shit out of the fucking park. Obviously, you might not agree with everything he said and whatnot. I would take it, at that point with a grain of salt. Don't take it so serious. But I really think that was just a work of art. Really just a beautiful piece of media and just high quality, high production. And a lot of his videos are like that. Obviously, I think the link to this one is in the chat, but I'm going to go ahead and just, link the channel one more time. I just think this shit is just absolutely marvelous. What a freaking awesome video. I mean, all the connections he made, it's just great storytelling, really just great storytelling. And it gets you thinking. Oh, Lord. Anyway, now back to my simulacrum. Right here. Orbiting the black hole. That was freaking awesome. I must have watched that video 3 or 4 times now. Maybe not in its entirety 3 or 4 times. I probably watched it at least maybe 2 or 3 times in its entirety. It's got a lot of little gems in it. Truly a masterclass. I don't know if any of y'all are still here with me. We got anybody in here? No, a handful of y'all. Thinking you guys passed out by now. I know that was a bit long. That's why I was hesitant to go ahead with that, but I've been meaning to get around to checking it out with y'all. Maybe I should have chose a different time to do it. Maybe not at hour. What hour are we on? Maybe I should have done it at hour 7.5. But Acid Dust, welcome back.
What?
How you doing, bro? Yeah, maybe not hour 7 or 8 when I should have started that, but oh well. I don't know what that is. Oh, let me stretch. Oh, no. That's not the one I wanted to click on. Oh, come on, boy. What are we doing? No. Damn, it disappeared. Just woke up. Very good. Big plans for the day? Not much going on today. Probably will play some Fallout. Hey, very good, very good. So I heard there's like a remaster coming of New Vegas. And what is it? Was it 3 in New Vegas? I really need to get back on that Fallout. Ooh, and Fallout 4. We had just gotten past Kellogg, and that's the last time I played it. Oh, it's been too long. Oh. You said LSD in the butthole surfers? I don't know if that's an actual thing or if we're just memeing, but more power to you. What's going on, Nin? Oh, got a stretch. That was a long one. Oh. Yeah, 3 in New Vegas. Hey, that's awesome. Are they gonna be adding more content? Or is it just like a polish? Oh, it's a band. Okay, gotcha. I wasn't sure. LSD and the butthole surfers. Now, is LSD a part of it, or a part of the band name, or is that the first thing you're doing and then listening to the butthole surfers? Loud and clear. But you be safe out there, man. You know? Drink plenty of water. I might have to check out this whole butthole surfing situation. Like, be careful out there and remember, it's all in your head. Hydration is key. All right. Let me see. Unfortunately, you know, listening to music on YouTube is kind of like it's kind of a no-go. Unless the people give me permission or whatever. But I pulled them up, so. Oh, is the song named Jimmy? I just clicked on, it's called Pepper. Let me try Jimmy. That's what you're saying. Oh, found it. Okie dokie, it's 12 minutes. Okie dokie. Again, can't really listen to this one on stream. The music I'm listening to is copyright free, so. Bro, what? That is a vibe, and judging by the album cover, yeah, that's gonna be a trip, bro. I'm gonna have to listen to this obviously on my own time because I can't really can't listen to it on here. But that's gonna send you on a trip for sure. All right, you guys have put me on too, the Butthole Surfers. You've put me on too. Let's see what we got here. Monsters, or James Blunt. I'm sorry. There was a couple bands and songs y'all put me onto here today. Well, they're in my tabs somewhere. We got a lot of tabs, guys. Not those types of tabs, okay? Internet tabs. Digital tabs. That's right. Beautiful. For sure, the chipmunks make an appearance. What? The chipmunks. Like Alvin? I can't imagine you mean Alvin.
Website you love.
What if I what if I don't build a website I love though? I appreciate y'all for tuning in. I think we're nearing more of the tail end of this. I know, Acid, you always come in here like towards the tail ends of it. I need to start getting back to my day streaming. But what time is it? Oh, it's not even that late. I might have a little thing to do here in a few hours that I do the double check, make sure I, handle. Ooh, after that, I mean, I'm actually not feeling that tired. Don't ignore my yawning, okay? Ignore that. No sleeping right here. Boom. Be good, man. All right, man. Hey, take care. Be safe out there, bro. Be safe out there. I haven't decided whether I'm hopping off quite yet. Stretching my legs. If I do, I'm probably going to work on some stuff and then hop back on. If we're going off Eastern Standard Time, if I could be on around noon or 1 o'clock, that'd be cool. But I really appreciate you guys. There's only a few of us left here. Yeah, that's how it always is. We dwindle down, but every day we're growing, okay? You get a boost if you mix water with some coffee. Caffeine makes you hydrate faster. Sir Mountain, are you memeing? People say caffeine dehydrates. Doken. So you're saying like a little bit of coffee with some water. I'll keep it in mind. It's science. I was be like, okay, Bill Maher, and I was like, wait, that's the wrong guy. That's the wrong Bill. Okay, Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill Maher is a different Bill, a completely different Bill. But I probably shouldn't overstay my welcome, guys. Really appreciate y'all. I'm going to try to be back during the daytime today instead of doing the stupid late night shit, which I'll probably still do my late night stream. But maybe I'll do a gaming stream today in the middle of the day. So if you don't mind, if you haven't, please, the YouTube overlords, help me please them at least. Hit the like button, subscribe, all the good stuff. I'm going to get out of here, try to get some work done, and I'll be back to y'all soon. You can join the Discord to continue the conversation. I'll drop that link. It's in the description. If you're on mobile, I don't know if you could click on the link, to be honest, but it should pop up in the chat here with Nightbot. Come on, Nightbot. Bam. Beautiful. Oh, y'all take care. Remember, if you get too close, hold up. If you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in. Be safe, y'all.